Hey everybody, we are the Lesser Scots, and we're here talking about ASP.NET. How are you, sir?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm excited. We're back here, and I'm not sick, even though I've been sick the last 2 years. If you go back and look at some of the other great content that's still very valid that we did on ASP.NET in the past 2 years, you will notice that I am sick in every single one of those. I am not sick today. Let's hope that that lasts. We're going to talk about what's new in ASP.NET 5, and we've got my boss, Scott Hunter.
Yes,
How are you?
I'm here.
I'm pretty excited. All right, cool.
I'm super excited. ASP.NET 5 is awesome. So.
Yeah, ASP.NET 5 is going to be awesome. It used to be called vNext. Now it is ASP.NET 5.
Yeah.
Right? Let's take a look at the slides. All right, so what's ASP.NET and why? Let's talk about who you are first, right? You're the Director of Program Management, so you manage all of ASP.NET and more now. The tools.
Yeah, so our team is called the Azure Developer Experience Team, and that team builds ASP.NET. It builds all server-side.NET, really. So Entity Framework, WCF is in there as well. We build the Azure SDKs. We build the Visual Studio Web Tooling. We build the Azure Cache, and we build NuGet.
Mm-hmm. And you're the Director of Program Management for all of that?
For all of that, yeah.
All right, cool. And you worked on Wildcat BBS, which is
yeah. Before there was internet, there was modems.
And that was you.
Yes, 300 baud.
V32 bis. All right, and I'm Scott Hanselman. There's a slide about me. You can go and Google me with Bing and check that out. All right, so what we're going to talk.
Google you with Bing.
Google me with Bing.
Okay.
Yeah, lowercase g, uppercase b. So let's look at some of the course topics that we're going to be talking about today. We're going to talk with Scott Hunter about why ASP.NET 5 and what it is. Talk about what .NET Core is and put that all into context for you. And then we're going to have Dan Roth come over, and we're going to get really, really deep into MVC6 and how we brought everything together and reconciled those things. We're going to then talk with Syed, Visual Studio tooling. We're going to look at some of the things that make Visual Studio some of the things that Visual Studio layers on top of the runtime. So basically calling out the difference between Visual Studio and the tooling and ASP.NET in the runtime, pardon me. Then next, we will talk with Louis Desjardins, and we're going to do internals and deep dive into, let's go to the next slide for me, please. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, ASP.NET internals, talk about KVM, KPM, what those things mean, hosting and Kestrel and what cross-platform and how that'll work. And then we will have Rowan Miller, talking about Entity Framework 7. And what's new, basics of EF7. Okay, so let's set some expectations. So the assumption is here that you are a web developer with some familiarity. I would say this is almost like a 101, 102 level kind of a thing.
Right.
You can spell ASP.NET. You can go file a new project. You've been maybe working with ASP.NET.
Yeah, you've been building ASP.NET, in the last couple of versions of Visual Studio, 2012, 2013.
Right.
If you've been using one of those, this will bring you up to speed on what we're going to do for the next version.
Right. We're hoping to basically set context for the next couple of years. What is moving forward? What do we have with web forms, with MVC, with Web API? What's coming on the desktop CLR? What's going to be in the core CLR? And put those into context.
Right.
And then some basic understanding of C# and HTTP and things like that. So this is just the expectation. We do have some MVA points for you. If you take a look there, ASP.NET vNext is the code. That'll get you 50 points for this event. If you're going to take a screenshot, now is the time. There you go. You just took a screenshot. Join the community. Check that out. All right. So why ASP.NET 5, sir?
Yeah, so let's kind of roll back to the history of ASP.NET, kind of talk about where we are now and what changes we're kind of making. Mm-hmm. So ASP.NET's been around for about 18 years now. We started with Classic ASP. It wasn't called Classic then, but it was 1996. We went to fully object-oriented with .NET in 2002, and that was a major change. And we're about to make another major change. Each of those from '96 to 2002, that was kind of a major shift. And in 2014, going from ASP.NET 4 or 4.5 to ASP.NET 5 will be again another major shift, and we can kind of drill into.
It looks like almost every 6 years or so, some big shift happens. I remember in 1996, I was teaching ASP.NET at Intel to people, and I spent 40 hours explaining 5 objects. Request, response, cache, session, application. And that was really difficult for these C++ people who had never thought about a stateless internet to understand. And then we'd spend 40 hours doing that. And then 6 years later, I would spend time explaining web forms and view state and things like that, and this took 40 hours.
Yep.
And then 6 years after that, I went and explained model view controller, and those 3 concepts took 40 hours to explain. Is this as giant of a revolution?
It is. Yeah, it's as big as a change as we've ever had before. So we consider it a resetting of the platform. We basically rebooted the platform, and we'll drill into why we're rebooting the platform.
And maybe call out the difference, like it's not necessarily at the web framework level a complete, because there's concept compatibility.
Right. If you're using ASP.NET for the last 10 years or so, a lot of those concepts are still going to be there. As you said before, model view controllers, those are still going to be there. If you want to write a controller that returns some JSON, that concept is still going to be there. The same notion of having caches and session state and stuff like that are still going to be there. But we've rebooted the base of the framework.
Okay, so the underneath part is what's changing fundamentally.
Right.
We'll talk about that. But should people panic?
No, you should not panic. So it'll be a transition, but I think you're going to get a lot of benefits from your transition. We're trying to address a couple of key things. Like one of the biggest things we hear from customers all the time is, can I use the latest version of ASP.NET on a server? And typically you have to go ask your IT, and your IT says, well, we're not going to put .NET 4.5 on the server until 2015, and you're kind of limited by that. And one of our goals is to reduce that by shipping the framework as part of your application, meaning you can put an ASP.NET 5 app on any machine or a memory stick, and it does not affect the machine. There's no registry, there's no GAC, there's none of those concepts. There's no System32 files that you're going to go modify. This thing completely runs out of its own folder, so it does not require administrator to install something on the machine to run. And that's a fundamental change that we're trying to make. If we want to jump back to the slides, we can kind of talk about what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about there's now 2 .NETs in some ways. There's .NET 4.6, which is the big framework, and there's the core CLR, which is a subset of that. And the subset of that is what we use if you're going to build the side-by-side. I'm going to install the framework as part of my application. That's a smaller or a subset of .NET 4.6. So it doesn't contain WinForms or WPF or WCF or workflow. A lot of things that as a web developer you don't need are not there. The goal was to shrink .NET down to the smallest possible thing we could build, and then add everything back in with NuGet packages.
Okay, so there's the desktop framework, 4.6. Then there's the .NET Core framework, which is kind of like the server profile almost.
Right.
Okay, so you've got the jitter and the CLR and the essence of what is
base
.NET.
class libraries, strings, arrays, lists,
Right.
all the generic stuff is going to be in there, and we're trying to keep that as small as possible and not become huge like the .NET 4.6 framework has become over all those times. And the idea would be, instead of making the core framework big, make it really small, and then you as a consumer can add in the bits that you want, and so you kind of make your own framework in a lot of ways.
So it's opt-in entirely.
Completely opt-in.
Okay. And we talk a little bit about that in the next slide.
Yeah, and we can just jump here because I think we're going to cover these topics in the next slide. And these are the bases that we're trying to do on these slides, being modular, which we'll drill into as well. But the idea here is giving the developer, more control. Today we give you a bunch of functionality, and you have to you can't really opt in or out of it. It's just there all the time. And so we're going to let you opt in and out of all that stuff. We want to make it easy to make an app and move it to the cloud. Today you can do that. Scott and I have done a ton of talks on building an ASP.NET app and publishing it to the cloud. But if you really want to scale it and do some of that stuff, you need to know some tricks. And we're going to try to make those tricks not required anymore.
So basically a framework that knows about the cloud.
Exactly.
So when we say the cloud, there's this simplistic way of looking at the cloud, which is hosting elsewhere by some big company. But the cloud is less, it's more sophisticated than that. That's a very simplistic way of looking at it. There's lift and shift. Hey, look, the cloud is a fancy word for hosting. But for me, the cloud is elasticity and scale, it's statelessness, it's storage.
Exactly. You push your app to the cloud and then drag a slider to say, I want to run on 3 VMs. That's what's not automatic today in ASP.NET. If you drag the slider to 3 VMs, your app may work and it may not work. And,
right.
that's something that's there. Back to our slides, we're going to go back and talk about, we have a faster development cycle. So instead of having this compile, change, compile, refresh your browser, we're going to more of a model where you just save your changes, refresh your browser. We're going to kill the compilation step completely. Use your own editors and tools. We'll drill into that. But now that we actually have cross-platform capabilities, we need to let ASP.NET work great with editors outside of Visual Studio. And then we want to be fast, and we'll kind of drill into that stuff. So let's look at these slides. So first thing is, as I was saying earlier, we want to have a lot more agility, and some of that is faster development cycle. So if you want to use the latest version of ASP.NET, we're going to make it easier to do. Now, because we can ship the framework as a package and ship all the features as a package and not affect your machine, we can move faster. You can try it faster on your hardware and take advantage of that. Also, we want to give you more control on things like patching. Today, every Patch Tuesday, once a month, Microsoft, send out some patches, and those fix bugs in the framework. Fixing bugs in the framework might break your application. And I'd rather give you more control of how this works now. So what we're going to do is we're going to say that we only patch major security bugs via the Patch Tuesday. There won't be any like framework changes or small stuff anymore. Only the big, massive security bugs. We typically have one of those every year or so. So that means we're not going to push very many patches to you as part of that. Another benefit of this is today, if your server's at one patch level and your developer machine's at a different patch level, your code's not the same code. You're not running the same platforms. In this new world, because you're shipping the entire framework as part of your app, you can always be guaranteed that the same code and the same framework you're running on in your developer machine is what you're actually going to run in production. You ever have that question of, why is it not the same? What's different there?
You know, that's really an interesting point and an important thing to kind of drill into a little bit. I just literally yesterday was on Twitter talking with someone who said that the exact same code was running one way on their development machine and used this much memory. It used 3 times more memory in production, and they had no idea why. And when we started digging into it, there's the code that they deploy, but then there's also what's going on in the global assembly cache, what modules get loaded up into memory. It became quite a chore for them to do a diff, a categorization of all the different things that we're running and figure out, oh, there's one file we didn't think about in the GAC, and the only way to do that is by doing a dump of the modules in memory and production.
Super hard to do today.
Yes, not a problem in the next version.
Not a problem in the next version. You can basically say, this is all my files, and these files are the same on both the server and the developer machine, and they're completely in sync.
Even your own private version of, if you wanted the compilers, the Roslyn compilers, the .NET CLR, and any patched libraries, whatever you want.
Because we open sourced .NET, you could actually build your own framework and copy your own framework up there as well. So I mean, you have full control now. The other cool part of this is it means the developer now has the chance to opt into our new features. So it used to be in the past that we couldn't make changes to the framework because if I was going to push those changes via Windows Update or something like that, I'm going to break you. Now, because it's a pull model from the developer, you can come pull from us whenever you want, and so we're not going to break you automatically. You can decide when you want to break yourself. Our goal is not to break stuff anyways, but we all know that sometimes one of the things I've learned is when I first joined the team years ago, I remember sitting in triage, and we're like, oh, that's a bug, we should fix that. And then we started asking ourselves, if we fix that, how many people would we break?
Right.
So there's lots of bugs in the .NET framework and in ASP.NET today that we just can't fix, because if you're taking a dependency on that, I break it, you're broken. So it needs to be something where you can pull, and that will allow us to fix more bugs than we can fix today.
And are we going to see semantic versioning kind of as a concept throughout?
Throughout the whole framework. Let's talk about performance. One of the things we also care about a lot is runtime performance. And this is where the modularity of ASP.NET matters. Today, if you just want to write a simple application that answers on a socket, well, we're going to boot up all those objects you were talking about earlier, the server, cache, all those objects are going to get booted up every single request. With ASP.NET 5, we're going to give you the opportunity to actually opt into how much you want. If you just want a raw socket, I can save you $29K per request.
So dig into that a little bit more, because there's different levels of when you say web platform. Like if you say I need a web framework, what exactly do you need? Do you need drag and drop controls and view state and event management and web forms? Do you need MVC? Do you need something a little bit lower level like Web API, or do you just want to spit text out in a socket?
There's customers that want all varieties of that. There's teams inside of Microsoft that are building some really high-end applications, and what they want to do is they say, hey, for the admin pages where you go and set your options and stuff, I want to use MVC for that because I don't want to deal with that at the raw socket level. I want a framework to help me out.
Right, and dynamic data. You want a line of business web framework.
Right.
And those frameworks require layers of abstraction. And as such, the size of a request on the wire is going to have objects to support that.
Right.
Request, response, server, session, all that kind of stuff. But if you're just sending JSON as fast as you need to.
Exactly. Or you're doing video. You're doing video or JSON as fast as you want to.
Yeah, or image generation.
You don't want any of those other features anymore. You want those features to come away and give you the raw performance. And that's where if you've ever seen a Node.js perf test against ASP.NET and we don't come out very good, that's because they're testing a full framework against a raw socket.
I see.
And in the new world, we give you, the developer, all the capabilities you want. If you want to have half your app use MVC, part of your app use raw sockets, go for it. We'll optimize each of those paths, and you can run as much or as little, as much or little of the framework as you want to run.
So that takes that previous slide about modularity, which is from a composing at development time. That's one aspect of modularity. But then at runtime, you're opting in, and you're going to use that much memory or that much.
Right. There's a file called startup.cs, and if you load that up in an ASP.NET 5 project, you'll see inside of there's you want static files to be served. Do you want to have an error page? Do you want to run debugger release? You'll see basically you're opting in to every single feature. You could go to that file, uncomment everything, and you're basically running raw socket at that point. So we let you. The other cool part of that is if you want to replace the error page in ASP.NET today, you can't because it's baked somewhere in the system.web.
Yeah, I don't know where the yellow screen of death.
The yellow screen
where
of death.
that is. Somewhere
in the new
piled
world,
in.
Because it's all modular, you could replace any component of this. If you want to replace the error page, go for it. If you want to replace static file handling, wouldn't recommend that, but you could go for it. So it's giving you more choices as well.
Okay.
And then finally, one of our other topics here was developer productivity, and this is about what are the steps you have to do as a developer. Today, it's kind of I load my controller file up, I modify some code, I press the compile switch to compile, then I go refresh my browser. That's a cycle that you just do repeatedly. Now, that compilation step is removed, meaning that you can save the file, and if you press like Control-Alt-Enter, that will actually then cause BrowserLink to refresh your browser, and so you can just make a code change, press that key combination, your browser's going to refresh. And so the goal is to make that cycle faster and faster and faster. So the amount of time for making a change and seeing it in your browser, we can reduce that. Today, on most machines, that's about 7 seconds. We're still not great in the betas and previews of ASP.NET 5, but our goal is to get that down into the 1 second range.
So if I understand correctly, today you edit your CS file, you hit build, we load that source file up, the compiler does.
Yep.
It then compiles in memory and then emits out onto the disk the binary, the DLLs, and then it picks those binaries back up again and loads them up.
It's actually worse.
Up and down.
It's actually worse than that. You save a file in Visual Studio,
Okay.
you run the compiler. Visual Studio then opens a command prompt hidden, runs the command line compiler, and tells it to take the output from the compile and put it in the temporary ASP.NET folder.
So before it gets in a bin, it's in another temp folder.
Yeah, well, some of it's running in a temp folder, exactly. And so there's all this disk I/O, and there's launching the compiler. We were doing some benchmarks before Roslyn, which is the new C# compiler, came out, and saying, what if you had to compile 1,000 files in ASP.NET? How long would that take? And it ends up taking about 100 seconds, 102 seconds. With Roslyn, we're able to compile those directly to memory and not touch the disk. We have to touch the disk to read your files, but we don't have to save back to the disk. And we're not shelling out the compiler. We were able to do the same thing in like 3 seconds.
Okay. So the assumption is rather than going up and down, back and forth,
Yes.
you just take the C# files, you load them into memory, and you emit into memory the assemblies.
Right. Run right out of memory.
What about, now that might freak some people out who are like, I don't want to distribute my source code. I don't want to go back to the old days of ASP.NET, of ASP rather, classic ASP. This is about development, not about necessarily deployment, right?
Exactly. If you want to deploy, we have tools that will actually take your application and build it into its own package as well. And you can basically distribute your entire pre-built application as a package ready to go. So it's choices. You could decide to deploy your application purely as binaries. You could decide to deploy your application as a combination of binaries and source code, which means if you want to go back to the live server and edit a single file, you can do that without having to re-push the entire site up. So it's your choice of picking how much or how little you want to actually copy each time. Once again, this whole release is about giving the developers more and more choices.
Okay, and you said that it's not super performant in the preview, the early previews that people have right now.
Yeah, it's getting faster each preview. I think the next release we have, it'll take one of the first big steps. One of the things we identified early on was when you did some of these operations in Visual Studio. Well, Visual Studio had to compile once for some of its IntelliSense and to check for errors, and then the runtime had to compile again when it actually ran in the browser. And we're trying to go optimize some of those steps out so we only compile once. So there's a variety of other optimizations outside of Roslyn that we're doing to make this faster.
Right, because in the new Visual Studio, there is a kind of compilation that's happening as you're typing to get IntelliSense.
IntelliSense is compiling on the fly just to give you syntax error and squiggles and all that kind of stuff. Let's talk about cloud next. You were mentioning earlier that a lot of folks just think lift and shift, you just move your application from one server to another server. The real benefits of the cloud are when you get into the kind of the PaaS model, the platform as a service. And that's where we manage the machine for you, which means patching, IIS settings, all that stuff is provided by us. This is Azure Websites. If you use Azure Websites, that's a feature we give you. What we want to do is we want to make ASP.NET really easy to use in this world. And what I mean by that is if you're on one of these platforms as a service solutions, there's a bunch of cool features. In Azure Websites, I can say when the CPU of my website gets too busy, I want to move up and use 2 nodes or 3 nodes and keep moving up automatically. Today, if that happens, ASP.NET will typically break. And the reason is we have a couple of features. We have a feature called Session State, which gives you some session between requests. People typically use this to do things like a shopping cart. I'm on a page, I put something in the shopping cart. On my next page, I want to see the stuff still in the shopping cart. By default, Session State is done in memory, which means as soon as you have more than one node.
Right, unless you have sticky sessions and what's called node affinity, you can accidentally switch back and forth, and sometimes you have a shopping cart, and
sometimes you don't. Exactly. And as I said, it's memory by default. In the cloud, you really want a cloud version of this that stores it somewhere else, either into a cache in the cloud or a SQL database in the cloud. So when you switch ASP.NET from the memory one to the one that requires it to store it somewhere else, your objects have to become serializable. Well, that's a break. So your app can run perfectly in memory. You flip in the new provider to make it work in the cloud, and your app falls apart immediately. So one of the goals in vNext is to not have always force those requirements, always force serialization. So when you move and put the cloud provider in, it's seamless, and it just works automatically. Another thing that we think about is configuration. Configuration is where you typically store your SQL connections and all that kind of stuff. Historically in ASP.NET, we've been storing those in a file called webconfig. Well, if you have those things and you put them in webconfig, that's a weird situation. So typically, the IT people in your group want to own the production servers. They don't want to give you, as the developer, those things. So where does that change happen today? In our new world, we actually have a new provider for configuration where you can use a combination of environment variables, JSON files, even an INI file. Our recommendation is to actually have your connection strings and stuff in your production in the cloud be done in environment variables. And as a developer, you would actually put your connection strings for your development server in webconfig, or not in webconfig, but in the config.json file. And then what happens is when your app is deployed to the cloud, the environment variables will override the stuff in the config file.
So you've got scoped configuration.
Exactly. You can actually order and say, I want to read the file first, then I'm going to override anything in the file with environment variables, or you could even say I want to override that with something in an INI file. So you can scope these things in a way that, my recommendation is all your production stuff, environment variables in the cloud, development stuff in your config.json.
So then configuration doesn't become a code change and a redeployment and things like that.
Or, we created really scary features like XML transformations.
Yeah, in order to get around the lack of
these problems, because we didn't have these capabilities in the other stack.
So when we say cloud ready, this is almost like cloud aware.
Right.
So, and then also it seems like the formalization of the idea that there is a development environment, there is a production environment, more formally than it is currently in ASP.NET.
Right. And then finally, we're doing some other things as well. The frameworks were all built at different points in times, and so web forms had trace.axd if you want to go see how your page worked. That only really showed you what the payload of the page was. MVC had no tracing. Web API had awesome tracing that would show you where the request came in, how it got routed, how it found a controller, how it found the action, all those things.
It was pretty awesome tracing, and we want that everywhere.
We want it everywhere. And so ASP.NET 5 has that tracing throughout the entire stack. We started at the very bottom and built this tracing in.
Yeah, I noticed that when I was actually running an ASP.NET application from the command line, and we'll see a demo of that a little bit later, and I just hit refresh to look at a hello world, I got tracing at the command prompt. Like I got all this information about the route and the pages that were being served. It was a little surprising.
If you just run it from the command line, you'll just see it dumping to the console as the app runs.
But I want that as a developer. I want that context.
That's in Visual Studio as well, so it's not just a command prompt thing. If you're actually in Visual Studio, you'll see the same stuff.
Very cool.
And then one of our last points, which is I think the most exciting, is one of the things that I've heard from customers over the last couple of years is, hey, we have some data centers that are based on Linux, and we'd love to run your applications inside of those data centers. Or a cooler one is, I really like to try out ASP.NET or try out C#, but I'm on a Mac and I don't have access to Visual Studio. And so one of the most exciting things we're doing is we now have cross-platform ASP.NET. We'll run on Mac, Windows, and Linux. Fully supported by Microsoft. That's what the .NET Core 5 that we talked about earlier is. The .NET Core 5 is this smaller version of the framework that we actually are adding all these cross-platform capabilities to. We also fully open-sourced .NET Core 5. The source code is not all up on GitHub yet, but as we get further into the framework, you'll see the entire framework come up on GitHub, and you'll be able to build your own version of .NET Core 5 on a Windows, Mac, or Linux box.
Can you put this into a little bit of context? Now, we're recording this in December of 2014, so if you're watching this at some future date, go out there and see that things may have changed. But as of this date, what is the status of running ASP.NET 5 on Mac and Linux, and then what will it look like in the future?
Right now, if you run ASP.NET on Mac or Linux, you have to use Mono. Mono is an open source .NET implementation that's out there in the community. We support that today. Our team, or the Visual Studio and .NET teams, are building .NET Core 5, which is this smaller subset of the full framework, and that version of .NET is being made to be cross-platform. And so sometime early in 2015, that will come out. And when that comes out, that'll be our primary way of supporting cross-platform, not using Mono, but using .NET Core 5.
And then will there be some kind of reconciliation about like what's Mono, and there's the Mono libraries? Will they start bringing frameworks they've made into NuGet?
Yeah, the hope is that the Mono guys will actually start taking big pieces of .NET Core 5 for a future version of Mono. So they can now, because it's all open source, they can take our BCL libraries, they can take our compilers, they can take our jitters, garbage collectors, all of those things. I hope that what happens is we get all these things merged together, and Mono actually ends up being libraries being built on top of .NET Core 5.
So then Microsoft, would be the CLR and the jitter, and then Mono would be, the things around that are,
Right.
other optional, maybe alternative base class libraries and things like that.
Exactly.
So it's really about choice.
Yes. That'll take some time. Right now, Mono runs on some platforms that we don't support, like Xbox and PlayStation and stuff like that. But I think over time, hopefully Mono is going to contribute that back to .NET Core 5, and we'll get some of those capabilities from those guys.
So there will be a Microsoft-supported CLR on Mac, Windows, and Linux, and then Mono, of course, lives on the platforms that are not Mac, Windows, and Linux.
Right.
All right. That's very cool. Thank you, sir.
And so, that's just an intro of why we're doing what we're doing. But there's a bunch of cool materials coming from the other guys today on the stack. I think it's really exciting. Please go download it. If you want to download it, you can go to www.asp.net/vnext. And up there, we've got a series of tutorials. You can download the preview version of Visual Studio. So all the things to get started are there.
And also the community stand-up. One of the things that we've been doing lately with the ASP.NET team is on Tuesdays, we will go on to Google Hangouts and YouTube, and we will stream live, basically a stand-up, a scrum, what we're working on, what we've been doing with ASP.NET. And you can check out that playlist linked to from asp.net/vnext. And we'll be right back after this short break. Hey, and we are back, and we are talking about what's new in ASP.NET 5. We've got Daniel Roth. Hey, how are you, sir?
I'm good.
Thank you for coming. We've got a lot of cool stuff here. We're going to do 2 sessions, 2 modules here with Daniel. The first 50 minutes are going to be kind of an introduction to ASP.NET 5, and it's mostly demos, isn't it?
Mostly demos. Yeah, mostly looking at Visual Studio and code and how to get started, getting your hands dirty on the bits.
All right, let's see the slide and learn a little bit about Daniel. There we go. So yeah, so you work on ASP.NET, but you also worked on WCF before this, didn't you?
I did. I've been basically working on the .NET framework for a little over a decade now. It's been great. I love .NET. WCF, Before that, I was working a little bit on XAML, actually, system.xaml. And then before that, I actually worked on the ASMX, like ASP.NET web services. So a little ASP.NET early on, and then the managed networking APIs, like managed sockets in the HP stack.
You're a long-time web person.
Yeah, well, certainly long-time .NET person.
All right, very cool. Next slide.
And who's this person?
And then I'm still me, and you can still search about me.
That's
It's
right.
not about me, it's all about you.
Cool. So let's talk about ASP.NET 5. So what I thought we would do is we'll do like a getting started. Like, how do you get your hands dirty with the bits as fast as possible? What do you need to install? Where can you go for the docs? And then we're going to go talk about what is the new ASP.NET 5 project system look like. Because it is a little different. Some things have changed. How to get your way around the new folder structure and how things build and those type of concerns. And then lastly, we'll talk about actually building up your application, how you deal with the new HTTP request pipeline, how you think about the new runtime and where you can host it. Like, you can host it now in more places than you ever could before. You can host it in IIS, which is our premier web server still, of course. But you can now host it in your own process if you'd like to. You can even host it on Linux or a cross-platform server if that's what you want to do. So we'll talk about actually building applications and dealing with HTTP concerns. So first, though, how do you actually get started with ASP.NET 5? What do you need to do to actually get the bits? The first thing you should do is you should go to ASP.NET/vnext, and you need to install Visual Studio 2015. There is a new project system that comes with ASP.NET 5, new tooling. You're going to want all these things, and so you're going to need to download the preview of Visual Studio 2015 onto your machine.
You can do this side by side. It's safe?
It's safe, yes. It installs cleanly side by side with Visual Studio 2013, and you can remove it. It doesn't affect anything else on the machine. I do this all the time, and it works just fine. Yeah, so that's what you're going to want to do. The docs are also at that same spot. If we want to learn, like, how do I get started with an ASP.NET 5 project, get an overview of the system, that's where you're going to find all of our preview documentation at ASP.NET/vnext. And more documentation just keeps getting added there. That's where we're adding our docs. The code, of course, is the best documentation. And you'll find the code on GitHub, github.com/ASP.NET, ASP.NET. And I recommend starting at the home repo. That has like get you oriented in terms of where everything is at. It has some initial instructions if you want to do things from the command line, which we'll be talking about later in the day. But that's where you can find all of our repositories, MVC, the runtime, Razor, routing. It's all there. You can look at the code, you can debug through it, and see what's actually going on underneath the covers. And if you need help, if you run into any issues or want to ask the community some questions or the product team questions, we're out there in a variety of places. We have a forum. On the ASP.NET side, there's a set of forums, and there's a vNext forum that you can post questions to. We're also on Stack Overflow. There's a tag here that you can use. And then our product team members also regularly hang out on Jabber, which is like a live chat room. You can find us and our architects there hanging out. You can ask us questions and give us suggestions and all those types of things. OK. So let's assume that you've gone and installed Visual Studio. What do you do now? Let's go take a look at it. So I happen to have Visual Studio 2015 already installed on this machine. This is actually a slightly newer build than the actual official preview build. This is bits that are coming out soon that we hope to get into people's hands soon. So a few things may look slightly different if you have the official preview already on your machine, but these are things that'll be coming and be in your hands shortly as well.
But the concepts are the same?
Concepts are the same.
Okay.
No major changes. If there are any changes, I'll call them out.
Okay.
All right, so what do we do first? You're going to want to do File New Project. All right, and when you do File New Project, you should go to the web node. That's where you build, if you want to build web applications, that's where you're going to go. And you'll see that there's a couple new project templates that show up here. First of all, there's ASP.NET Web Application. Well, that's the project template that you know and love. That's where you'll find the one ASP.NET dialog that lets you pick between MVC, Web API, Web Forms, and there are, of course, ASP.NET 5 project templates there as well. There's also these two new templates, the notion of an ASP.NET 5 class library, and that might be interesting. Why is there an ASP.NET 5 specific class library? Well, one way you can think about it, well, first of all, it plugs really seamlessly into the new ASP.NET 5 project system. That's what that guy's there for. It's already set up with the new project system and the build system. It also, you can think of it more like a package. Like I think of it actually as the ASP.NET 5 NuGet package template because it makes it really easy for you to build NuGet packages from class libraries. It's sort of a first class notion in that project template. And then lastly, there's an ASP.NET 5 console application, which is really interesting. Why do you build ASP.NET ASP.NET 5 console applications. Remember we talked about that ASP.NET 5 can be hosted in more places than ever before. You can host it in IIS, you can host it in your own process. This is a template that you could use to host it in your own process. It's also just a really simple place to do Hello World, like if you just want to have a console and print out some text and see how the new system works, how the new packages works and the build system. That's like a playground that you could use.
So it's a console app that uses the new project system.
New project system, console app, and it's set up to use. You can do like self-hosting of ASP.NET 5 applications in that template.
All right, cool.
But let's go ahead and build just a standard web app. Let's go there, and let's call this MVA demo. Okay, so here's the standard one ASP.NET dialog, and here's those two new templates that I talked about. The first one here is the starter web template, and this will feel really familiar if you've ever done File New Project, MVC5 project. This guy will feel very familiar in terms of when you run it. Like it's got Bootstrap wired up, it's got ASP.NET Identity wired up, you can log in, it's got jQuery included, it's got all the bells and whistles. EF is in there, and actually I have a version of it already created just to...
Well, and could you go back real quick?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I noticed that. Go ahead and click on like MVC at the top.
Yeah, up here.
You see how those check boxes there, you can check, this is part of one ASP.NET. You could click on Web API and include that. But when you click on Starter Web, those are all grayed out.
Yes. That's because, we'll be talking about this soon, is that in ASP.NET 5, MVC, Web API, Web Pages are now all one thing.
Okay.
You just add
there.
the web framework. We call it MVC6 is the new brand, but they're all actually there. You can do all the things that you want to do in terms of Web API development, Web UI development, all within that one project template.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And I apologize for the fonts. I made everything big, and that caused some weird overlaying of some text.
Sure.
But like I said, I already created a starter web template, and you can see here it's got tons of stuff in it. It's got configuration. We're looking at some of the code here. It's got EF. You can see identity, MVC. It's quite a bit. A little overwhelming to get started. So I think what we'll actually do is we'll just do empty. Let's just start with like blank slate and build up from scratch.
And you'll explain to us what's going on with all that. So by the end of this, we'll feel comfortable.
By the end, we'll understand that starter web template much better. Okay, so when you do an empty project, this is empty. Like there's like nothing here. If we run this guy, we should expect to see like 404 essentially from IS. So saying
oh really?
There's nothing.
So you run it, nothing, literally nothing.
This is empty.
I thought not even Hello World.
You don't have to delete anything other than this little helper HTML page that we give you to give you a bunch of links to find out how to get started. That's the only thing in this template, this little project README that you have to delete.
Okay.
Everything else is just the bare bones, what you need to get going. Okay. Now, so first, let's go through. Let's actually get something running really fast. Let's do, how do you do Hello World in this template? So here's the actual project template, and we're going to talk about what all these folders mean in a second. But before we do that, let's just see if we can get something to actually display in the browser. So to do that, I'm going to go to startup.cs, and this is really where the guts of your application are defined. This is where you set up your HTTP request pipeline. Anything you want to do with an HTTP request coming into ASP.NET 5, you do it here. And I'm going to do the simplest possible thing you could possibly do. I'm going to see, when I see a request, I'm just going to return some text. That's what we want to do. Now you see this app builder. That's the guy you're going to use to build up your app. So again, already this is a little different. Like normally in an ASP.NET app, you expect to see like global ASAX. You expect to see a bunch of application events. In ASP.NET 5, you're going to be looking for that same logic in startup.cs.
So this is kind of like global ASAX's application start, but all the other stuff like request, this and that, and all those things are not here.
They're not here. That's right.
I set all that up inside this one function.
This is where you're going to set it up.
Okay.
Yep. So let's start building up my app, and I just want to return some text, so I'm going to use this this method called run. And if we look at the signature, let me see if I can do that the zoom trick. So you see that it takes a request delegate. Now, what is a request delegate? That's a pretty simple concept, actually. Let's look at it. Let me look over this guy. So you see a request delegate is something that takes a, let me snap it so I can. It takes an HTTP context. So that sounds familiar, right?
Yeah,
HTTP context. And then it returns task. Okay, HTTP context and returns task. So pretty easy. Like I'm going to get the request, and then I can do asynchronous stuff, and I can send something on the response just like you would with an HTTP context in the system web world. Now this is not the system web world, so this HTTP context looks a little different.
I noticed that it's not system.web.htp.
That's right. This is the Microsoft ASP.NET HTTP context, part of ASP.NET 5. It's new. This thing works not just in IIS, in the standard ASP.NET pipeline. It runs anywhere, on Linux, on Mono, on.
But I assume it behaves like the HTTP context that I know about. It's
It has
concept
a
compatible.
lot of similarities. Like there's HTTP context response request. There's no HTTP context current because we generally shy away from using statics throughout the system in ASP.NET 5, so things are more testable and easier to manage.
Okay.
But a lot of the things that you would expect to be there are.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and create our request delegate. Now, I'm just going to create the delegate inline. So I'm going to take the HTTP context. Now, I want to do something async. And so I don't know, some people don't know this trick, but you can actually define a Lambda that's async just by prefixing it with async. And I'm going to set up a little Lambda function here. And then I want to write out some text. So I'm going to await context.response.write async. And hi MBA. How about that? OK. And let's close up our semicolon. So what does that do? So we take the HTTP context in. This is a request delegate. Remember, it's asynchronous. And then we're going to write to the response asynchronously, hi MVA. All right. Now I'm just going to save this. One of the cool things about ASP.NET 5, by the way, and the tooling, is there's really no explicit build step. Like I think I already have this running, right? Like, yeah, here's like there's nothing here, right? I think I could just refresh this, and boom, it's just there.
It's pretty fast.
It's kind of like like those interpreted style programming models like Ruby or Node. You just edit the code, you save it, and you have 5, and it's there. You edit, you save, you have 5. You want to see it again? That's like let me go back.
So when you hit build, it doesn't really do anything. It's like spell check.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. So I'm going to put a whole bunch more exclamation point save, FI the browser. A little lag there, but you can see all those.
Right, that lag was the build.
Yeah, that's right. It's actually it's like tearing down the process and restarting it again with the build and the restore. And the build is actually happening in memory using I think the official name is the .NET compiler platform, but everyone calls it Roslyn, like the Roslyn compiler libraries, which is pretty cool. So all the compilation is happening in memory. Okay, so that's hello world. Like we just created our first ASP.NET 5 application. And next, let's go.
One quick question, though. I think the hello world, a lot of people might have understood as they'd make like a default ASPX and they type response.write hello world. That would include a whole bunch of extra stuff. This is raw. This is like there's no framework. There's
nothing else here. There's no like forms auth module. There's no like
no modules of any kind.
Yeah,
right?
no modules at all. Like,
is there any web config? There's nothing.
There's in ASP.NET 5 we've actually gone with a new lightweight config system.
Okay.
We'll show that in a minute. But yeah, there's no web.config at all.
And you went not response.write, but response.write async. So people got to really start thinking about async.
Yes, everything in the system is async because threads on the server are a precious resource.
So that means potentially performance is going to be a lot easier to achieve in this new world.
Yep. That's
all right.
the idea. Now let me hop back over the slide. So that was hello world. Now what we want to do next is talk about the project system. So this is a point where we'll take that people can think about a little bit what they've just done. All right, let's go to the project system. All right, so let's look at what we actually have here in the solution. So first of all, there's some solution items. There's this global.json file. Let's ignore that for just a second. I'll come back to it and then explain it. So there's also this source file at the top. Like we actually are being a little bit more opinionated about the structure of the folders in your solution. We put your source underneath the sources folder. This is a fairly common pattern that we see in projects on GitHub. And it's fairly common also to have another folder sitting next to it that's like test, which has all your tests. It's not actually the stuff that's not part of your app, but you're using to actually test your app. So this global JSON file is just a little file that tells the runtime that the source code for this solution can be found under the sources folder, but there's also more stuff under test. And so that projects that are in either folder can find each other. So that's what that sources property is in global.json. That's all it's doing. There's no actual tests folder in the empty project because it's empty. But if you were to add one, this would make your test projects be able to easily reference your class libraries and your web application projects under source. Okay, and then this solution only has one project underneath source, MVA demo, and then we have some new interesting nodes here. So the first one is www root. What is this? Well, this is the web root of your application. Like you can think of this as like this is where your web server is sort of looking at, like it's parked at. Like this is where if you have static files like an HTML file, that's where you would expect to serve them out of. If you had script files, that's where you expect them to be. And the reason why this folder exists is because we want to have a nice separation between stuff that's really only server side, like code and binaries, things that are meant to only stay on the server, they're never supposed to be served up, and the stuff that's actually intended to be served by the web server. So the web root is www root.
So in ASP.NET today, if I wanted to have like my fave icon, I would stick that at the MVA demo level. In ASP.NET Current, in this next version, I would put it in www.root.
Yes, because that's something that you'll want to be able to serve in response to an HTTP request.
Okay.
So just to show that, let me add like a simple static file here. Let me add like a little HTML page. That one looks fine. Let's put something in here like.
Okay, so if I put that HTML page at the root level, it would be ignored. I couldn't get to it from there. I can't serve it from there.
That's right. Like nothing outside this www root will get served. And also, because a startup is currently saying like respond with hi MVVA for everything, let me just comment that out. There. Okay. So save. All right. Now if we go back over here, I should expect to be able to go to HTML page.
And is ASP.NET set up to give you static files by default?
So we said that there's nothing in ASP.NET 5 unless you put it there inside that startup file. It's empty. And that includes actually even support in ASP.NET 5 for serving up static files. So ASP.NET 5 itself, yeah, it wouldn't even serve up a static file. Now the server that you sit on top of may have functionality that it just provides. Like depending on the server you pick, you get different stuff. And IIS is a wonderful server, and it happens to have a wonderful native module for doing static files. It's blazingly fast,
I see.
and it's always there. Like the ASP.NET 5 doesn't remove the native components that just come with IIS. So in this case, this should work. Let's make sure. Yeah, so that worked. That was IIS though.
But let me guess, if I were doing this in my own process, hosted my own HTTP server, I'd have to pick that file up and I'd have to basically opt in to ASP.NET static file serving.
Yes, and we'll show you how to do that.
Oh,
We'll show you
okay,
that
cool.
in a minute.
That
But
makes
for now, that's the concept of www.root though, is that's where static content is really going to get served from.
All right, that makes sense.
All right. Okay. Now there's a bin folder here, and this is just a little artifact that's used by the runtime to wire ASP.NET 5 into IIS essentially. It's sort of a bootstrapper. It's not really part of your application. It's just something that the runtime puts there to bootstrap ASP.NET 5.
If I delete that, will it come back?
I don't know.
All right, well,
You can try it on your.
let's
try
not
it at
find
home. It should probably honestly be hidden. It's more of a under the covers thing.
I see.
Okay.
That is a real folder, though, to be clear. Even though it has a little globe there, that's a folder.
Oh, yeah. Shall we look at
It
it?
exists on the disk, just to be clear?
Let me pop it up. So here's
All right.
here's the actual
Just checking.
www folder, and it has a bin folder, and there's the page.
Okay.
This is just the normal folder structure.
All right, cool.
All right, and then dependencies. This is a new node. This is an interesting node. This is stuff that your project depends on, and this is an empty project, so it doesn't actually have anything in it. But if we go to the let's go to the starter web template. Oops, I can't cycle quickly. That one. There we go. In starter web, dependencies had all sorts of interesting things in here, like npm packages that your app needs. npm is the node package manager. Maybe you're using node packages for client-side development, or Bower packages that your app is using. These are things that your app needs, and so they show up under that dependencies node. So you mostly find like client-side libraries that you're depending on underneath there. And then references is the same references node you know and love, but improved with additional functionality. One of the great things about references now is that it first classes the concept of referencing NuGet packages in your application. Everything that we do in ASP.NET 5, all the dependencies that your app has from a .NET runtime perspective are all expressed in terms of NuGet packages. And there's first-class notions of like adding NuGet packages, removing NuGet packages, creating NuGet packages, loading from NuGet packages. Like package management really has like changed the way people do development today. You don't go to websites and like download binaries and then reference them in your project anymore. Pretty much you find what you need for your projects using a package management system. NuGet is a fantastic system for .NET, and in ASP.NET 5 we basically said that's how you're going to find things. In fact, you reference them directly from the runtime. And so all the packages that your application is referencing show up here. Now you'll notice that there's also these two top-level elements. And what this is showing me is all the target frameworks that my project is being built for.
Target frameworks, plural.
Frameworks, yes. More than one target framework. Like this app is currently set up by default to run on ASP.NET 5 on the .NET framework, like the .NET framework that comes with Windows, the .NET framework we've known and loved for well over a decade. But there's also ASP.NET 5 that can run on .NET Core, the lightweight, componentized version of .NET that's open source, that just comes as a set of NuGet packages that you can literally bin deploy with your application. This app is being built for both. And it's important that you realize that's different, because the API surface areas in .NET Core versus the full .NET framework are slightly different, and you need to account for those differences in your app.
But if I may be a little critical, that's probably not a very well-named thing, because there's only ASP.NET 5, isn't there? Right? There isn't an ASP.NET Core 5. There's ASP.NET 5 on .NET Core.
Because we could change these names to be
But
clear.
just for people to understand, though, that ASP.NET 5 runs on both the desktop framework and the .NET Core framework. And it is the same ASP.NET 5, right?
It is the same ASP.NET 5.
Okay, because I just wanted to make sure that there isn't an ASP.NET Core 5.
The moniker that we use in like your NuGet packages to say here's the binaries for running on .NET Core, we currently use ASP.NET Core 5.0, and so these names reflected the monikers that show up in the NuGet packages.
Oh, okay,
but,
that makes sense.
So it could go either way. It could be more of the more user-friendly version of the text, or it could be closer to the NuGet package string. Currently, it leans closer to the NuGet package string, but arguably because it's such in the user's face, maybe it should be the more user-friendly.
And you'll explain more about like when I'm writing an ASP.NET 5 app. What can I do that would get me in trouble where I no longer can run on .NET Core versus?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
We'll get that in a second.
Awesome.
So let's look inside what these things have, and there's all your NuGet packages. Currently, there's just one. When running on .NET Framework, you also have the option of referencing binaries that are in the GAC. So that's what we're seeing here. These are GAC references. But here I have one package, and it's saying Microsoft.ASP.NET Server IIS. This is basically the package you need to be able to run ASP.NET 5 on IIS.
So the little gift, that's a NuGet package, and then the little squares, that is a regular GAC package like I've always done before.
Yeah, just a normal assembly reference. Now, the nice thing here is you can expand this. Like you're now traversing the dependency graph for all the NuGet packages that you depend on. And when you express your NuGet package dependencies in ASP.NET 5, you express the top level package dependencies, and then it just figures out the rest of them. You don't need to worry about all the leaf nodes of the tree. Just reference the top level package that you need, and the system will figure out the rest. So technically, this app does depend on these other sub dependencies of the top level dependency, but you don't need to directly express that. Now, where do you express that? Is of course the next question. Like, where does that come from? How do I know that I'm referencing those packages? Well, that comes from this new artifact, project.json. ASP.NET 5 apps always have a project.json. This is really what makes this an ASP.NET 5 application. So let's go look what's inside here. All right, so first of all, you can see the fact that www.root is my web root is defined in project.json. If I wanted my web root to be, Dan or Dan Roth, I could change that here, and then the folder name could name it accordingly. So that's where the actual web root is defined, is in your project.json file.
And comparing that with global.json, I'm seeing you have choice at every level.
Yeah.
You don't like the name of something, you can easily change it.
Complete control, very explicit. This is the version of the application. This is perhaps even more relevant if this was a class library, because then you're actually determining the version of the component that you're shipping in NuGet. And then exclude here is saying, don't bother trying to look in the www folder for stuff to compile, because that's my web root, so you probably won't find code there normally. Pack exclude is really about publishing. It's just making sure that when you take this project and bundle it up with all the packages it needs into a single thing that you can deploy to a server, don't bother deploying these things because they're not relevant in a deployment scenario. All right, but now we've gotten to the things that are interesting. So what are my dependencies? Well, they're defined under dependencies. This is where all the dependencies for my application are defined. And then for the target frameworks that I'm compiling against, they're listed under frameworks. So there's that ASP.NET 5.0, ASP.NET Core 5.0, hence where the names came from. So how do I add a dependency? Let's say I want to add something new. Well, you can still do like right-click, manage NuGet packages from the UI. And this is the new NuGet client UI for dealing with packages. Let me see if I can get something to show up here instead of it just being empty. You can install NuGet packages using the UI, and that works just fine. The nice thing about this new UI is it's no longer modal. Like you can just sort of leave it here as a tab and do work on your project, and then come back and install more packages and do more work on your project, and you can have that nice parallelism going on. So it's pretty decent. But all this guy will actually do under the covers is a very simple edit to project.json. Let me show you what it will do. If you actually were to install a package, it would just add it here under dependencies. Like, let me add a package. There's a package that, a simple little package called Microsoft.ASP.NET.Diagnostics. And this guy just has like an error page, a welcome page, error handler logic. It basically has the yellow screen of death in it. If you want to have a yellow screen of death for your ASP.NET 5 application, you've got to add it. It doesn't come for free. So you got to add the package, and this is the yellow screen of death package.
I'm disappointed you didn't call it YSOD.
Oh, sorry, the YSOD.
You should name the package.
Maybe we should name it that, yeah.
So you're bringing that down now.
Yeah, and notice I got IntelliSense over the package ID, and I also get IntelliSense over the version of the package that I want to reference. When you set up your dependencies, it's a package ID and a version. Pretty straight.
Now that has a different build number. Is that good or bad?
So this is like I said, this is a newer bit. So this is a specific build of Beta 2. We ship Beta 1 with preview.
Right.
And the packages, they all build on their own rhythm.
Right.
So dev checks in. We check it into our GitHub repositories. The CI server kicks off a new build, and you get a new build of that particular package. So the build numbers aren't necessarily all aligned on the same number across everything in ASP.NET 5, and you just expect that to continue because it's a loosely coupled set of packages that you pull in what you need.
But this won't cause, like this one being newer, is not going to cause a bunch of other new stuff to kind of roll in. A big dependency.
That's really more of a question of like which NuGet package feeds I've got configured and what the package says its dependencies are.
Okay.
So I have control over which packages it will find by just changing which package sources that I let it look at. If I go let it look at like the ASP.NET 5 dev feed, it's going to pick up whatever the latest build is. Let's check in on that guy. And maybe that's what you want. Like maybe you're doing active development. You want to use the latest, greatest packages. If you want to use like more stable released packages, then you probably just would set up your feed to use NuGet.org. In which case you would only find, for example, beta 1 packages. This particular the version that you just saw, you notice it had like a little folder icon next to it.
Right.
That meant that this is actually the locally installed version of that package that came with VS.
Ah, that's what the folder means.
Yes. Now, when it had the little like, if it has a little NuGet icon underneath it, then that means it's actually coming from one of your feeds.
Oh, okay. So I could potentially be editing my project.json on an airplane with my local NuGet cache, and it's fine as long as I have the little folder icon.
That's right.
All right.
Now, if I save this, now watch carefully. Watch in the Solution Explorer. As soon as I hit save, it kicked off what's called a package restore. You'll notice, boom, it just shows up.
That was fast.
So you edit, you save, and then your project just updates. Okay, and there's some similar thing if you want to remove it. And that's all that the right-click NuGet Package Manager does. It just adds the package ID to your project.json and then saves it and kicks off a package restore. That's all it's really.
So somebody's watching project.json.
There are file watchers involved here. Yes, but good ones, very benevolent. They're not the
Who watches the file watcher? Okay.
That's right. So again, if I save, then it just disappears again.
Cool.
That's adding and removing packages. Okay. Now, what about though if you actually want to reference a project? Like how do you do that? So let me let's add another project here. So let's add.
So this would be where the ASP.NET class library comes in then.
There you go.
See?
That's
There you
right.
go.
So we want one of these guys because one of these guys is set up already with project.json. It's set up with that build system, that notion of having packages as first-class notions and building. It can itself be easily built into a package.
And this is interesting because in the other project.json, you had frameworks, ASP.NET 5 and ASP.NET Core 5. But here it looks like you can have dependencies different based on your target framework.
That's right. And you may need that. Like, for example, if you're in on the .NET framework, and you're referencing, what's effectively MS Core lib, like the and system.dll. Like there's tons of stuff that's just in those binaries. They're fairly all-inclusive in terms of the way they've been architected. So you don't need to like go out of your way and say, I would like to reference, system.collections.
Yeah.
But if you're on .NET Core, all those things have been broken apart into separate NuGet packages. Like you have the base class libraries basically shipping on NuGet.org as a set of factored NuGet packages. And you do need to say, yeah, I would like to use collections because if you don't say it, then you don't get it. That type of.
So here you're actually having to say, I want system.runtime.
I would like system runtime. You don't need to say that when you're running on the .NET framework, but when you're running on ASP.NET Core 5.0, you do need to say
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, but that's where you would define framework-specific dependencies. It's worth also noting that if you want to reference something else that's in the GAC that's not a NuGet package, when you're running on the full desktop framework, there is a way to do that. If I can, where is it? It's up here. Yeah, framework assemblies. And then you would.
Oh, and there's your, I see, and there's your local reference to the
Yeah,
GAC.
that's right. That's where we would put those guys. And that's only in the ASP.NET 5.0 notion because that's where the GAC lives.
It's nice that you get like really good tooling for that within, like, you don't have to do this all by yourself with no IntelliSense.
Yeah, the IntelliSense makes it very, very fast, actually. I don't know how I ever lived working with NuGet packages without this IntelliSense. It's very nice. Okay, so I've got a little class library. Let's just make this a simple static class 1. Public static string, something like that, and we'll return a string like hello from class 1. Okay, now let's reference this guy. How do we do that? You can right-click and add reference, and click this button. Now, just like with managing NuGet packages, this is going to do something very, very simple. Actually, before I do, let me open up the project.json file. So here's my project.json file. There's the existing dependencies.
Right.
If I right-click, add reference, yes, I would like to reference this class library. All it did was add that. That's it. There's actually nothing that gets touched in your CS, your kproj, your project file. This is where the project reference gets expressed.
And then the watcher saw that.
Yeah, and the watcher saw that. If I wanted to do this manually, you also do get IntelliSense over that as well. You can see class library 1 shows up as being a project in the solution that you can just reference.
And that package restore that happens when it gets saved, that's because the watcher is making that happen. If I wasn't using Visual Studio, I'd probably have to do that myself.
Yeah, you'd have to handle that.
Okay.
Okay, great. So now I've referenced. Let's see if that actually can do something with that. Let me go back here.
So then IntelliSense is smart enough to know about all that then.
Presumably. Let's see. Let's create a message equals class library 1. There it is. Class library 1 and get message. And then let's change our hi thing here to message. Save. And then where's my browser? And then not HTML page, but let's just go back to to the root, should be fine. There. So
And there's still nothing in your bin folder. It's still...
There's nothing in the bin. It's empty. Shall we look at it again?
So it compiled everything in memory. There's still no...
Now, artifacts that get built, I believe, get built up at the solution level. I don't know if you saw it. So here's my solution folder.
Okay.
And there is this artifacts folder. And this is where, like if there was something being built, it would go here. But you can see that the bin folder for MVA demo is empty.
Nice.
Now, if I wanted to have something show up here, you can do that, and you can do that from within VS. So if you go to this class library and you actually want to turn this class library into a NuGet package, a nupkeg, as some people say, on disk that you can upload to NuGet.org and share with the world. How do you do that? You right-click Properties, and in Build, there's this Produce Outputs on Build checkbox. That's the magic checkbox. Save that guy. Let's build again.
Little big font, small font action.
Yeah, sorry about that. It does save. There, see?
Somebody will
You
fix
can see
that.
it there. Yeah.
I'll file that bug right now.
And let's see if we've actually got something under bin now. So there's class library 1 shows up now under debug. We've got NuGet packages and simple
Interesting.
packages.
So produce output doesn't mean make DLLs. It really is all about NuGet right now.
All about NuGet.
And I assume the DLL's inside the NuGet then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are the folders that were used to actually produce those NuGet packages, and inside the NuGet you'll find exactly.
And you even made debug symbols as a parallel NuGet, an optional parallel NuGet. Very cool.
That's right.
I like it.
So very easy to add, remove, install, create NuGet packages is a key concept in ASP.NET 5. All right, so that's that part. Okay, what else do we want to do here? So we did references, we added Project JSON, we did in-memory compilation, there's nothing in the bin. Oh, let's talk about cross-compiling just a little bit. So you notice that I'm referencing multiple projects. If we go to, let's see, let's go to the startup.cs. And let's look at some IntelliSense here. I don't know, what's an interesting class that we could do?
System.xml. You have that?
XML. I mean, we don't even have that package reference. I don't know, like a string. Let's just something random.
Okay.
Let's get that guy going.
So what are we doing?
We want to see. Maybe it's only for.
What are you trying to do?
I want to see like a combined IntelliSense. Why am I getting combined IntelliSense right now?
I saw it when you did down at the bottom there, when you were doing context.response.
Yeah.
You got like a pop-up when you said write async.
Let me do it here and see if I can get it to. So what I should.
You've got a daily build of your Visual Studio here.
I know. It's very
You're living on the edge.
We want types. There, that's the guy we want. Okay, see here?
Oh, look at
that. It only shows up probably if there's a difference, that when you have like a difference between the different target frameworks. So you notice here that HB context 5.0 not available, core 5.0 available. What this is trying to do is give you a view into which APIs are actually available when compiling for that particular target framework, and which ones are not. Like which ones are going to cause problems if you use them, and which ones will not cause problems if you use them. So this hopefully gives you right up front, like when you're trying to what you're literally doing is cross-compiling for multiple target frameworks at the same time. As you cross-compile, IntelliSense will sort of guide you and say, hey, these little warning icons are saying there's something that could be different here.
Well, it says there you can use the navigation bar to switch context. What does that mean?
Oh, yeah. So if we go, let me undo what I just obliterated here. If we go up here, there's this drop-down that lets me pick which sort of lens do I want to have over this project. Do I want the ASP.NET 5 lens or the ASP.NET Core 5 lens? And that can be useful because you're probably going to, in some cases, need to be able to cross-compile. And then when you cross-compile, you're going to be like if-defing. So let's add an if-def. If I
And ifdef, I think, is one of those things that people who have been doing C and C++ are familiar with, but not every .NET developer's used an ifdef before.
Yeah, this is normally, to be honest, you don't need to cross-compile your web application to multiple
You just
target
need to
frameworks.
pick a framework.
You would just pick one. Like you could just delete the target framework. You literally just delete it from underneath the frameworks node in your project JSON, and that would basically say I'm only going to compile for this thing. But if you want to keep that flexibility, just in case I want to go to ASP.NET Core, .NET Core, how can I do that? Then you would be cross-compiling for it.
All right.
So and the way you cross-compile is you just use the framework moniker. So ASP.NET Core 5.0, for example, would say if I'm compiling for ASP.NET Core 5.0, then do this. And if I don't know, let's put a little var, whatever.
And that's gray because we're not in that context.
Yeah. So currently my lens says ASP.NET 5.
Okay.
So this is saying this code isn't relevant for this particular context. If I switch it to ASP.NET Core 5.0, then it's like, oh yeah, this code is now going to be part of the build, and it'll give you IntelliSense.
And because you're referencing both, when you build, you are really building it twice.
Literally building it twice.
All right.
And you'll see those compilation errors in the error output window as well. Yeah. Okay, so
Cool.
move that. All right, so that's cross-compiling, and we already produced the NuGet packages on build. So I think we know the project system now. I think we should start adding some more stuff.
Yeah. Let's talk about building.
Let's talk about the actual application. So the next topic is we're going to talk about building ASP.NET 5 applications. Like, what does it mean to use this new HTTP request pipeline? Okay. So when we were talking earlier, we added a new NuGet package. Let's see if I still have it in here. We added a class library. Let's add another dependency, which is that diagnostics package that we had before. And what this is middleware. When you're defining your request pipeline is made up of middleware. Before, you may have talked in terms of modules and maybe handlers. In ASP.NET 5, you're talking about middleware. And a middleware is something that it has a request delegate that takes an HTTP context, does some work, and then also has a next pointer. It has the option to also call the next guy, the next request delegate, essentially. And so you get that. What that means is you have a lot of power. In your middleware, you can do your stuff and then call the next guy. You could do your stuff and then just ignore the next guy and just return. That's kind of what that run method was doing. Is it was just saying I'm the request delegate that matters and nobody else matters, and so I'm just going to ignore anybody else in the pipeline. You could run some logic, call the next guy, and then after they come back, run some more logic. So you have complete control in the pipeline about where you do things relative to the next person in the chain. It does mean that order matters. Like, you order these middleware very carefully to make sure that they behave appropriately with each other.
So is this a more flexible kind of HTTP handler and module kind of joint? It's brought together. I can do the same stuff a handler can do. I can say I'm the only handler.
Yep.
And but at the same time, I can be a module that gets along with other modules.
Yep. And it's much more, in some sense, simplified. Like, the modules had a lot of pipeline stages.
Right.
You have to learn what all those stages are and when they go. In this case, it's just one concept, which is your request delegate, and then the next request delegate. And you either call the next guy or you don't. And when you call it is up to you.
So it sounds like it's simpler, but also more powerful.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so let's use some middleware. So when you use middleware, and that's an important word, use, my app.use middleware. And here, if we look at the IntelliSense, it's a func that takes a request delegate and returns a request delegate. And that returned request delegate, that's you. And you either call the next guy in there or you don't. You can like inline Lambda your own
That's a little
middleware
advanced.
Right here. You want to, it's a bit advanced. So normally you're just using middleware that other people wrote. And we've written a bunch that you can just take advantage of and use for your own purposes. For example, in the diagnostics package, there's a simple use, welcome page? Make sure that actually restored correctly.
I don't think you saved your project.json.
Save my project.json.
So when you save it, that's when the moment, there you go.
There it goes, and that should disappear. Okay. So all this pages is something really simple. It's like, is your server running? Do you have something there? And then you can put a little page there to see if it's running. Let's actually see if my server is running. Okay, great. So that's
so interesting. So that's the thing that makes the blue page.
Yes.
I always wondered what would make the blue page.
It's its own little run method that's saying, I don't care about the next guy. I'm just going to take the request and return this lovely blue page.
Cool.
That's what does that. Okay. We could also this package has also an error page. This is the YSOD.
Use yellow screen of death.
It's not yellow anymore. Is that?
Let's see what it looks like.
Okay. Let's see if people like it. So I want to use the error page, which means I need an error. So let's create an error. So app.run. And we'll do that context. Let's throw an exception. I think I have to put this in curlies in this case for some reason. So throw invalid operation exception. How about that?
Very useful application.
Yeah, so all this app does is it throws
exceptions.
It shows you the yellow screen of death.
That's good.
All right, let's look at it. Do we get a yellow screen? There's a yellow screen of death.
That's actually a really useful looking page.
So this has your stack trays. It's got query parameters.
Look at that.
Cookies over there, headers, the environment. It's all there. So that's the page that will get rendered.
ASP.NET, where getting an error is a joy. That's really nice, though. I like that.
Good.
It's got a lot of good context.
Now that would be a page you would use when you're under development. Like that's not
course.
information you probably want to share with the world. So there's also a notion of a error handler, which is the idea that instead of just displaying a yellow screen of death based off the exception, like go to a nice page that will display an oops thing, and you have an option of putting here a path like I don't know, oops. I guess I could put it to HTML page.
And it sounds like middleware can do a little bit or a lot. In this case, it catches the exceptions, it logs the exceptions. It does 3 or 4 different things. It's not necessarily single. It does one single responsibility.
Yes, yeah. A single piece of middleware generally has one piece of responsibility, and you compose them. It's very composable. Notion. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right. So this would, if you get an exception, then direct you to like HTML page.html. I think that works. Let me see if that works. Does that actually work? Oh,
that's a different error page. What's this about?
What does this say? So this is the IS server. This is an IS server error page telling me that you did something wrong. Like you messed something up. So this is saying that there was, what does this say? I don't know. I've obviously done something wrong.
Argument exception. So it doesn't like HTML page as your thing that you passed in.
Yeah, what did I
Maybe you needed a slash.
Maybe like that?
I don't know. I'm impressed with the attractive page, though.
No, so it's not like my
Pretty cool, though.
But anyway, it should be. That should go right to the HTML.
That's all good.
That's preview bits or probably user error in this case.
Yeah.
But let's look at some other more interesting middleware that we've maybe a little bit more practiced dealing with. So we did error page. Oh, let's switch it to the. Let's get rid of that.
Yeah, let's
IS error page.
make it go back to saying, you can just Control Z your way back to saying hello.
All right, yeah, let's do that.
Oh, you're going to go with the permanent error?
And then I want to switch this now to run on something other than IIS.
Okay.
How do I do that? So let's go to project.json. And we need a new package in order to make it run on an IIS. We need another server. Like this is the IIS server package. Let's do Microsoft ASP server, and let's use WebListener.
Okay.
Okay. Now, what is this package? So this is another server that I can host on top of instead of IIS. I'm going to leave the IIS one there just for. That doesn't hurt anything to have it there. And what this server is basically just like raw HPSys. Like I just want to host my web application right on top of HPSys. No IIS in the picture. No process management. I'm going to do it myself with my own process. Now I need then to be able to run that thing. So I'm going to set up a command to actually run this app on top of WebListener instead of IIS.
Okay.
Visual Studio normally takes care of running on top of IIS Express for me. But in the case of if I want to run on a different server, I've got to take care of that myself. So I've got to tell the system what I want to do. So we do that with a command.
Okay.
And I'm going to set up a web command. And this is going to be a little, normally you don't have to hand type this in. In fact, I could just copy it from we normally just give it to you in the templates. And
I see, but you made an empty template.
I made an empty
you don't
template
have
which
it.
did not have it. So here, for example, is the web command that I'm about to use. And you can see you can do lots of different commands, like there's EF commands in there and so forth. In this case, I'm just going to do a web command.
So a command can be all sorts of things. Run a web server, test something, run a migration.
It's just a static void main function to do whatever you want. Now, the static void main function in this library, ASP.NET Hosting, is for hosting web applications. And it's passing it a couple switches to say, please use WebListener. I want to use the WebListener to host on top of, and please host it at this URL. Let me pick a different URL. Let's do 5001 just to make sure we don't have any accidental conflicts.
And that comma at the end there?
That was not right. We should get rid of that. That's why I had a little squiggly. Okay, and now to tell VS when I hit like F5, I want to run on that thing, right-click here, we can go to Properties, and under Debug, we can now see that command shows up. So that's kind of cool. Okay, so save this. So now, instead of like having IIS Express fire up whenever I run this application now, it's basically going to fire up a little console app and execute that web command, execute that main function to run it on Web Listener. Let's see if that works. Cross fingers. It says started. That's hopeful. Let me pop up an impartial third-party browser, and let's go to localhost. Not 5,000. Not 5,000. And we should see, if I remember correctly, I didn't add the hello world back, so it should
be an error.
The blue screen of death.
Yes.
So
the attractive screen of death.
There it is. Now, interesting is that if I, let's go back to yes, if I don't have this lovely error page, right?
Oh yeah, what would you get if you have an error with no error page?
That's right. There's no error page. Let me run it again. Restart the server.
Now you had to restart the server because there's no watcher in that case.
I think there is actually watcher support, but I don't know if it's wired up in this particular build. There's a watcher that can do similar things with the self-host case. Now, what's going to happen here? Like nothing. But you see, I see internal server error at the top, which means Chrome is saying a 500 came back, but there was nothing in it. There was just an exception, and it returned to 500. There was nothing to actually produce that error page. So this is one of those cases where this server, like HPSys, doesn't produce error pages. Like if you had done this on IS, it would have actually produced
you get the different error page.
The frowny face error page.
Right.
Here you don't get it. Same thing if I go to my web root. If I go to HTML page, HTML, there's nothing there.
Because you never told it to.
Yeah. So there's another piece of middleware that we can use to fix that.
Because the Web Listener is not IIS, and it does not return any static stuff for you.
Yeah. So if we do I think I have to add the package.
It's definitely a lot more control. You really have absolute, explicit control over everything that happens. It's almost like and it's also less of a black box.
That's less of a black box. If the nice thing about this actually is there was stuff in ASP.NET today that was there, and you really couldn't get rid of it very easily. There was some overhead that you were kind of stuck with.
Yeah.
In this world, if you want to strip it way down and have like bare metal, blazing fast performance, you can do that. Like if you don't need static file middleware, don't add it. There's no overhead for having it. If you don't need the error page, don't have it. You can have complete control. So the package you need to actually enable static files would be the static files middleware. So now, and I can say use static files here.
So when you add a middleware, it adds an extension method into iApplication Builder.
Yeah.
That's the standard convention.
Use and then the name of the middleware that you want to actually run.
Okay.
All right, so then we said started, and I should see my HTML page back now. There's some places.
Nice.
Okay. So that's building request pipeline and how you deal with the new project system and install new packages. And, Hello World was building with ASP.NET 5, and that's sort of get you going, to get you started in terms of getting your hand dirty.
And then we're going to take a break. When we come back, maybe we can cover configuration and dependency injection as we go into more details of MVC itself.
Oh, yeah. When we start looking at MVC, then we're going to need to look at how ASP.NET 5 makes dependency injection a first-class citizen of this app building world.
Very cool. So we have been doing some of the lower level stuff on ASP.NET 5, and we're going to start building on top of these frameworks all the way up to MVC 6, which is going to include Web API and all sorts of great stuff. We're having all sorts of good fun here on MVA. We'll be back after this short break. Hey, and we are back here at Microsoft Virtual Academy. We're still talking with Daniel Roth. This is part 2.
Part 2. We're moving on to MVC 6.
Yes, so if you missed part 1, stop everything, go back, watch part 1, get a little context, and then return. We're talking about ASP.NET 5. Where did you leave us?
So we figured out how to get the tooling and how to make our way around the project system, what all the folders mean, the new files. We start building some web applications, adding some middleware to the new HTTP request pipeline. But now we actually want to use, an application framework. Let's do some MVC. Let's build some web UI, but also web APIs with the same framework. That's what we're going to do.
All right, cool.
All right, so this is about MVC 6, and MVC 6 is, you're familiar with MVC. It's model view controllers, got razor views and controllers, but MVC 6 actually does so much more than it did before. It is a single aligned web stack on top of ASP.NET 5 for doing both your web UI and your web APIs. That's the idea, is to have a single aligned framework. So what we're going to do is we'll do an overview of MVC6. We'll then talk about using MVC6 to do your UI concerns and what's different with doing UI in MVC6 versus MVC5. And that's going to trip me up, I guess. And then after that, we'll talk about building web APIs, having content negotiation and JSON and XML data and those type of things.
All right, cool.
So first, let's talk about MVC6. So the world today, like if we look at MVC, Web API, web pages, they're actually they're kind of like silos. They're three separate technologies, and they don't really share very much. Web pages and MVC, they do actually share a common view format. They share Razor as the syntax that you use to write your views. But beyond that, they don't share anything else. Like their HTML helpers, for example, are completely different. MVC and Web API, they look very similar. They both have notions of controllers and actions and filters and model binding and dependency resolution and so forth, but they actually share zero code. They have no code sharing at all. And there's history behind that about why that is. We wanted Web API to work outside of IIS, outside of the ASP.NET pipeline. So it couldn't have a system web dependency at all, because there's no system web when you're running outside of IIS. Whereas MVC came previously, it had already been built, it already had that system web dependency. That meant that Web API could not depend on MVCs. But we wanted to feel familiar. We wanted the concepts to be things that you know, and so a lot of the concepts were essentially duplicated. You have filters in Web API and filters in MVC. The interface looks very, very similar, but you can't use them with each other. And we'd like to fix this world, to get this world to a place where these guys share a lot more, because there's a lot of duplication in terms of concepts and in terms of code. And removing that duplication is good. It's good for you because it means that it's less confusing. Things that you learn, you can just keep reusing them across your applications and your scenarios. And it's also good for us because it means we have less duplicated code, so we can ship more features, which is, again, good for you. So that's what we're doing. And MVC6 is that aligned stack. It is literally the next version of MVC and the next version of Web API and the next version of web pages, all wrapped in one package.
So making one ASP.NET really happen.
Yes, well, yeah, from a binary technical perspective, absolutely. So it's pretty cool. So you can do all your Web API and Web UI concerns within one framework. Now, how do you get started with MVC6? So first, what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to install the package. We saw that before. Installing packages, you go to your project JSON, or you can use the NuGet package manager to add Microsoft.ASP.NET.MVC. It's the same package as MVC has always been. It's just been revved to new version 6.0.0. Okay, then you're going to go to your startup.cs file, and you're going to need to do two things. You're going to need to add MVC as part of your request pipeline. Like there's middleware involved here so that MVC can then handle requests. You're also going to want to add MVC's services to the dependency injection abstraction in ASP.NET 5. There's a new one. Okay. And it's a common one that we use across the board in ASP.NET 5. There's actually a small, lightweight IOC container that we use to bootstrap the system. It's a very simple one. We expect that if you want to replace it with AutoFac or Ninject or your favorite IOC container, no problem. Absolutely, you can do that. If that's not something you're interested in, then you can just use the one that's there, and it will get the system going. But all the frameworks that we're building on ASP.NET 5, they reuse this same dependency injection abstraction. That means we no longer have a dependency resolver for MVC and a dependency resolver for Web API, and they're completely different. And you have to get the separate adapters for your IOC container to make those two guys work with the same container. Don't need to do that anymore because there's just one abstraction that everybody is leveraging. And that includes SignalR, the Entity Framework guys, across the board. One DI abstraction.
So looking at this here, you say in your configure method, say app.useMVC. We saw the configure method in part 1, and that makes sense to me.
Right.
Configure services and all that, that's all new.
We haven't seen that yet.
We haven't.
What is that? That is the entry point where you configure your services for your application. And we'll show you that in a second. It's just literally a method called configure services that takes the iService collection. Okay. And you add services. You use middleware, you add services.
Okay.
Those are the verbs.
Yeah, I'm going to need to see that.
Okay. Or you can just create a new starter web app, and MVC is already wired up in there, and then you don't have to do anything because MVC is ready to go.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you need samples, tutorials beyond what I'm able to present here, you can find all those in the MVC repo on our GitHub organization, ASP.NET/MVC under github.com. You can find a bunch of samples there.
Okay.
All right, so let's get started with MVC6. What does that look like, and how do we get hooked up to this new dependency injection system? All right, let's look at this project. So I've already created this MVC6 demo project, and I've already done some of these steps. Let's take a look at them. So first of all, we need that package. So I've gone ahead and I added the ASP.NET MVC package to my project.json file. And that should show up then under my references node, and it does. And again, I can drill through here and see all the things that MVC depends on, if that's something you're interested in. Depends on Razor and so forth. All right, so I've got the package now. Now I just need to use the middleware. I need to actually add it to my request pipeline. And it's not, MVC itself is not actually middleware, but it sits on top of routing middleware. Like if you're familiar with ASP.NET today, you maybe have used ASP.NET routing, which is like a module that sits in the ASP.NET pipeline. And it deals with taking a request and parsing its URI and extracting some values from it and then figuring out which route handler should then handle that request. And MVC leveraged that heavily in all prior versions. Well, we're now in a new request pipeline, so we needed new routing middleware. And that's what MVC sits on top of. And it's basically a route handler for the new routing middleware that's in ASP.NET 5. So how do we add that thing? Let's take a look. In our startup.cs, we have our configure method that we saw last time, and we just app.useMVC. And inside this extension method is adding the route middleware, which you could use as a generic component. We didn't see that last time, but you can, if you want to do like just raw routing, you could do that. And then it adds MVC as the default handler for the route middleware. It also adds some default routes. Like you may say, well, where's my normal default MVC route that I know and love? Curly brace, controller, curly brace action, curly brace ID. Well, it's there. It's just being added by default. If you want to add it explicitly, you can do that. So here's where how you can get access to the route table right here in line when you say use MVC. And then you can just say routes.
And that's the right and primary place to do that, to add new routes.
Yeah, this is where you would add routes, right directly in here in line. And then let's see, let's give it a name. Usually it's called, I think, default. Right. In fact, let's do it properly. I think it's a route. Oh, I think I need to resolve this. Let's get some.
I didn't get to see the map route was there.
Quick shot. Using Microsoft. Not MVC, I think is what I'm going to need. We got some IntelliSense now.
When that's gray in the using there, what does that mean?
It means it's not being used. Is it routing? I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to remember the namespace for. We got it now? There. Yeah, okay. So it's in the routing namespace. Sorry.
Okay.
Usually, I think VS has.
Control comma is supposed to bring that in.
Yeah, was it control comma? Maybe extension method in IntelliSense is supposed to be like.
Yeah, control dot.
Okay. So anyway, it's name. Let's give it a name. Default.
Okay.
That's just the name of the route that you can use for referencing when you want to do like link generation. And then template. This is the normal template, right? It's a controller. Now, normally, when you do this, you would say controller action ID, then you would create this anonymous object that defines default values for things. And unless you've done this like 100 times, it's kind of tricky to do yourself. But new in ASP.NET 5, the routing middleware actually supports default values right in line. This is a syntax that was introduced actually with attribute routing in MVC 5 and Web API 2, and now we've actually just brought it into the routing middleware. You can do it right here. So if I want to say my default controller is home, just say equals home. It's pretty nice. And then if I want to say my default action is index, let's do that. And then similarly, you can also define optional values in line. You don't have to go use that marker value in like you did in ASP.NET 5. You can just say ID question mark. And that says this ID value is optional. And that looks good. So there's that default route.
And this is, when we say use MVC, we're talking about MVC, which includes what we thought of as MVC and Web API. And these routes are shared as well?
Yeah. Well, you can use this route. This route is more of an MVC style route. By default, we also add attribute routing into the system, and it's just there. You don't have to explicitly add it. We think that mostly for Web APIs, you're going to be using attribute routing, because that's where you really want to have control over your UI space, so that clients have something nice that they can call into.
I see.
So yeah, so this would be more for the your getting started with controllers and actions in like forum posts, that type of stuff. All right, so that's there's our route. We also need to add the MVC services. So this is a new method, and this is a special method. It has by convention. It's called configure services, and it takes as a parameter a iService collection. And this service collection is where you're going to do all your configuration for the services that you want to make available to everyone in the system.
And what is the difference between services and middleware?
So middleware sit in the HTTP request pipeline, right? So you have an HTTP request comes in, and there's a piece of middleware that can handle it, or it can hand it to the next guy, or another piece of middleware or hand it to the next guy. And someone eventually handles it and turns it into a response, and it flows back down through the middleware, and out it goes, right? Now, each of those middleware and all the other components in the system probably need different sets of logic, like, I don't know, the DB context, for example, or getting access to a logger service of some sort. Those are services that are useful in the system, and it's convenient, we found, a very common pattern to use dependency injection to make them available to all the different middleware and components in the system. So that way they just say, I need an iLogger factory. Or I need the DB context, please give me one. And then the dependency injection system just handles injecting it into that component. So that's what you're configuring here. It's a set of services that you want to make available throughout your application.
So when you're thinking IOC and dependency injection, you think services in this context. That's where you go looking for those things.
Yeah, and that's what you do in this method, in configure services.
All right.
So MVC has a bunch of services that MVC itself expects to get injected. And it needs to make those available through the dependency injection system. So that's what add MVC is doing. So all the default services that MVC uses, you add here by just saying add MVC. You can also do configuration here of the MVC options, like how you want it to do certain things. And you do that by saying services.configure. And there's a pattern in ASP.NET 5, we call it the options pattern, where you create an options object, and then you make those options available, again, as a service. So that anyone that needs those options can just get them injected, use them, and use them to configure themselves in the system. So MVC has defined a bunch of options. That's my start screen, everyone. No. There we go. Took a little second for it to resolve.
There you go.
All right, so here's some options. So configure, and then the options type that MVC uses. And then when I want to do something with those options, I get a lambda again that I can use to access the options. And if we look on the MVC options, this is where you will find things like, I want to configure global filters. Or I want to configure formatters, like in Web API, you had formatters. Or I want to configure my model binders. All those common concepts that you would, in the past, normally have like some static that you would like global filters or global this, that, in MVC 5. Here, it's done through a dependency injection system. So it's, again, more testable, less dependency on statics. If you want to configure anything globally, you do it inside this options pattern. All right, I don't have anything I want to configure, but if I did, configure MVC options here. That's where I would do it. Okay.
Is that part of the larger generic configuration system?
It's certainly part of it. Like there's the configuration system. We could talk about that. Let's set up configuration real fast. So with configuration, there's just a configuration object. It's a very simple pattern. It's just a way to get named values from a set of config sources like XML.
And before, with ASP.NET, there was angle brackets and web configs and configuration sections. And if you wanted to do something, a lot of people just wrote their own. They're like, I want to get it from this text file or that environment variable. But now it seems like we've made it very flexible where you can put configuration wherever you want.
Yep. Yeah. Let me actually show you some of the convenient places we provide by default. I'm going to add another package to get configuration. It's under Microsoft Framework configuration. And then there's the core configuration model. And then I'm going to pull in the JSON package, which would pull in the JSON provider. And then there's the version. Let's kick up a package restore so we get the package. OK, so you just create a config object. Mm-hmm. And there's your configuration object. Configuration needs apparently a namespace. There it is. And let's look at what this guy's got on it. This is the core interface here for configuration. And you'll see it's got get and just takes a key.
Yeah.
So get me a value. It does also have a notion of setting a value and committing it. So you can actually even save the configuration data back to the configuration sources. But it's basically just a simple way to get named values. And then you can configure a set of providers that it uses to find where those values are at. For example, I don't know, let's say you want to get add provider.
So when Hunter was talking about being cloud ready, the intent would be to make it so we could easily pull stuff out of Azure configuration if we're in an Azure website or out of an environment variable or whatever.
Yeah, so for like if you're in an Azure website, so let's say like locally during development, I'm going to do like I don't know, like config.json file.
Right.
I'm just going to have a chunk of JSON that I set locally that I can.
Quote whatever .json.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if I want to do something that works better in a different environment. like in Azure, that might be convenient to do with add environment variables. Because Azure has this nice feature, right, where you can say add app settings in the portal. And they're just basically environment variables. And when you deploy your application into that environment, then you can just pick up the right configuration settings from the environment, and things just work. And that allows you to avoid all the complexities around like config transforms, where you have a local web.config, but then you munge it before you deploy, so that when it gets there, it has the right values. You can avoid that type of complexity by just saying, you know what, get the values from the environment where I'm at, because the right value is already there. That's the key idea. So this is a simple way to do it. I've added 2 providers here, one for JSON file, one for environment variables. The way to think about them is they're basically stomping on each other. So like I added the values from the JSON file, and then I add the values from
scoping.
It's
layers of scoping.
It's precedence in some sense.
Precedence,
So I would see the environment variables if they were there with a higher precedence than the JSON values.
Right.
So that's how you would add configuration to your system.
Cool.
And you can pass this guy around. You can then use it to populate like options objects that you make available as services to your components. And there's infrastructure for doing that. Probably a topic for a more advanced session. All right, but that's configuration.
Okay.
We've got MVC. We've got some config. Let's run it. So I've got set up just a simple little home controller here. Nothing fancy. It's got a
Derives from controller.
Derives from controller. Yeah. I've also set up a little web API controller here.
Also derives from controller.
We'll get from that, yeah, because it's one system. There's just one controller. And then for views, we have a little home index view. It's rendering a form and printing out home page. Let's see if this actually does anything. Does this work? So we'll run it. Pull up a page. This should go to an error.
Yeah, you have no config file.
I have no JSON config.json file. So let's just comment that out. You may see a config.json file in the starter web template, and that's because there is one there. And it gets added in startup to the config object. All right, great. So we've got localhost. I've got a submit button. Looks like my editor 4 template isn't quite working, but we'll fix that in a second. But this is an MVC view that's being rendered from MVC and sitting on top of ASP.NET 5. And this can run both inside of IIS, outside of IIS. You can use the same trick that we showed before, where you set up a web command and run it from your own process. You can do that with MVC 6, and you're good to go. Just to show like a more full-fledged application. Like here's the starter web. This has all the bells and whistles, right? This has a Bootstrap enabled, and it has jQuery, and it's got an ASP.NET identity set up, so you can log in. This is a fully functioning MVC 6 application running on top of ASP.NET 5, just for comparison. Compared, slightly prettier than my little job here. Okay, well let's take a look at what's new in MVC 6 next. Like let's understand how do I do UI development with MVC 6? How can I leverage some of these dependency injection features? And then we'll talk about Web API afterwards.
Okay.
So next, we'll talk about Web UI and what's different. Is it different to build Web UI in MVC 6?
Well, because a lot of people are going to ask themselves, how hard is it going to be for me to move my MVC 5 stuff to MVC 6?
Yeah. Well, the good news is not much is different. Like it's basically the same. Like you see, it's a controller, and it has actions, and it returns action results. And you use that. There are some things that are different, and the places where it's different is where before it was touching like system web, like it was using ASP.NET routing. Well, now you're using middleware routing in ASP.NET 5. Those places will be different. Any place where you touch like HTTP context, well, you're going to be using the ASP.NET 5 context instead of the pre-existing ASP.NET context. But other than that, most of your code is actually should just compile as is, untouched. If you go pick up an MVC 5 book and you're trying to learn how to code in ASP.NET MVC, you'll find that the concepts directly apply, because that's very intentional. It's literally intended to be the same framework that just was ported to work on top of the new ASP.NET 5 runtime. As a sort of case in point, we had an intern. Now, granted, our interns are very smart. We have very good interns, but we literally did give her an MVC 5 textbook and said, "Here, go learn MVC 6," and she was able to work with MVC 6 just fine using that content. So that's good news. Like the things that you got razor views, you got actions, the conventions about how the views are discovered, all the HTML helpers. It's all the same. None of that's really changed.
So it's cliche, but the term concept compatible really is legit.
Yeah.
It makes total sense.
The places where you'll end up doing migration are more around where it ends up touching the ASP.NET 5 runtime. There you'll have to do some code migration, but your controllers and actions, those should be mostly unchanged. Now there are some things that are different though that you can take advantage of. Like one of the big things that's different in MVC 6 is this use of dependency injection throughout the system. And let me try and show you a little bit about what I mean. So we saw the home controller, and this was working, but it derived from controller, and that seemed normal, and that was sort of what made a controller in MVC 5, right?
Right.
In MVC 6, that's not actually the case. Like I'm going to delete this. Let's just
No base class.
no base class. What's really making this a controller in MVC 6 is the fact that it just ends in controller. Now, I lost some of my nice helper methods. Like that Big C controller in MVC 6 is really about making some things easier for you, like wrapping some of the action results in little helper methods, making services, doing the dependency injection for you up front so you don't have to worry about it. But you don't have to do any of those things. So like,
And how would you get view back?
let's get some content back first. So let me return a new. Let's just return a new content result. I can just new one of these up, and let's give it some content. Like okay, MVC still working.
So it is literally that the name of it ends in controller that makes it a controller?
Yeah. And let's comment this whole thing out. Okay, let's go here and run this again. We should still hit that action. So it's still working. Like it got to that controller.
Yeah, routing's still there, everything's the same.
How can that be? It's just we call these POCO controllers. Like a controller in MVC is literally just a type that happens to end in the name controller.
Plain old CLR object.
Now,
Got it.
if we go look at controller and what it's doing, like it has those helper methods, and it also is injecting services. Like, let me add it back just so I can go F12 it real quick. Let's look at what's on controller. Like one thing you'll notice, okay, it has an action context property. That's the context for to call the action that was selected. And if we look at that guy, it's got this interesting activate attribute on it. And that's because controllers in MVC are type activated using the DI system. And the action context is injected into the controller so that it's available to you. And you can do that as well. Like it's nothing special about Big C controller that it has an action context and it's using activate. You can do that on your own type. So let me show you an example. Like let me add a property here. Let's put activate on it. So public was action context, right? Yeah, and let's call it action context. Okay, so there's my action context. And oh yeah, then we gotta get rid of the base class.
I see. So you're saying I want one, and this will then do public property level dependency injection.
Yeah.
It will inject an action context into that.
Just by default. And you, of course, can replace the system with your own IOC container, use your own patterns. But by default, you'll just get something that works. And you said you wanted the view back, right? So
right.
Let's return the view. So that was a view result. All that view method does is create the view result and return it for you. Now, we're not returning content anymore. We actually want a view. So let's see, what do I got to do? A view name, right? Now, no, I could just say here, like, well, I want the index view. Well, that's kind of not very satisfying, right? Because that's the name of the method. I kind of want that just to work. So I can instead, let's get that action context, which has the action descriptor on it, and get the name of the action descriptor. And that's the name of the action that was actually called. So this is semantically equivalent to what was happening before. And let's see. I should now go back and I should see my rendered submit button view.
Dun, dun, dun.
There it is. Okay, so that's POCO controls. You can inject services onto your type. You don't need to use Big C control. You can, and it's convenient, but you don't have to. Same thing with web APIs, whether you're doing web APIs or web UI. And this is sort of a theme. Like a lot of what's new in MVC is that you can use injection, dependency injection, all over the place. Like let's say you have a model. Well, let me go back here. Let's look at this create method. Let's uncomment this again. So this is a method that's a post now, right? Actually, maybe I should put a post thing on it.
Right. Someone's filled something out, hit submit.
Hit submit.
Form posted the to-do item.
And I actually need to make my editor for to-do item. Oh, this is supposed to be, no, that's right, isn't that right? Let me move it up. Maybe it's not high enough in the page. Okay, let's see if I can get I want to see my form so I can submit something. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to do it with Fiddler.
So you're trying to, when you said editor for model, you're hoping to have it look at to-do item and give you some text boxes and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Which it ordinarily does.
It ordinarily does. What am I doing? Oh, maybe I need this @ sign here. I seem to recall that I need the @ sign. If the users online are seeing the error before I get to it, feel free to chime in.
It's live.
There it is. So I was missing the @ sign.
We are live.
I'm not a human razor parser.
So,
Okay,
nice,
so I've got
nice
a form,
recovery.
and if I want to actually start debugging now. I'm going to put a breakpoint on the controller,
Okay.
and it looks like I need to put my big C controller back so I can actually return view. It's convenient to do that.
Yeah, indeed.
And let's turn this back on as well. This is return view.
Yes,
And that's all that view
all it
helper
did.
method was doing was the same code that you saw before. Okay, and let's go in.
You can get rid of your action context because that one hides the other one.
Oh yeah. Okay, and
All right.
so let's post something. Let's run this. I'm gonna do the debugger.
Is this the same app?
Did I hit the wrong one? Let's debug the correct one.
Okay. So we're going to post some data from here and break, hopefully, right there on that controller.
So 1, 2, 3, and I don't know, like a haircut. Submit.
Did you debug?
I think I did.
Are you posting to the right location?
It doesn't appear to be. No. Let me go back here. There was my action, submit, home, create.
Check your source code.
So this would go back. That's home create is right here. Maybe my action. Let's see. Let's just do
That's your source.
the source of.
Just look at the source of the result right there.
Yeah.
Form action. The action is null.
Action is null. This should come from the same.
It
Using.
was like begin form didn't work.
Yeah. Using the form. Am I missing a paren?
You can just hard code it for now. This is a daily build of a daily build.
Like this?
I was thinking just actually hard code the entire form.
The higher form.
/home/create.
Like so?
That's what I'm thinking.
All right, we'll get this.
We shall see.
Where's my?
Pressure's on. We're living on the edge here, though, because
know.
we're using dailies and we're bringing down dailies.
I have a working version. I bet if I dipped it, I would recognize what I'm doing.
Of course.
Got an extra semicolon.
That's
here.
always fun. All right.
4 not
/home/create capital. Capital letters?
No.
You sure?
Routing something or other. Should be. Did I get this right?
Was it because we changed our routes?
Maybe.
Use the default route?
Let me try. What's this guy?
Sometimes people will look at this and they'll say, oh, this isn't working. What's going on? It's chaos. These guys don't know what they're doing. But at the same time, when you have little errors like this and things go wrong, you learn more. And hopefully you'll learn along with us as we figure out what's going on.
Let me switch
Do me a
another
favor.
project. I got another project that.
May I make an observation?
Yeah,
now? You're doing a get rather than a post. So change your method
Oh.
on your hard-coded form. So there you go. There you go. Just a thought.
I think Begin Form though does that for you, doesn't it?
I noticed that it was putting the details of your form in your URL, which makes it a get. There you go.
We got it. Whew, man, okay, great. So we got a to-do item.
Let's see if it actually bound this data. There
So we
you go.
bound some data. So that's normal. That was actually just getting normal MVC to work. So we got MVC working. That's good. That's good. So
Sure.
let's continue this. Now, what I want to do, though, is like sometimes you want to bind some other interesting stuff from the request, and maybe you actually want to do it on the model type.
Well, and just to be clear, to hover over to do there to make sure people understand, what we're talking about is that we sucked out of the form post the values and reconstituted a to-do item, right? That's
right.
model binding.
We took those fields from the form and model binding, figured out how to construct an object out of that. There's a bunch of value providers that took the named values and constructed an object. And that's one of the big value props of MVC is that nice rich binding from like form posts to strongly typed objects.
You're saying you can model bind from lots of other places.
We can bind all sorts of things now. So we see that. Let's take a look. So let me go to my, I'm going to stop debugging, and I'm going to go back to this to-do item type. I'm going to add some other stuff. Like, let's say I want to add a header value here.
Okay.
Like string Dan's header. So there are a set of from attributes that you can use. If you're familiar with Web API, this idea of a from attribute is not too unusual. Like you had from URI and from body were concepts in Web API. Those concepts are like from body, for example, is a concept in MVC 6 now. That's a way to say I'd like to bind data from the body, like from JSON XML. We'll get to that in a second when we talk about Web APIs. But you can also say I want a from header. And you can put this right on a property in your model type. And this will, now your model type is more than just the form.
From an HTTP header?
Yeah, an HTTP header.
And is that safe? Could someone put something naughty in there?
Well, it's the full request. Like there's a bunch of stuff in the request, and the stuff could come from the form post. It could come from some JavaScript stuck a header on there, and it's as safe as the source of the original request. I mean, it's the same request coming from the same place. So just like you're binding stuff from your form post, binding it to a header. Same.
And were there rules about like excluding or including and being very explicit about where it comes from?
Yeah, so that's just that when you're defining your model types, you want to make sure that the set of things that you're exposing on your model types are things that you're okay with being accessible on the wire. Because the model binders will happily bind things by name to things here, and they'll serialize them out. So if you like have an entity from your database and it has like salary or is admin or stuff like that, and those weren't values you intended to put on the wire, you probably shouldn't use them as your model types that you're.
So that's why you have that view model separation, and you'd have view model in and view model out.
That's right.
I see.
Okay, let's see if we can get this to work. So I've added a header, and by convention, it'll just be the name, just like everything else in model binding is done by name.
Okay.
Now to set a header, that's a little bit more work. So what I'm going to do is let's start the debugger again, and I'm going to pop up my favorite tool, which is Fiddler. If I can spell it right. There it is.
Okay.
All right, and let's construct a request. So post. And we want to go to that URI. What's the
Slash
URI?
home slash.
We need this thing.
Yeah. Slash home slash create.
Yeah. And we'll go to. Oh, and I just made my request method very interesting.
There we go.
All right, slash home slash create. And we don't need any accept header. Host is fine. And let's say the content type is going to be form encoded data. So application form URL encoded. And then let's add a custom header. Dan's header. Ta-da. Okay, and then let's add some data in here, like what was it, like ID. Equal 1, 2, 3, and title equals test. Okay.
All right.
Execute. Looks like VS got hit a breakpoint. And if we go look in this to-do type, hopefully we see ta-da.
So then you've got model binding from the HTTP header of the post.
Yep, that's absolutely right. Similar if I put like from body on that model type, and that would mean that property would be bound using formatters like from JSON or XML.
And I assume that also, given all of this dependency injection, you could say something like maybe from service.
From services, I think is the.
From services.
Is it from service or from services? From services.
There's some, okay,
So
cool.
then you could put like iLogger factory here or some service that you're using and just inject.
And do all of these model binding things work with Web API within?
Everything's the same.
All the same.
Absolutely
really
the
is.
same. Yeah.
So go back to that home controller then. So then arguably, there's nothing about that says it's MVC or it's Web API other than the fact that it returns a view? I mean, if I return a JSON, it's the same thing.
That's right.
It's all very RESTful.
If you wanted from the same controller to have actions that are returning JSON and XML RESTfully and other actions that are returning views, that's totally doable. You can do that. If you prefer to keep them separate in separate controllers, that's fine as well. But the good news is that both controllers are sitting on top of exactly the same request pipeline. They use exactly the same filters. They'll use the exactly same model binders. They'll use all the same infrastructure under the covers is the same. So you can reuse those components now, whereas you couldn't before.
Okay.
So let's talk actually a little bit about Web API. So Web APIs, I have a Web API controller here, so you can do things like return an object, and that object will get formatted with a configured set of formatters. And just like in Web API, we have a formatter for JSON and XML, and we'll respond to the accept header using content negotiation to determine what gets serialized back. So we can hit this to-do controller real fast.
Okay.
You'll also notice that this controller is using attribute routing to determine its URI space. So I can set a base route on the controller, which in this case is just the name of the resource, to-dos.
Okay.
And then I can set the routes for each of the actions. And you'll notice that we allow you now to merge the verb and the route into a single attribute. Like before, you had to use a route attribute and specify the verb separately. It was HBGet and then route, whatever the route was. They're now merged into one single attribute. We did that because we observed that most other frameworks, they tend to couple the verb and the route together as one nice concept.
So looking at this code, I'm guessing just kind of intuitively that I'd say /to-dos / a number, and it would constrain that to an integer for me automatically.
Yep.
It's very intuitive, and I don't have a routing table I have to worry about.
Yeah, let's see if we can actually get something. To do that, I'm actually going to
You could use
use Chrome because
non-threatening competitive browser.
Yeah, non-threatening competitive browser. Mostly because Chrome sends an accept header with that says accepts XML, which is nice to be able to render. So if I run this, what was it? To-dos, right?
Yep.
That should work. Do I get some?
/ID.
Oh yeah, thanks. And it has to be an integer, right?
Yep.
/ID would be 1, 2, 3, and there's some XML.
There you go.
If I do ABC, I should get that nasty page again.
So
it's working.
And because you're not putting in all the different error messages and stuff, because you have to opt into the middleware, you get a
very basic error
message. Yeah.
In that case, it was actually routing that was failing. There wasn't really an error. It was just like, well, there's no endpoint here.
Right. Okay.
So
because the routing said only accept this non-greedy route, this very specific route.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. That makes sense.
Now, one cool thing that's new in the way attribute routing works in MVC6 is it's kind of annoying that you have to repeat the name of the controller here. Like often you want the base route of the controller to just be the name of the controller.
Right.
So we have this new idea of they're called route tokens. They're special tokens that can be replaced by the system, and they're square brackets. So square brackets and square brackets. Look a little crazy, I know, but in the route, if you put square brackets, this is something that will be replaced by the system. So like if I say controller here,
I see.
and if I refactor my controller name, it will just automatically pick up the name of the controller. There's also one for action. Like if you put action in there, you could, if you were using like attribute routing in MVC, it would just put the name of the action inside the route. Like if you wanted to reroute an action.
So what are the curly braces then?
So curly braces are things that you're going to extract from the request URI.
Okay.
Brackets are things that you want the system to to put into the route template for you, to fill in this gap with me for me for the name of the controller. So route values are things you're extracting. Route tokens are things you're going to put into the route template for you.
And is there just controller in action for square braces?
I think there may also be area. I think area may also be supported as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. So if we save this, run it. We wanted our impartial third-party browser. This should still work, and it looks like it did. So we got the same idea.
All right.
All right, so that's attribute routing in Web API. We saw that, content negotiation was actually working. It was returning a XML when I asked for XML, return object. So I'm doing Web API and Web UI from the same framework. That's MVC6. I'm trying to think if there was one other thing.
What is produces?
Oh, produces. Yeah, let's talk about produces. So currently, it's just saying I'm going to return XML if you ask for it. And Chrome did ask for it. But what if, sometimes I want to just return one format. Like I don't want to let the client dictate. Like I just want it to be JSON in my case, for example. Or I only want it to be one of these formats, not all the formats that I've configured in my formatters, just maybe a subset of them, that type of notion. We can do that. So there's this new attribute called produces.
Is that method level, or is that
Method level, yeah.
Can you say to the controller level? Just say this whole controller produces.
That'd
be nice.
That may work. I haven't
Feature
tried
request.
it. Let me tell you. Yeah, experiment for home. Does produce this work on the
Yes,
controller?
an exercise to the reader.
It should. So let's say I only want to produce application JSON.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now if I go back to here, I saved it,
Yeah.
and we refresh here. We're spinning. We get JSON.
And you didn't have to build. Again, just a reminder.
Yeah.
Even with your web APIs, it's just refresh, make a change, hit save, and refresh.
Now, I didn't change the accept header that Chrome sends. Like, Chrome still said, if you have XML, please give me XML.
Yep.
But the service author said, I don't care if they ask for XML. I really want to produce JSON. So this is nice if you want to keep that method signature that returns a strongly typed object, but you want to limit the set of formats that it's actually producing.
And I have total control. Like if I wanted to say 123.json does JSON and .xml does XML, any kind of thing I could imagine that within the RESTful scope, I could do any of this stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, those you could route yourself. The dot and the media type sort of shortened, shorthand format. That's something that in the Web API we handled with what were called media type mappings. MVC6, that concept actually isn't there as a first-class citizen yet, but it's one of the features that it's on our backlog is actually to have that like .xml, .json shorthands. It's kind of nice when within the browser where you only have a get verb.
Very cool. All right, well, we're going to come back in a few minutes, take a little bit of a meal break here, and we'll come back with Syed Hashimi in about an hour, I am told, from Gelman back there in the back. Yeah, we'll be back in about an hour, and we'll see you here at Microsoft Virtual Academy.
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me on the show.
Yeah, dude, thanks for hanging out. Let's look at the next slide and learn about you.
Sure. Okay. So a little bit about me. I'm a senior program manager at Microsoft working on web development tools. One of the big things that I'm working on right now is a new project system for ASP.NET. So when you do file new project and all the Solution Explorer integration and integration with build and publishing, those are the main things that I'm focused on a day-to-day basis. Besides that, I've got a big background in MS Build and written a few books on MS Build in case anybody's interested.
Yeah,
in
man,
that.
you wrote 4 books on MS Build.
4 books.
And you snagged the msbuildbook.com domain from all the other people.
The one and only. Yeah, there was so many people that was just, it was very difficult to get that
Both
domain.
of those other people writing books about MS Build.
Yeah, it was very problematic
Yeah.
to acquire that domain.
Cool.
All right.
And I'm still me, so there's my slide about myself. So I'm going to have one of those every show. All right, well, let's dig into Visual Studio tooling. We talked with Daniel Roth, and he went through some of the basics of what's going on in MVC 6 and ASP.NET 5. But now we're going to kind of up-level it a little bit, and we're going to look at Visual Studio tooling.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So one of the big things that I'm going to basically kind of try to bring home is the fact that we have spent a lot of time making sure that Visual Studio kind of will get out of your way when necessary. So what I mean by that, if you're building ASP.NET 4 projects with Visual Studio 2013, the mantra there was basically, if you want to create ASP.NET applications, you have to use Visual Studio, and you have to do things in a particular way. And if you ever went outside of that workflow or tried to use any additional tools, you might run into some problems and some pain points. So for instance, having all the files listed in the CS proj or VB proj is one problem. So if I used a tool like, let's say, Grunt or Bower or Yeoman to generate any files, I'd have to then make sure that I somehow was able to update my CS proj and VB proj to have those files listed as well. With ASP.NET 5, the kproj doesn't have any files listed. So if you have any third-party tools that are creating files, they'll just automatically become a part of the project, and things will just work. And then we'll take a look at some other areas that the Visual Studio tooling has improved, like we've listed here, like IntelliSense, and the configuration system is different. And then we have this concept of commands as well.
Yeah, so I want to dig into that more than we saw with Dan.
Exactly, yep. All right, so I've got this sample project loaded here. Let me open the folder that's containing this project, and then I want to show you some files that are in that folder. Sorry, the folder didn't get open for some reason. Let me
Yeah.
try that one more time.
I didn't know you can do that. You're right-clicking and saying "Open containing folder" on the.
Oh yeah, that's been there since like 2012, I think.
Yeah. Thanks
It's been
for
there for a
thanks
while,
for
yeah.
pointing out that I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, I'll take all credit for that feature.
Oh, yeah?
So,
That was
I'm
all you?
definitely
Nice.
very happy we're able to ship that for you. Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
So let's take a look at some of the files that we have here.
Okay.
We've got project.json and package.json, which we'll actually look at those. But the file I want to show you here is this kproj file.
Okay.
So let me unload this, and then I'll show you what's the contents of this file, and then why is it used. So this is basically, it's pretty much a bare bones MS build file. So if you're familiar with MS build, this syntax will look pretty familiar to you. The big thing to take away, there's no files listed here. So if you've ever worked on a Visual Studio project before that was in a repository, you might have run into a problem where merging this file has been problematic. So let's say if we're working on the same project and I add 3 files and then you add 4 or 5 different files, it was always like a merge problem, especially because the files are not alphabetically ordered.
Yep.
So you always have this merge problem on the CSproj file.
Well, and it's an XML file, and you got to make sure you close the tags correctly, and
Exactly.
you got to isolate certain lines, and it's a hassle because all you did was add a file.
Exactly right. It's definitely a lot more tedious than what it should be. I'm happy to say that we finally were able to get rid of the list. This file is pretty minimal. We've got like the IIS Express port here, but there's very little besides that. The important part is there's nothing that's critical to my application here. It's all just kind of data for Visual Studio to provide some extra features like IIS Express.
So do I even need it?
You don't necessarily need it, and I'll show you how Visual Studio can recreate the file in scenarios that you don't, but odds are you probably want your IIS Express port to be the same every time you open it. So in some scenarios, you're going to want to keep it, but it's not strictly required.
Okay.
Yep, so now let me show you what happens if I were to add a file to the project from Windows Explorer, and this could be a, we'll go into www.root here, which is the location for static files. Let's say I want to add let's say I want to add just a simple HTML file here.
Okay.
You can see as I'm typing here that it actually starts showing up in Visual Studio. So I've got simple.html, simple.html. So I didn't have to edit the
Dan had
project.
talked about these file watchers. Somebody's really paying attention inside of Visual Studio as to what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So what's happening for every project that you create, we actually will start a file watcher on that particular folder, and then any folders or files that are added will automatically show up in Visual Studio. The file watcher was actually too good at one point because what we noticed was we were writing files into the folder, and it would actually pick up like the temporary OS file names that were temporarily being used when we moved it and copied the file. So we actually had to fine tune it. So we've kind of got this like the smart delay saying, hey, I've noticed that the file's been dropped here. I'm going to wait X milliseconds for other operations, and then it kind of buffers the changes and whatnot. So yeah. Yep.
Does that mean that any file I put there has to be there? Can I have a file in that folder and exclude it?
Yes, you can. Yeah, that's a great question. Yep. And then that's actually some of the features that we're working on right now, the ability to exclude files from Solution Explorer. I'm not sure if this build actually has it. This is like a daily build.
Yeah, everyone's coming with daily builds, which I think we appreciate, actually. So
yeah, no, I don't
keep
have
it
it
up.
on this one. Yeah, I don't have it on this one, but
where will that be stored, do you think, in the future?
I'll show you where it's going to be stored. So project.json actually already has, they already have the ability to exclude files from publishing and exclude files from your project. And I've just showed you that here in project.json. So we've got the exclude option, and then we have pack exclude. So if you had any CS files that you wanted that were just sitting there, but you wanted to exclude them for compile, you can go in and edit this file.
Okay. And then you're going to make it so we can do that, and there'll be a gesture, and it'll show up there.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
So it really is inverting the way we used to think about things. It's include all by default.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Right.
cool.
Yep, and I think this is a way that it's much simpler and much easier to use, and it's really simple for any third party to integrate with ASP.NET now, because you don't necessarily have to understand our project. All you have to understand is, hey, you've got this folder and these conventions, and then start parting on that. So yeah, exactly.
All right, cool.
Yep. So yeah, exactly. So we've got exclude here. That's exclude compile. And then pack exclude is to exclude anything from publishing.
Right, and we'll learn more about publishing in a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. But you'll have some right-click exclude from project, exclude from publishing later on as well. Yep, so that was that. While we're inside this file, why don't we take a look at, and we'll come back to the command support later on, but let's take a look at the frameworks that are listed here. And this actually, a lot about ASP.NET is actually looking at experiences that we've had for a long time and saying, hey, is this the correct model for us to have for these experiences? And one good example, and another good example of that is how we actually work with target frameworks. So in the past, if you had a project or a library that you wanted to build for multiple different target frameworks, you would probably use build configurations, and what you would do is you would create one build configuration for every particular platform.
So a build configuration would be like what, like debug and release?
Debug and release, yep.
And then you'd make a one for debug for
this
Windows
particular
Phone.
target, yeah. So let's say if you wanted to create something for some particular PCL variant, and you had 4 or 5 different one of those, you'd probably create 4 or 5 different debug configurations. A good example of that is the Newton Solve JSON package. I think it has probably 8 or 9 different build configurations and 8 or 9 different set of artifacts that come out of that. So the way that you would build that inside Visual Studio is you'd create the build configurations and then you would build. But unfortunately, in Visual Studio, you can only build for one configuration at a time. So in that model, if I introduce some code that only built on one or some particular subset of those target frameworks, the only way that I would actually know that is to switch to that other build configuration, build my project, get the error or warning, and then resolve it at that point. With ASP.NET 5, we've pretty much turned that upside down as well and said, hey, I'm going to declare the different target frameworks that this project is interested in building, and then we're simultaneously going to build all of them. And if you have any errors, we'll also represent those to where you can see which target framework has the error.
So do you get a union of all errors across all frameworks?
Yes, right. Yep, and then for errors that are the same across the frameworks, we'll dedupe those. So in some case, you might end up with an error that says, hey, this particular thing's not available.
Okay.
So let me show you that. And then this kind of goes along with another feature that's called combined IntelliSense. So let me show you what happens.
Yeah, I think there you go.
Yeah, let me show you what happens if I try to use a function or object that's only defined in one of those particular frameworks. I'll just do a simple string replacement. Okay, let's sit here for a second. Okay, so
Dan
here,
talked a little bit about this, but I didn't quite understand.
yeah, so what's happening is now IntelliSense will show you all the methods which are available to you.
What is the little yield sign there?
Yeah, so the exclamation point here, basically that's the symbol for warning. It says, hey, I've got some additional information here for these particular ones. We could pick any one of these, but I'm just going to grab replace. Oh, I guess that's a bad example. All right, let's just go into clone. So now if I were to go into clone, oops.
Yeah, Dan was having some trouble with this as well. We saw it
Here
there.
we go.
We saw it there, but we didn't see it on the method.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. It should pop up when I'm actually on it, but in either case, let me zoom in on this, and we can take a look at the result here. It says, hey, the clone method is available for ASP.NET 5, but it's not available when we're running ASP.NET 5 on the core CLR. So in this case, I have to basically determine that, is my project going to be targeting the core CLR at some point? If it is, then I can use clone for the full .NET for desktop, but I'd probably have to do some type of #ifdef for the cloud optimized.
What if you call clone right now, just call it, and then compile? Will we get an error in the task manager? In the
Yes. Yep.
the output somewhere?
Yeah, we will.
What is that going to look like?
Look at it. Wrong one. Sorry. Let me open up the error list here.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And then if I were to
Even though we're not, we are in that context though right now. So right now at the top of the screen there in the upper left corner there by startup, it says we are currently on Core 5. And if you pull that down and switch to on the full framework and do a compile.
I think this will still, fail.
And here it says project Core 5. Yeah, so
Exactly.
it's telling you the context that it's running within.
Yep.
So in this case, you're saying because you've chosen to target both, you have to really manage the errors for both because you decided you're targeting both.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. If I wanted to go ahead and decide to, hey, Core CLR is not interesting for me for this particular project.
Before you save that, go back over and unpin Solution Explorer for me, and open up references. So right now we're building for both, right?
Right. Yep.
Okay, and then if you've just removed ASP.NET Core 5, so if you save that, what happens? It just disappears.
That one goes away. Yep.
And that's a way of, you just edited an entire build configuration there. It wasn't, you didn't have to mess around in any dialogues, it just happened.
Pretty much, yeah, exactly.
That's pretty cool.
It wasn't formally like what people normally consider a Visual Studio build configuration,
Ah,
but
okay.
yeah, exactly right. Yep.
Okay. In this case, yeah, it's not a build configuration, but the essence was, the result is now it's only compiling for
Yep.
the one.
That's right. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. Yep. So basically, so build configurations are defined over here.
Okay.
Whether you're on debug or whether you're on release, we'll always build for every target framework that's listed in project.json.
I see.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Let me undo that change, and then I want to undo this change here as well. Okay.
And it won't, yeah, when you hit save, I guess it'll just pop back in, won't it?
Yeah, it should just come back in. Yep. And let me show you how can we pick a different CLR to actually run with. So these are, what's the CLRs that we're actually building with.
All right.
So if we wanted to pick a particular version that we wanted to run with, so
Yeah.
I'll show you that.
Yeah,
so
I guess
the restore is completed, then we can go and.
That's restoring, presumably from NuGet.org at this point.
Exactly. Yep.
There we go. Now it's done.
Yeah. All right. So let's go into properties. So our properties are kind of bare bones right now. But this is an area that we'll be beefing up in the next version. So you'll see a lot of additional properties, and then you'll be able to define what you're going to be debugging as well.
Okay.
Yep. So
Come early next year.
Yeah. So I'm not sure when they're going to show up, but
Okay.
yeah, it should be pretty soon. We also have a property to whether you want to build artifacts on disk or not. So I'll show you that as well here in a little bit. But let's go to the application tab here, where we've got all the target KRE versions. So these are the different versions of the CLR which are available to ASP.NET on this machine.
And because you're a dev, as well as PM, you're writing code too, you've got all sorts of basically daily builds, don't you?
Yep.
Your own personal daily builds of the Core CLR. And it's interesting, if you look at the difference between Alpha 3 there, it was called Server 5.0, and then Alpha 4, we changed that name to Core CLR. So you've been tracking this for a while.
Yeah, and the fact is, these are, let me actually just show you where.
I only have 2 or 3 on my machine.
Yep, let me show you where they're maintained at in case you ever have the need to go through and delete it or.
Really, you can just go in a folder and delete it. That's all you got to do.
Yep, so I'm going to my user profile folder. I'm going to go into, I think it's just
right there.
User profile, and then go to KRE, and then packages here. So everything that's listed here is actually a folder in this directory here. So you can just delete the whole folder, and then next time you install the ASP.NET command line tools, it'll just bring down, I think, two packages for every install. Yep.
Go ahead and go into one of those folders real quick.
Okay, sure. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go into one of these folders here. So you've got the NuGet pack and the spec, and then the files are just laid out as well.
That's the NuGet package unfolded.
Yeah, exactly. So here you can see, if you saw Dan Roth was executing some of the command line tools, we can see those tools are actually in these folders here. So when you execute the kpm.cmd, that's in this folder, k.cmd is in this folder, and then klr.exe, which is, that's what's used to host your app, is all contained inside these folders. Yep. All right, perfect. So let me, I guess now that we're kind of talking about this list here, we can also get the list from the command line. And as we show you command line scenarios, the thing to keep in mind is Visual Studio. If you're a Visual Studio user, you don't have to care about the command line. We'll take care of all that stuff. But we want to show you that all the experiences that we're building in Visual Studio are basically built on top of command line experiences. The reason why we want to show you that is because then you can realize that it's easy for you to create your own kind of experience that builds on top of ASP.NET. And also, if you didn't want to use Visual Studio for one reason or another, it's possible for you to realize all the same goals with whatever tool set you want. So as we show the command line, keep that in mind. Those command line scenarios, it's not required for the Visual Studio customer. So if you like using Visual Studio, definitely keep using Visual Studio, and you're not going to be forced to go into command line scenarios.
So in a lot of demos, we're seeing people running around in the command line. A lot of demos of ASP.NET 5, people are doing that. I think it's because we enjoy seeing what's underneath. We enjoy seeing the plumbing sometimes.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that their command line is required, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, command line is definitely not required, definitely added bonus. And for some experiences, you might have a better experience on command line if that's the type of customer, if that's the type of experience that you like. We're not trying to force Visual Studio customers to go to command line, and we're not trying to force command line customers to go into Visual Studio either. If you're comfortable with UI and being inside Visual Studio, we want you to stay there. But if you're comfortable with command line tools and doing things more manually without tooling, we want to make sure that you can do those things and that you'll still have a really great experience with ASP.NET, and all the other tools will just kind of get out of the way. And we want to make sure those mixed scenarios are well supported as well. So let's say if 2 or 3 of us are working together and one guy's using Visual Studio and the other guys are using Mac, we should have a great experience for those scenarios as well. And actually, that's a good segue for me to move into another demo of how Visual Studio will actually move out of the way. But before we do that, let me show you on command line how can we get the same list of those target frameworks. So I can do kvm list, and then that'll show me the different target frameworks which are available. And then I can even do kvm upgrade to download the latest version that's available. OK. Let me go back to my project. I'm just going to close the solution here. And then I'm going to go back into the folder list here. And I'm going to just go through and delete all the files which were added by Visual Studio. So those are the kproj files, the kproj.user file. And then I'll do the same for this shared library. And I didn't do a really great job explaining this project or this solution when I loaded it up. It's a web project. That's called multi-project here. And this web project has a reference. It has a reference to a class library project, which is here, shared library. So now imagine that this solution was checked in on a Mac, and then I just cloned the repository. And now I want to open. Now I want to. Oh well, I'm having mouse.
You lose your mouse there?
My mouse. OK, now
there it goes.
It's back. OK,
back.
Sorry about that. Let me copy this. So now I'm going to browse out to this folder, multi-project, go into source. Actually, let me delete the solution file too, just so nothing.
So you're removing all of the Visual Studio parts of the thing.
Exactly, yep. Everything that Visual Studio created. So I'll do file open project again. Paste in the path. Multi-project, and then here I can see project.json.
OK.
Let's watch the folder. All right, let me go into source, multi-proj. So it creates the kproj. And then when it discovers the class library, it should create the kproj for the class library as well.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, so in this scenario then, the Visual Studio user can either choose to check those files in, or he can choose to just let it sit on his box. So that's what I meant by, the file is technically required by Visual Studio, but it will just create it when it needs if it's not there. So the information there is non-critical information.
And the person on the Mac or the other machine, they can run kvm list and kvm use and things like that. And we'll dig more into that with Lewis next. But the Visual Studio person gets that good experience. And it seems like that's kind of a theme throughout what's going on in Visual Studio. The tooling is letting you use text files like project.json, but it's also updating the UI at the same time. So you can do your NuGets here, you can do them over in the GUI, you can do them in a text file.
Yeah, exactly, yep.
Back and forth. Yep. So that's kind of a change in philosophy a little bit, wouldn't you say?
I think so too, and it also kind of, it just kind of, highlights the fact that we're really trying to appeal to a wider set of audiences, So before, we had managed NuGet packages and, we had the dialogue there. But we didn't give a really great experience for users who are directly editing packages.config back then. But now we say, hey, I think that there's a large number of people who like using the dialogue, but there's also a significant portion of folks who don't like using the dialogue, and they want to have full control over what's happening and where things are going. Visual Studio will be smart for you, but in some cases, it may not do exactly what you might have done. So for example, when you add a NuGet package into your project, we'll examine the available target frameworks, and if your package doesn't support the core CLR, then we'll place it only in the frameworks which do support it, so the full .NET for desktop or vice versa. There might be some scenarios where you said, hey, I don't want Visual Studio trying to be smart or trying to help me. I literally just want this particular string in this particular spot of project.json. And then we'll do everything that we can to help you, including like a really great experience with IntelliSense, and then the UI responsiveness, showing it up in Solution Explorer, and then helping you to have those gestures as well. So yeah, it's kind of we're trying to basically appeal to a wider audience, and trying to create tools for both, hey, I'm really geared towards UI, and then I'm really geared towards I want to have absolute control over what's happening.
Okay, what slides do we have next? Where are we
Let's
at?
take a look, okay. Let's go back. So one thing that we didn't talk about here was there's actually two things I want to talk about. So one is config improvement, and then support for the commands, which we haven't gone over.
We talked a little bit about config improvements in Dan's section, so in the interest of time, let's do the commands.
Let's skip over that one. Let's show these commands real quick. Okay, so in project.json, when we were here previously, we saw these commands. Let me take out the Solution Explorer here. So these commands, it's really you're kind of exposing an entry point that your project has. And then you're basically exposing that on the command line. So for this project, if I was on the command line, I can invoke either one of these commands, web, gen, or ef. And these names are just completely arbitrary and chosen by whoever has created that command.
So I could make test, maybe, if I wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'll do is, let me take one of these existing commands. Let's take the web command, and let's say Scott Web. Let's say for some reason you wanted Scott Web.
You have need to add a quote at the beginning.
Yep, sorry about that.
And that might be like a different port, maybe, or something.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Let's say you wanted this to be on 50/50 for some reason.
Okay.
So that's how that works. So let me show you what this does. So this will create a command that's called web, and you can invoke that with K. So you do K space web. And then this portion here just defines the entry point, basically. So what's the object that's going to be loaded up? And then these are just parameters that get passed to it. So if your custom command had some particular parameters that need to get passed through, you can go ahead and pass those through. Let me save this, and then I'll show you how can we execute those from the command line. We're just going to do a restore. I think everything's been restored, but just in case. So I'll do K Scott Web. Oh, man. Just one second. This actually is something. I'm going to show you this in a different way.
Okay.
I'm going to show you this in a different way. This is for that daily build, and there's something.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's something weird that's going on, but
well,
I'm going to show you.
We've got four commands here. We've got web, Scott Web, gen, and ef.
Yep.
Okay.
So let me show you. Let's say if you're a command author, and you need to debug one of your commands. Let me show you how you can do that real quick. So right now, it's just listed under the debug menu. So if you wanted to load your project in IIS Express,
Right,
which
that's
is the
automatic.
default, that's automatic. Or you can pick Scott Web here and then do an F5. So I'll show you that it actually does work.
Sure.
And then I'll show you how can we execute those commands later on after we've published it. So here you can see it's doing something different than IIS Express. Here it just calls the web listener,
Right.
and then runs it. You can think about this web command as like self-host. So if you wanted to have self-hosting, that's where you would leverage this web command.
I use that example of test. Is that a silly example?
No, that's actually a great example. And this machine is not ready for it, but you actually could run unit tests, and it actually is with a command that's called test.
And if I wanted to be even more creative, I could use like Selenium tests or Phantom.js or some kind of unit testing framework and launch browsers. I can write one of those myself.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So the I should have actually gotten the unit test ready on this machine, but
It's okay.
but anyways, the way that actually works is very generic. So the Visual Studio support of that goes through K-test. What I mean is when you open a ASP.NET 5 project, the way that we'll recognize that, hey, this project has test cases is if there's a test command inside that project. And then the Visual Studio Test Explorer is actually populated through the command line as well.
Wait a second. Are you saying that if I have a command called test, that's a magic name, and you'll recognize it?
Yes, but you'll have to implement a couple other things too.
That's cool, though.
And
I
I
didn't know that.
could probably throw a blog post out about how to do it, but
Let's do it.
yeah, I'll totally do that. So keep an eye on the web dev blog. You can just search for web dev blog, and it's usually the first hit. But
Awesome.
Yeah, as long as so basically the way that it works is if there's a command that's called test, we'll add that into the Test Explorer. And then we call another command line to actually get the test cases. So it's ktest -- list -- design time or something like that.
Okay, cool.
And that populates the Test Explorer. And then when you execute them,
Right.
we'll just call it ktest. And if you pass a specific one, we pass that specific one. So the actual code for testing your project could be totally different and something which maybe is a total one-off to your scenario. But as long as you have that test name and you've got those same switches for your command line, then everything should just work. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
And of course, like you said, a reminder, not only is this daily builds that we're looking at here, but it's all changing. You can see that this is very bare bones property dialog right now, but soon it's going to have even more. And I personally think that the command stuff has a lot of flexibility. More, I mean, there's probably commands we haven't even thought of that someone could put in here that they might use for their applications.
I think the command stuff is absolutely incredible, to be quite honest with you. You know, like we're building experiences on top of commands already. So unit testing is one, scaffolding is one.
Yeah. Entity frameworks migration.
Yeah, entity framework migration. Actually, hosting your app is one. But you know, there could be a lot of other stuff, and you know, it's really just kind of interesting. You could almost kind of create a customized menu for your project.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you wanted to have your own custom commands there. And
well, then I'm interested in figuring out a way to do JavaScript unit testing. So you'd have your server-side unit test and your JavaScript unit test, and being able to run those using the commands. Yep. And since Visual Studio, as you point out, under debug target will allow you to call those directly, everybody wins. So it's a lot of extensibility.
Yeah, it's real simple to try it out. Yeah, in a future build, those commands will show up directly in the.
That was my next question.
They're going to show up directly in the debug dropdown. So
somewhere there'll be you also have browsers, different browsers to choose from. So there'll be a way to say different browser and whatever target you want. So this target on that browser.
So you'll be able to pick your command, and then you'll be able to pick your browsers as well, just like what you have today.
All right, cool. Yeah. So you talked about KVM and KE, but let's talk about packaging and publishing.
Sure. Okay, cool. So let me
let's hit the slide real
I'll
quick.
show you. Okay.
Just as a bookmark for our friends.
No problem. Yep.
All right. So packing and publishing.
Right, so now this is the section where we'll talk about packaging and publishing. So very briefly, I'll show you that we have some command line tools for this. And then I'll show you what's the experience from Visual Studio, and then kind of give you a hint of what's going to be coming next.
Cool, and then Lewis is going to dig into some of the command line stuff, so don't worry, we will cover this. But with you, I want to focus on some of the cool stuff that's in Visual Studio that's going to make this easier.
Okay, so let me just skip over the command line part, but if you wanted to publish a project from the command line, you'd use kpm pack, and then Lewis will show you that.
Okay.
Let me show you, I think I have another.
You owned publishing tools in Visual Studio, didn't you?
I do, yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'm definitely, publishing is definitely one of my sweet spots, you know? So right now for ASP.NET 5, we're supporting Azure websites and file system. We will have generic MS Deploy support. It's actually generic already, but you need a new version of MS Deploy, which none of the hosters have installed. So,
what about like publishing to IIS? Which one of these would that be?
You would just import it there at that point and just create the profile manually.
Okay.
Yeah, but later on, we'll have all the same different options as what we had before.
Okay.
Yep. So in this case, let me just publish out to the file system. So I'm just going to create a web publish profile. Let's create a new folder here that we can publish to. All right, publish. And then let's create a new folder here. So I'll say MVA. Okay, and we'll just publish this folder here.
And publishing is more than just copying stuff into a folder. This is what's interesting to me. Because this is, it's build, it's packaging, it's reconciling all the dependencies. It's quite a bit more than just, if people think, oh, this is just copying the files over there.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, so yeah, it's definitely build, and and then it will transform your project to where it's ready to be hosted on IIS. With that being said, Visual Studio is really relying on KPM pack. So kind of think about it in this sense. So Visual Studio, Visual Studio Publishing will call KPM pack, and then it will take the outputs of that and then just transport that over whatever transport protocol that you had. So MS deploy, file system, FTP. But we're really relying on that KPM pack, and then we just take the folder and then the publish settings, and then we just publish that. So let me show you how that works. So I just created a file system profile and then click the publish button. If I were to go back up towards the top
There's
of this,
a lot of MS Build stuff there.
yeah, you know, this actually, for normal people, they wouldn't see all this.
You've turned
all
on a lot of
these
debug, I
messages.
think.
Yeah, so in my options menu, under projects and solution, I've just turned this to detailed. So if you had it set on minimal, you'd get a much user-friendly, you'd get something
Sure.
that much
Well,
more
but you're the guy that
user-friendly.
builds this stuff, so I can see why you'd want detailed.
Yeah, no, these messages are definitely very important to me. But if I could, if I was on minimum, we would see that it's calling
Yeah, it'd be about right there.
KPM pack. Yeah, it'd be somewhere here. But that's okay.
But look at that. Hang on, though. Look at the bottom there. Publishing file ef.cmd, gen.cmd, web.cmd.
Yep, and that's exactly what I was going to show you.
Great minds.
Now,
Great minds.
We've got the command files here, so I'm going to go into. Just get a reset. Oops, sorry. All right, so now if I wanted to run it, I can just execute these commands. Oh man.
Yeah, I think you've
This is
still
where
got-
that.
you have a local build problem.
It's a my path is. screwed
Maybe
up. I think it's not finding everything
KU's
on the
default?
path.
KU's default,
I don't think so.
and then try it again. Oh,
No, it's something else.
no worries. But I think
Try it from a normal command prompt. It might actually work, but.
okay.
But for people who just have the regular.
Who aren't running dailies, I think.
Yeah,
it'll
who are
just
not
work
running
fine.
the daily stuff, this is totally going to work for them. Oh man, yeah, it's some like weird path issue going on.
It's okay.
with the machine, but-
So go back over to the folder there, and let's talk about this. So
Yep.
ef.command, gen.command. Go ahead and open up web.command for me in Notepad. So see what that's doing. It's actually from the current folder. It's going into the packages folder where all your NuGet packages are, and it's calling the runtime there. It's the hosted the thing that hosts ASP.NET.
Yep.
And then if you scroll to the right a little bit,
Then it just tells where
yeah,
your app is.
here's where the app is,
And
and it's hosted here, and then there's your
These
there's
are
your
the
web.
parameters that were inside project.json.
So then if I made test, like we talked about, theoretically test, we would get a test.cmd.
Yep.
And all of that gets wrapped up. So if you go ahead and close Notepad and go over into your packages folder there, go up. Yeah, there you go, app root, packages. It brought in all of the dependencies. And this is what we mean when we say you get your own custom .NET framework, basically, don't you? Like this is exactly what you wanted. Self-contained, no more, no less. Just those. It didn't copy the entire .NET framework over, just what you wanted.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. That's right.
And then if you go into app root, then really briefly, I can see in packages that you've got your own, the KVM, the Core CLR beta 2 and beta 1 there, the ones that you wanted to use,
right. Yep.
copied over here. And when Scott Hunter at the very beginning talked about how your version of your application won't hurt someone else's, you can now deploy this to Azure or IIS or whatever on someone else's machine and not worry about messing up anybody
yeah, exactly,
else.
Yep. Yeah, because you're just loading from that particular file, and you're not modifying any shared files or anything like that. Yeah, exactly.
Out of curiosity, just for my education, if you go up one more, how big is the packages folder right there?
For app root?
Yeah, let's just look at how big that is.
Probably like 40 megs, I would imagine.
I think it's probably a little bit. Oh, wow, 25
24.
megs. So your own kind of private, just what I need version of the .NET framework, 25 megs in this example.
In this particular example, yep.
That's pretty sweet.
It's not bad. I mean, it definitely fits on every SD card that I have or thumb drive, There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, let's, the next section is selecting a CLR, and you've been having some trouble with your command line. Do you want to try switching over to mine?
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's try that real
okay.
quick. So I'm going to do a little beep boop bop boo here. Click, click, click. And we're going to switch over to my giant tablet, which I've just been using to play Angry Birds up until now.
Right. Now that I see both of us in the screen, it's like Battle of the Beards.
Is it really a battle, though?
I'm not really trying that hard.
Mine's pretty gray.
Mine's grayer, dude.
Yeah, well, that's the tragedy, isn't it? All right. So here's my machine, and I'll bring up a more public version of the framework, right?
Right. Yep. Something that more people.
Yeah, this is what you all have,
Exactly.
not daily build, and this will probably crash too, though. But
I'm sure.
Just to lower your expectations now.
That's still a daily build too. It's just been, you know.
No, this. Well, I guess it's a day. It was just a good day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's a good point. Okay, so I'm making a project here, and then at the same time, I will bring up a much too large font here. There we go. Okay, so there's my command prompt, and here's Web Application 16. Okay, and if I go to project.json, here's some commands, and there's a bunch of words that I'm not allowed to use, so I will not use those words. What am I allowed to use? I can't even think of words. Pants. Because I always get in trouble for saying things I'm not supposed to say. So here, whenever you change your project.json, of course, references changes there. I'm going to right-click. I'm going to say Publish, just like you did, File System, and I'll stick it on the desktop, we'll say. I don't actually...
It'll create it.
It'll create it for me? Oh, Pants does not exist. And then here you go. See?
Yep.
Right? Okay. Hit publish. Now while that's happening, now I have a tiny DOS prompt. I have a batch file called desktop. Everyone should have one. Now that's empty. Now it's full with Pants.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah, exactly.
So site published, type Pants. There it is. And let's type Pants. See, look at that. So there is that. And then here, let's bring up a non-threatening competitive browser. And of course, everyone knows I Bing. 5001 or 5000? Let's try 5000.
It's one of the.
Oh, look at that. See?
Yep.
Boom.
Yeah, and that's using that self-contained CLR. You know, it shouldn't be going outside of it at all to get anything.
And then to expand on that, because I have a little bit different system than you do, if I say KVM list, that's using this version of the beta, the CLR. And I've also set up some aliases here. Now, if I understand correctly, if it's called default, that's the one Visual Studio uses. Is that correct?
Right.
Right.
And then that's stored in a text file under your users directory.
You know, that's a great point. Let's go and look at that. So if I go to users, Scott, KRE.
Yeah, .kre. Yep.
.kre. I can't type. KRE.
Right.
Alias.
Yep.
That's all it is.
Yeah, and right now you're seeing a default, and it looks like you have a core as well.
I made one called core,
right,
just to see what would happen, and I made that the core CLR. So then I can go and say KVM use core, but again, I don't have to do any of that because I can go back over here and just right-click Properties, and that is my same list.
That's right. Yep. Yep. And so in the current version, Visual Studio will just directly use that default alias. We're thinking about creating a new alias for every version of Visual Studio. So there may be a Visual Studio 2015 alias that shows up later on.
Oh, that's an interesting idea.
2015.0.
So then, if this, I would be able to say KVM use, and then VS 2013 or 2015 or 2015 dot whatever.
2015.0.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's what we're kind of thinking. So that way you know that what's the version that kind of goes along with Visual Studio. Yep.
Interesting. Okay. Cool. Let's go over here now and talk about NuGet and Project.json. We'll keep using my machine for now while we have stuff working. If that's okay with you?
Yeah. No, that's fine. Yep.
So here, we've got this dependencies folder here.
Right.
No, and then we've got references. What's the difference between these two?
Well, they're pretty similar. I guess I'd say the big difference is one of them has some history and the other one is pretty new to ASP.NET. But, conceptually, they're pretty similar, and I think in this particular build, we're seeing that dependencies and references are kind of split out.
It's kind of like client-side and server-side, and we'll talk in the next module about this client-side bit.
Yep.
Here, these I thought was really interesting, are this is a dependency chain, isn't it?
Yeah, if you take a look at it, one of the big differences from previous versions of ASP.NET and ASP.NET 5 is when you add a NuGet package, what does that do to your project? So in previous versions, if you install a NuGet package, when you install that package gets installed in your project, as well as every dependency that project has.
That package has.
Right, that package has. Yeah, sorry, that package has. So
Right.
The result is you'll do install package, and then maybe it adds 5 NuGet packages, and then it updates packages.config. So at the end of the day, you cannot tell the difference between packages which were explicitly added versus packages that came through as a dependency.
You know, that's a really good point. I never thought about that. You'd add one, and then you go back later to look at your packages.config, and there's 20 new ones. You're like, yep, I don't know.
Yeah, and then you just end up with a whole bunch of NuGet packages which your app may or may not be using.
Right.
So to resolve that problem, in project.json, you just add the top level dependency.
Okay.
And then any other dependency will automatically be brought in. So when you remove a dependency, there's nothing really to delete because its dependencies won't get loaded up.
Well, if I go, let me ask you this. If I go open file in Explorer here, and I go up a bit, where are my...
Your user, it's in a sibling folder to .kre, it's .kpm.
So I'm not actually kind of quote-unquote littering my system with a lot of those things anymore.
Yeah, like one time, this was about a year back, you know, I've got these laptops and, you know, I put SSDs in these laptops and, you know, SSD can never have enough space until maybe just recently. But in either case, my SSD was always being, I was always running out of space on the hard drive, right? So I wrote this PowerShell script to just go and figure out all the bin folders and all the packages folders and then how much was it across my entire machine. I executed the script, and this was with the previous version, right? I executed it, not even exaggerating, it was like 9 or 10 gigs. And they're just the same
mostly
files
repetition.
copied over and over and over again. So now we have a consolidated folder where all NuGet packages for ASP.NET projects go to, and that's inside the user's KPM folder.
Okay, but this is not, and forgive me, a global assembly cache.
No.
Even though it's global and it's a cache and there's assemblies in it.
Right. No, yeah, because the GAC had, you know, GAC, even though it was global and it was a cache for assemblies, it actually had a lot more to it than that too, like policies.
And the GAC was for runtime and policies and stuff like that. This is literally just, let's put all the NuGets in one place.
Yep.
And so we save space.
If you delete those files, next time you do a restore, they will just be downloaded.
Oh, really?
Again.
Oh, okay.
And I actually recommend people to go through and delete this folder every once in a while.
Just tidy up.
If you've had like previous versions of Visual Studio installed, and
well, yeah. Well, look
if you're
here.
installing multiple versions, just delete that folder every once in a while.
If I go here and I say ASP.NET MVC, I can see I've got older builds there.
Yep. And yeah, you definitely want to go through and get rid of those.
Interesting.
Yep.
Okay. So if I went here and I said JSON, could I go and do this? Would this work? Search remote NuGet packages for JSON?
It should work, yeah.
And then I could find, I think it's Newtonsoft actually.
Newtonsoft, yeah, exactly, yep.
Because that's our buddy there, Newtonsoft.
Yeah. Yeah, he's there. He should be there, yep. I was searching for this earlier, and I think there might be some hiccups on the remote filtering on NuGet.org right now.
Is it everyone but Newtonsoft? Is that what's going on? Are we hitting the everyone but Newtonsoft thing? So let me ask you this. Let's try this. Rather than doing it from the command line, which appears to be having some kind of a...
Yeah, Package Manager console will show it appropriately. Yep.
Well, I can do it 3 different ways, couldn't I? I can do it here, right?
Manage NuGet. Well,
not add reference, pardon me.
Manage
Manage
packages,
NuGet. Thank
right?
you, sir.
Yep.
And I think it's probably a very popular one, so it should show up.
Yeah, it'll show up right at the top of this list for sure. Yep. But on the querying in particular, we have some server-side bugs that will be resolved.
So this is new. It shows me the latest stable, which is nice. So I can pick that one, and let's see. If I hit preview, it'll tell me what it's going to do, and it'll also show me that it has no dependencies. If I hit install now, where is that going to show up?
It should show up in this file.
Oh, look at that. That showed up here.
Okay, see what I was saying about how sometimes Visual Studio is trying to be smart for you? So this is one of the cases where...
Is this not a smart thing it did?
I don't know. I'd have to actually look at that package.
I see, but it basically said, here's the core version of that.
the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Here's the core version of that. But that's pretty cool.
Yep.
So one other interesting thing with regards to NuGet that maybe I could have you speak to while you're here And I'm going to just put this back the way it was. There we go. Break as few things as possible here. This is no doubt completely broken at this point. Let's see if this thing still runs. Everything's a NuGet package now, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah.
So if this is still running, here we go. If I went up here to github/ASP.NET/MVC, right, here's the source code for MVC, and I went to the branch here and put in, say, beta, because I'm on beta, right? And then said download zip and downloaded this stuff. Then I could take my MVC zip file, this beta file here, right? And inside this is the source code. That's the actual source and all the tests, by the way, too. Could I go like this? Basically, open up my folder for my project in Explorer here, and then just basically take MVC and stick it over here.
Right. Yeah, then it should.
But all this here is this is all NuGet though, right? I'm asking for NuGet packages of
NuGet. Yeah. So the concept, we wanted to kind of bleed the concept of a NuGet package and a project, and we want to make these things to be equivalent. To where wherever you're using a NuGet package, you should be able to replace that with a project. Yep. So even though those things look like NuGet packages, you're never actually declaring that, hey, this is in a NuGet package. You're just declaring what is the dependency, and then the resolver will figure out, is it a NuGet package or is it an actual source project?
So when I said dependencies here on line 5, I didn't say NuGets.
NuGet package, right.
But I kind of do, though, in the sense of even a folder can be a NuGet package. And when you pack this thing up, it becomes a NuGet package. It's NuGets all the way down.
Yeah, exactly. Like shared library is at the bottom of that list, I think, and that's a project reference. Or that was that was my project that I had it. But yeah, if you had a regular project reference, it would just show up right next to the NuGet packages.
Right. So now I've got MVC itself. Just sitting here. So if I understand correctly, let's say that I didn't like something in Microsoft ASP.NET Diagnostics, or perhaps something broke, or I found a cool bug.
Right.
I could bring that down locally.
And you didn't add every one of those projects to your solution.
Yeah.
Those were added by the resolver, basically. You copied the files, and then you probably modified project.json, and then when it reloaded it, it said, oh, this is a project now. Let me go and load the project.
Yep,
Exactly.
absolutely.
That's right.
And then one last thing that we want to hit as we head out here, we saw the server-side stuff, NuGet. Let's look a little bit just briefly at the client-side stuff. These are other package managers. So here we've got dependencies, Bower, which is a place where we get client-side JavaScript, right?
Yep.
And then NPM, where we get tools and things like that. And then in some cases, also packages.
Yep.
If I go to bower.json, this is kind of like packages.json, isn't it?
It is, right. Yep, and we've got some really nice IntelliSense here as well.
Yeah, it's telling me where it came from.
Exactly.
I can even go here. This blew me away. I can say open homepage in browser.
Yep, and some of this I think is coming from Web Essentials. I'm not sure what.
I know this pretty bird is coming from Web Essentials.
So yeah, definitely. I think it's a good idea to install Web Essentials anyways, but yeah, definitely for the folks that's out here, if you see something that you don't see in your own build, go and install Web Essentials.
Right, Web Essentials is kind of our labs. And then the last thing we wanted to talk a little bit about was Grunt, which is kind of like, would you say, MS Build for the client.
Exactly, right.
And what I think is really particularly nice is, here's your Grunt file that says, hey, I'm going to go and lay out my www root, and I'm going to minify my JavaScript and my CSS, and minify my CSS. This is your client-side build that preps your CSS and your JavaScript.
Right.
But you, as an MS Build person, appreciate this. I could go here and say, bind this client-side build thing to something on the server side. So basically, when MS Build's done building, run this task.
Right, yeah.
It's a really nice integration.
I think right now it's more Visual Studio versus MS Build, but yeah, we'll get to the MS Build part later.
Okay, so right now that binding is a Visual Studio-ism?
Right.
Does that go in the kproj?
No, it actually goes as a comment in the Grunt file. So that, because keep in mind, Visual Studio may or may not be in the picture.
Oh, that's a good point. Right. I think this is really a nice integration, though. to be able to do that. So we've got the Task Runner Explorer that lets you get to grunt
Yep.
from inside of the Visual Studio tooling.
And then did you explain how these are kicked off? So go back into project.json, and then there's a scripts section here.
Yep, there it is, right
That's
there.
how,
Pardon me.
That's the glue, in case anybody was wondering. So that's how, if you have people that are doing command line scenarios like KPM pack,
Yeah.
they automatically get called. And
I noticed that when you did a restore, it also called npm install, which is their restore.
Exactly right. Yep. So that's how it's kind of glued together. So there's no magic here. Yep.
Very cool. All right. We learned all sorts of great tooling and fun stuff for ASP.NET 5.
We did, I think. Yeah, totally.
Thanks for spending the hour with us.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks. It's great being here.
We will be right back after a short break with even more here on Microsoft Virtual Academy. Hey, hey, hey. We are back. We are still the Microsoft Virtual Academy. And this time, though, we're going to dig a little bit deeper. We've got Louis Desjardins. Thank you very much for coming. And we're going to look at some of the internals of .NET, ASP.NET 5. Let's go to the slides and start my timer for me there. So, Louis, you're a principal software engineer, and you're focusing on ASP.NET 5 and the kind of the core runtime that makes it all happen.
Yeah, happened for a little bit now. This is something that was quite a long time coming. So you've probably seen the momentum building towards this type of direction. It's kind of like phase shift of the technology. And so the last year, there has been pretty busy inside buildings at Redmond, getting all these pieces to come together. And it's amazing how much technology has really clicked together in just the last year. It's kind of amazing to see everything that's always worked in the past start to light up on a completely different CLR.
And it really is a completely different CLR. Like you're changing the brain, while the person is still walking.
Yeah, changing the brain from carbon to silicon without hopefully a person noticing. So .NET is able to run on the core CLR now, which is a completely different build of largely the same language and runtime, but it's completely self-contained and has no overlap with the desktop CLR in terms of what files are used at runtime or necessary.
Not to mention that we also just happened to switch compilers during this entire little event as well. They called it the big switch as we went from the regular C# compiler to Roslyn. So there's that as well to think about.
Oh yeah, and that's also something that the team that does that has done an amazing job also. The compatibility bar that they have to hit in order to even consider doing something like that is tremendous. And at the end of the day, it really is kind of seamless. It does, if anything, unlock more scenarios. For example, if you don't want to compile all of your code in advance, you can compile it on the fly, which makes the use of views more first class, because everything can be compiled on the fly. But class libraries as well. You don't need to have everything compiled to a DLL before your program starts running. So both modes are available, both ways of running as DLL or as source are available, but it just opens up those options that are available on other languages too.
As he takes a sip, I'll remind you that he worked actually on Dow Jones and Marketplace, and he had a bunch of big stuff, MarketWatch, and you also created Spark. That was kind of like your initial claim to fame. A lot of people in the community were really a fan of the Spark view engine.
Oh yeah. That one was kind of, that one predated Razor a little bit. It was where their MVC was coming out. It had the ability to add pluggable view engines. And web forms was the only syntax that was available in MVC, so it kind of created a vacuum that made an opening for open source to become popular. When Razor came out, Spark was really kind of, the need for it wasn't as much. So at the moment it's kind of a lot of people still like it, but it's very niche.
But there are some incredibly large sites that we cannot name that people probably use all the time that use Spark.
Oh yeah. People who like it still love it.
Yeah. Very cool. And I am still me, and there's still a random slide with me on it, so enjoy that. And all right, cool. Let's talk about some things now. We'll probably spend a little more time at the command line, but I want to understand as much as what's going on internally around the hosting runtime as we can. So please educate me.
Sure. Well, I suppose the first thing, like you say, we can take a look at is the command line, starting with our favorite, command prompt. Our favorite command, KVM. I suppose I should speak briefly about never mind that. Should speak briefly about the different commands and what the responsibilities are. And of course, names are in flux, so everything is coming in very quickly.
So it's called K because there was originally a thing called Katana, right? And then Project K.
Oh, actually, I think it's the...
Is that why it's called K? Or is it just a letter we had up free?
I think it's a letter. It's a letter that hasn't been used yet. I think so. Yeah.
I just assumed. I think a lot of us just saw the K and we said, oh, this must be Katana.
Well, I mean, it's an assumption you can make. It doesn't really build a lot on that, other than a lot of the concepts incubated there. Other than incubation, though, it's largely a thing on its own. I don't know if you've heard, is Project N a public term?
Project N, I think, is what they called .NET Native before, right?
Yeah.
Another example of, oh, that's a nice letter. Let's use that letter.
Exactly. Yep. So letter-based programming. And in this case, we're starting off with the letter K.
Okay.
So everything that starts with K is going to be related to this particular runtime.
Okay.
The first thing you're going to need before you can do any programming is a SDK, which gets you the ability to compile things and run them in the runtime as well as the dev time tooling.
Okay.
In order to make it as easy as possible to bootstrap your system, we've provided a single command line that has two jobs. Its first job is to download the K runtime environment, and the second job is to let you pick between the ones that you have downloaded.
Oh, so this will download it too if you want.
Oh, yeah. As you can see, if you type kvm, that'll bring up the help. And really the two commands you need to know are kvm install and kvm use. So kvm install, like you just alluded to, is basically the downloader. And if it's already installed, it won't do anything. But we can ask for the AMD64. I don't think I've installed this one yet.
Wow, it really is going and getting it.
Yeah.
In that case, what's it say?
In this case, it says...
Not found.
Oh, we might not have internet. This might be an interesting demo. So, if it was available, it would be basically saying that it's downloaded it.
Oh,
and
you could put yourself on MS Open if you want to.
No, it'll be fine.
Okay.
No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. So, what it's doing is downloading the SDK and unzipping it. You can see the location it unzips it to is right in your user profile directory.
Right, we saw that.
So that you don't need to be administrator to get started, and you don't need to make a permanent commitment on your machine. It hasn't changed the registry or done an MSI yet. We will have those available, but to get started, all you have to do is say kvm install and choose a version, and then it is in your user profile.
And speaking of a lack of commitment, I noticed that it put it in the path, but just for this one process as well.
Yeah. Yep. That's what kvm uses for. So if we list, we can see the different versions that I've installed over time. And one of them is marked active. The active star, this is very low tech. All it really means is this is the one that's on your path. On this particular command prompt.
Not your machine path.
Right, yeah. If you want to make it more permanent, you can say kvm use a different number and persist. That will persist it for the current user. So if I log out and log back in, that one will be on the path still. It's just changing the path user environment variable. There's also a global. Global in this case just means the machine path.
Okay.
But you don't need to do either of those in order to get started or work.
I saw some situations where people will install a preview of Visual Studio, which I think is currently beta 1.
Yes.
Then they will go and get the command line for KVM, and they'll immediately do an upgrade.
Yes.
And then things start breaking in Visual Studio. Why is that?
Oh, well, Visual Studio is also not, in the same vein as the command line, it's not doing a global install of the KRE to run off of. It does have a copy that comes with its install, but it's kind of squirreled away. And what it's doing is it's expanding it into your user profile as you need it. If you do KVM upgrade, it's grabbing the latest, which could be the nightly build, and putting it on your machine. The other thing it'll do is change the alias default. Today, that's what Visual Studio is looking at.
An alias called default, and I see you have one right there.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's going to become something that's, the tooling is also evolving as we speak. So as more and more things become solid and as we learn more about how people use this and want to use it, we are refining how those kind of selections are made to where, in the project properties, you'll be able to say which one you want if you don't want to go to the default.
Right.
So you'll be able to pin a particular project to a version of the KRE. And then it'll just use that one.
And it also begs the question, if you do run the KVM upgrade, bring down the latest version, did you mean for it to become the new default, or did you just want to get
Oh,
in.
certainly, yeah. Yep.
That by default, currently, like you said, it's all in flux, breaks Visual Studio, confuses Visual Studio, because you have to go and set it to fall back yourself.
Oh, well, that's the difference between install and upgrade. If you're talking about install, it's just downloading one and making it available. If you talk about upgrade, that's kind of an all-in-one step.
That's my fault for using it then.
Or it's the tool's fault for not documenting it. But what KVM Upgrade is doing is it's finding the very latest one it can, it's downloading it, installing it, and changing default to point to it.
See, everything there was good except for the changing default to point to it.
Okay.
For me.
Yeah.
But I think the point here is, though, if you do choose to start playing at the command line, you do have the information available. I didn't know what I was doing, but I did notice default moved. I saw it change, and I can also control my active one. So it's not hidden from you.
Oh, yeah. And it's actually an interesting point. We can take a look at how some of these actually are implemented. As you can see in my profile, there's a .kre directory. So this is just my user profile. You can see all my folders. And in .kre packages, this is where they're unzipped.
Yep, just sitting there.
This is just some NuGet files, because that was the packaging format.
Right.
And here are where the rest of the commands live. So K and KPM are both batch files that are themselves, like KPM, runs this DLL. This is the program main for KPM. KPM itself is just a batch file. So it's all very low tech. And like you say, when you're using the command line to download these things and make one active, it's not doing anything complicated. It's just unzipping the files and changing the path to point at one of them.
And you could even go so far as to say it's not doing anything destructive.
Yes, you can delete that and they are gone. Even the question of aliases, people have asked how is that information saved? And then they reply right away and say, oh, I looked and it's right here in these text files. You know, that's as complicated as the alias
A pretty
system is.
white box.
Yeah. Yep. It's meant to be delete friendly.
And I even found that I could delete both those folders and it still wouldn't break stuff. Visual Studio still works. I can still run the KV. I can still go back and re-download it all again. Like if I got myself really screwed up,
Oh, yeah.
I could get back without too much trouble.
Yep. And that's one of the things. And that's one of the things that's interesting when you start to pop the hood open on some of these, just like the old VW Beetles. The moving parts are so simple that you can sort of tinker with it, and you know, it's simple enough that you can understand how it's working, and that lets you understand what you can do with it. Like if you need to sort of like Xcopy deploy to a server, you know how the things work. You know how they relate to each other. You know that this folder full of DLLs is 100% of what you need to run. And so, you know, there's a lot of strength in that. That said, it's always partnered with tooling that hides it from you. So you're not exposed to that level first.
So an important reminder, in case it isn't completely obvious, this is the advanced part of the day. You don't need to know any of this stuff. You can just let Visual Studio handle it and choose to do it. It's the same kind of thing where over the years you've learned a lot about the .NET framework, and many of you never went into C, Windows, you know, System32, yada, 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 and looked to see where the actual MS Core lib is. You lived and worked successfully as engineers, never caring how that worked. That's great. This is advanced plumbing 101 that we're doing right here. So don't feel sad if you don't get or care about any of this stuff.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Exactly in the same way that you can go your entire career and never edit a CS proj. And that, I mean, you're happy, and that's, you know, the success of Visual Studio right there.
Maybe talk a little bit about scoping, because I understand it took me a while to figure out that KVM is always and everywhere. But K and KPM are specific to the version.
Sure. And that's easy to illustrate if we take a look in this directory. Here's KVM.
Oh, that's all it is.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's 2 text files. And we'll have an MSI for this as well, to get a couple of text files. Which,
Why do we need an MSI for a couple of text files?
it's hard to install text files from the command line. Windows doesn't really have a curl, those kind of tricks that you'd find in other places. And a lot of people don't really feel comfortable going to a web page, copying a big command line, and pasting it into a command prompt, and, you know, feeling confident that it did what they wanted. So, you know, for those reasons, we'll have an MSI that set these up and put them on the path for you. But they themselves are just text files.
And they're always, and they're in your, if they're in your path. So when you set this up, it's in your path, that folder right there.
Yep. So this folder is put on your path just so that KVM is available.
Okay.
And then when you say KVM use default here, it's changed the path so that the old runtime is no longer in the path. The one I just asked for is.
Okay.
KVM hasn't changed, though.
Okay.
But now, if I do KVM, it's running the KPM batch file out of this bin directory. And this is saying, here's the version number. This actually ran the managed code on top of this runtime. So the KPM is running on itself. It's part of the SDK, and it uses its own host process in there to run.
What if I'm watching this and I'm having mixed feelings about the most advanced cool thing to come out of our team being based on batch files? And when I say batch files, I don't mean literally batch files, but it's like we're kind of back to scripting, but it's very clean and it's very simple and it's very kind of elegant. But at the same time, I think maybe we thought it would be more sophisticated.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of times sophistication is good if it's the only way that you can accomplish something. If there is an existing paradigm that is solid and has been in Windows and other platforms since computers existed, if that capability is there and you take advantage of it, you've accomplished your goal. So it's really if it ain't broken, choosing a runtime based on what is currently on your path is how all of these, languages, if you take a look at them, work at the end of the day. And so why be any different?
So when I type KVM on a Mac or a Linux machine, it'll be a shell script.
Yes. Yep.
And everything else will work the same, pathing and environment variables and all that kind of stuff.
Yep. Yep. That's exactly right. And the part that's managed code is the same managed code. The only thing that's different is the CLR that you'll be running it on top of.
Really? So when you said KPM is in our case, a batch file or a PowerShell file that points to package manager DLL, the same exact thing applies on a Linux or a Mac?
Yes. On Linux, it would be kpm.sh or a bash file of some sort. And then, yeah, exactly that.
All right. Let's switch back to the slides real quick just to make a bookmark point there. Okay, so KPM scoped now to a particular version of the runtime that you selected.
Yep. So KPM is your single command for all of the SDK commands that you need to run.
Okay.
And so within an SDK, there are a number of things you need to do. Downloading dependencies, compiling a project, turning a project into a NuGet package, getting ready for deployment. All of those things all are in the KPM umbrella. So everything that the SDK needs to do for you, the commands are located in there.
Sometimes people have looked at KPM and said, oh, this is like NPM. Is it like that and more?
Well, I think it's exactly like that, and .NET specific, though. So it has a number of commands so far. It is much like NDM, but it is based on the NuGet standards, of course, and it is based on using Roslyn to create assemblies and to create NuGet packages. Other than that, metaphorically, it's all very similar to that. If you're familiar with what NPM can do, you will probably find an analog. And if you're familiar with .NET, of course you'll find an analog because build builds.
Now, we have KPM restore. That's like NPM install. But then we have KPM install. What is the difference between install and restore then?
Oh, yeah. Install might be something that'll change in a little bit. Install is a slightly different gesture. It's where you add a dependency to a project and then run restore. So it's a dual command. So install means add plus restore.
So that's interesting. So that's now the second time where I've gotten confused by dual commands. KVM upgrade did a bunch of stuff, and KPM install is something is an add and a restore.
Yeah. And, for those reasons, and, is definitely open to feedback, and we're getting feedback constantly from the world. The commands like that will probably evolve and change.
If I were going to make with a notepad a project.json and write a startup.cs, that tells me, here are my dependencies and here's my startup. And we saw that in Daniel's talk where he made a hello world. Would I run then KPM restore to bring down the dependencies and then?
Well, you certainly can, and you can also do that directly from Visual Studio if you're using it. The IDE sort of contains all of that for you and is running restore in the background. But that is exactly what you would do. You would author a project JSON, run KPM restore, and then your binaries are available to run. So you can fire it up from there. Should we fire up a copy of Visual Studio and do something like that?
Sure, if you want to. Let's not. We don't want to duplicate too much of what we've already seen because I really like learning some of this context that you're giving me that I haven't seen before.
Oh, okay. Well, just let me know anytime you'd like to see some of it actually.
Yeah, sure. Talk to me about wrap. That seems like it bridges two worlds.
It does. KPM wrap is something that's being added just now, and it's something that will hopefully light up in some of the very near editions of Visual Studio. What it is when you have a project JSON, it can depend on other project JSONs. It can also depend on NuGet packages. So we're kind of unifying the unit of dependency. You know, in CSproj, there was always a kind of disconnect between I'm referencing an assembly versus another CSproj.
Well, yeah.
And when you reference NuGet, it's kind of like referencing an assembly, but it's someplace else. So in this project type, those are all unified. When you depend on something by name, you depend on it by name. And if it is a NuGet project or another K project, it doesn't really matter. They're functionally equivalent. When you have a dependency, you have a dependency. And a project and a package are the same. The thing that's missing is existing code. If you have a CSproj in your solution already, if you have any of that existing asset that you want to reuse, and everybody does want to reuse their existing works, you need abilities to reference CSproj from a project JSON conveniently. And that's where this tool enters in. So it's a new command, kpm wrap on a CSproj, will generate a project JSON in a kind of a standalone location. Mm-hmm. And then you can reference that as well. So from your project, you can start a ASP.NET 5 web application or class library or command line application, wrap existing CSproj class libraries, mm-hmm. And they suddenly become ASP.NET 5 visible projects. And it goes through them transitively. So if you wrap class library A, and it's using 3 NuGet packages and 2 DLLs and 1 other CSproj that's also using 2 NuGet packages, all of that sort of becomes transparently accessible to your original application. So it'll follow the dependencies down, and it'll all work from your web application. So an ASP.NET 5 web application can reference that graph of CSproj technology, and it'll all come together.
So thinking perhaps it's overly simplistically, a number of people are always asking the question about, like, what does the upgrade scenario look like? Maybe you could put some of that into context, because they might say, oh, look, wrap is the magical way that I will bring my giant 70 projects from over there to over here. But that doesn't answer the desktop CLR versus core CLR issue. Mm-hmm. That just says these are now available as references in the context of an ASP.NET 5 project.
Yeah, it's all about options and how much you want to bite off in terms of porting. So kpm wrap is, one last thing. In Visual Studio, you can, when you right-click Add Reference, mm-hmm. and do a project-to-project reference, that's the Visual Studio gesture for that. You won't have to run kpm wrap yourself.
I see.
So if you go to ASP.5 project, right-click Add Reference to a .NET 4.5 class library,
that happens to be running in the same solution.
Yeah, it just looks like a reference appeared and works. That is the quickest way to get existing class libraries available in a K project. There are other ways, which are, mostly efforts of porting. You can put a project JSON in the same directory, and by convention, it will see all of the source, and it'll. You can switch to that as your project type instead of the class library, and so in that way, you can migrate your entire application bit by bit. Mm-hmm. The thing that a lot of time was spent on, actually, in the class library that Visual Studio is running for ASP.NET Next is combined IntelliSense. So if you choose to go that route, and you go into your project JSON and say, this thing runs on .NET 4.5, the full desktop framework, ASP.NET 5.0, ASP.NET Core 5.0, if you choose all 3 of those as places that you want that code to run, it will give you the combined IntelliSense to let you know anytime you've used an API that's not available on any of those 3. So as you're programming...
You said 3?
Sure, yes.
What is the third?
Oh, if you, in your project JSON, if you say ASP.NET 50,
right,
ASP.NET Core 50,
right,
and .NET 4.5.
Oh.
Yeah. If you do that in your project JSON, you've technically created a package with 3 DLLs. One of them is for .NET 4.5 framework applications, the full framework, like, the full framework, the one that we're using today. If you say kpm build on that, it will create a nupkeg with those 3 DLLs in there. And that's a way that you can continue to create software that runs on multiple frameworks and has one single project type and creates a nupkeg that can be then shared and imported by other solutions.
I see. So if I'm a person that makes a library that I'm going to give to other people within my enterprise, mm-hmm. I could manually build out 3 DLLs, and I can say use that one for Windows Phone and that one for ASP.NET 5 and use that one for today. I could do portable class libraries and hopefully make one that works everywhere, but probably would not. Or in this new world, basically I have single source and perhaps some if-defs, perhaps not. we automatically fan out and make 3 DLLs, but they're automatically put into one package. So you think about one build artifact, and I hand that one thing to you, and no matter what context you use it in, it will work.
Yeah, yeah. That's
So it's not a portable class library, as it is a smart NuGet
yeah, exactly.
that feels portable.
When you say in Visual Studio, file new ASP.NET 5 class library, like we mentioned before, the class library is actually, the project is a package. The project and the NuGet package are the same. So what you're working on is a single project, that's one NuGet package, multiple target frameworks.
Okay.
And the IntelliSense shows you that. In Visual Studio, there's that drop-down where you
Right,
can
we saw
choose.
that.
Yeah, you can choose which one you want to focus on, but it's giving you the warnings. You've used something that's only available in Net 4.5. You better change that. And like you said, if-defs are available as a last resort. Nobody ever wants to if-def their code like crazy, but every once in a while you do hit a place where something works one place and not the other, and so you can choose to if-def. And then when you hit compile, there's one compile, one nupkid comes out. It's just that the DLLs in the 2 different locations have different behavior as appropriate for them.
One thing I think I got a little bit confused about, though, is that you said I can say ASP.NET 50, as you say, ASP.NET 5, ASP.NET 5, Core 5. Then you said Net 4.5. I thought ASP.NET 5 runs on .NET 4.5. What's the difference between ASP.NET 5 and Net 4.5?
That's actually a good way to put it. ASP.NET 5.0 runs on the .NET 4.5 CLR, but it is itself a process container. It's the programming model. So ASP.NET 5.0 and ASP.NET Core 5.0 both have the same application model, both have the same programming model. If you have a program class with a main entry point, you can do dependency injection in the program class's constructor in order to get hosting services. That's because you're running in a host that understands dependency injection. So those are all qualities of the ASP.NET 5.0 runtime environment. If you are compiling for Net 4.5, you're not assuming that you're in that runtime environment. So things like a program main where the program class has a constructor with dependency injection, you would not want to do that in the Net 4.5 case.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So ASP.NET 5, well, it runs fine on Net 4.5 and .NET 4.5. It's not then running in the context of this new environment that provides so much. It's running in the context of kind of like the classic ASP.NET EXE.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. If you were going to be making a Windows Forms application or a straight Net 4.5 command line EXE, there you would be using the Net 4.5 target framework name. If you were creating something that was going to be running with the dependency injection and the new tools and the new configuration, and was going to be switching between the 2 frameworks,
Right.
that's where you'd be using the ASP.NET 50 or ASP.NET Core 50.
Okay. But if I'm, JSON.NET author, or I'm writing an XML parser, or any kind of non-UI specific thing, any of the thousands of library NuGet packages, what should they do today to start getting ready? They should start to build their stuff in this project system.
It's certainly an option, and that's one of the things that we're hoping that the tools like wrap will make more, powerful and compelling options available for them, because they do have a lot of CS projects that are existing, and a lot of those are coming together in a single NuGet package. So one of the ways that you can arrange it is to have a project JSON for the ASP.NET 50 and ASP.NET Core 50 targets, and then KPM wrap the other CS projects that exist in your solution. So you can kind of have a hybrid where 3 of the DLLs are created by the existing CS projects, and the other ones are created when Project K sort of scoops everything together and makes a nutcake.
Okay. All right. Let's move on our slide deck there to custom commands. We've seen that you can make these custom commands in project.json, that pack generates batch file wrappers for each of those. But I'm not really clear on what the command is. It is just a main inside of a DLL?
Oh, sure. We can take a look at that. It is just a main inside of a DLL. If we go into we can take a look at this one. We see that it has 2 commands defined. And when you say K to run something,
Right.
you can say what the command name is immediately afterwards. This command name is looked up in this section, and this is substituted for what the user had in the command line. So I could say K hello, or I could say K hello world.
So it's an alias.
It's an alias, basically, yeah.
I see.
It's an alias plus additional arguments if you want to put them inline.
Okay.
This hello world that we're looking at right there, or this Microsoft ASP.NET hosting, that's the assembly name that has the program main in it. All right?
Gotcha.
So when you say k web, it's telling you find program main in this DLL and pass it some more options. So when you say k web, what you're really doing is you're giving control to Microsoft ASP.NET hosting.dll program main, and it's the thing that's saying starting and not telling you the port, but then continuing to start up a server that is going to be hosting your web application.
Okay. Why, and I'm just thinking about the audience, why would I want a console app? Like I see you brought in system.console, you can say k hello world. What is the difference between saying k hello world and just saying hello world.exe?
Well, for running on different CLRs, at the moment Core CLR doesn't have the idea of creating a native executable image. So that's what that is really providing for you. The K is really providing for you.
Like when you say mono on Linux.
Exactly. You say Mono, you say Java, you say Ruby, Python. All of those have a host process that is your language stack. And then the first argument is the program that's being run. So same thing in this case. If you say k space hello world, it's going to find hello world DLL and run it. If you're running cross-platform, your experience is going to be the same then. You don't have a Windows executable that you're copying to another operating system. You have a bunch of managed DLLs. You copy them to the other operating system, and they run well, exactly as they're intended to. The other operating system would have a different host process. Like you say, the other operating system might have whatever is native in that location that can run CLR. And from that point forward, it's bootstrapping the runtime environment,
right,
and then bootstrapping your code, and then everything else runs normally.
And those things are usually symbolic links or aliases on other platforms. I mean, Java, Python, Ruby.
Yeah. Yep. It's all going to be the same thing. When you say Java, hello world.jar, whatever is the Java that is on the path for that command prompt,
right,
is going to start up, load your program, and run.
Kind of does make you wonder about our name, though. You said the naming is in flux.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
K.
Yeah. These things are all. Yeah, actually, I remember Nuke itself had kind of like a community input on the naming. It fluctuates and evolves until everything comes together in the end.
Indeed.
So yeah, we expect lots of feedback.
So then on the next slide here, we talk about hosting. So in this context, then, you said that K is the the bootstrapper, the application host. I like the parallel that you drew with Python and Ruby and all those other kinds of things. That makes sense. The language host. But up-leveling and think about a different kind of hosting your web application. While they're all going to be hosted in this example in that kind of that runtime, you can have, you said Microsoft at ASP.NET hosting, but you said server Kestrel. What is that? And are you saying I can host my web apps in different containers, different hosts?
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things that's also kind of interesting mentioning hosting is that there's not a lot of difference between a command line program and a web application and something hosted by IIS.
Really?
It's all the same project type, yeah. It's what happens when it starts that makes them different.
Because I think people who are like been in the industry a long time are like, well, that's totally different. It's entirely foreign, and you're saying that they're pretty much the same.
Well, they actually are pretty much the same. The one that's different would be IIS because it's giving you a different process, and you're running inside that process. Other than that, everything is pretty much the same. Well, again, like the Node example, the difference between a Node command line application and a Node web application really is whether or not it starts listening on a HTTP port. Other than that, they're identical. And the same is true in this case. You can have things like EF migrations that you run as commands from the command line in the same code base that is a web server. If you run it as kweb, it just runs the web server and loads the actual HTTP implementation, which is pluggable. And that same file system location can be set up to run on IIS and IIS Express if it is pointed at that same location. So one project, and this is an example of that, can be set up to run all three of those ways. And in Visual Studio, in the properties pages, you actually get to choose in the dropdown.
Right.
You get to choose between IIS Express, Web, and Hello. You're basically saying what happens when you press F5.
But in Visual Studio, IIS Express appears in Visual Studio, but not in the project.json, because that's a totally different way. Like, it's not K that bootstraps that relationship. It's Visual Studio and its internal knowledge of IIS Express.
Yeah, correct. If you wanted to get the same IIS Express command line experience, it's not hard. You just have to know what the IS Express command line is. So you can go to the right directory, type IS Express, run on this port, on this folder, and it finds that folder, locates the K runtime, initializes it, it runs the web application. So you can do IS Express from the command line, exactly like Visual Studio is doing, if you just know what the 1 or 2 switches are that you need.
Would that be something I'd want to put in here if I wanted to run IS Express from the command line as a command within a project.json?
IS Express might be the one that's different, only because it doesn't have a a managed DLL entry point.
Oh, I see. So you need to have your own little managed utility to do that for you.
I would probably do it as a batch file. Yeah.
That's as you to your point from before. Hey, it's the most simple thing that could happen. Why?
Oh, yeah.
Why make it more complicated?
Yeah, and then if somebody sees it in the folder, they can just double-click it, and IS Express opens up in its own DOS box, and you see the output, and things start serving.
So we're going to talk about Kestrel in a minute, but what is Microsoft.ASP.NET.hosting?
Oh, Microsoft ASP.NET Hosting. That is the entry point that understands your startup class.
Okay.
I feel like we might want to open, just to take a look at the code.
Oh, well, let's do it.
Yeah. So if we open this up and get some of these out of the way, this is the folder that we were just looking at.
All right.
There is the program main that khello would run. Hosting is a different entry point. It has a program main, and what its job is to find your code and your startup class, create that startup class, and then give it control. So hosting will load this, and I'm sure you've seen this demoed a lot today.
And does it find it by its name, startup? Is that a convention?
Yeah. Startup is a convention. Configure is a convention. So just like program main is a convention.
Well, that's a good point, because my pedantic brain was like, well, that's not really an interface, and shouldn't there be an I this or that? But in this case, public static void main, just because it's always been that way.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, the systems are IOC enabled, so that kind of fights having a base interface just a little bit, because if you put additional interfaces from the runtime that you want injected into this argument call or into this function call, an interface doesn't really let that happen because it'll tell you you haven't implemented that method correctly.
I see. So you're saying I can put whatever I want on configure, and not only will it find configure and startup by convention, but it'll also inject in those things for me.
Yep, you can get the hosting environment, logger factory, those other kind of things.
That puts logging really early in the process. That's pretty cool. Like,
oh yeah, yeah. We definitely have taken some of those building blocks and made them optionally available, not mandatory. But if you want to click into the logging interfaces that are available, they're front and center, and all you really have to do is ask for them, and they end up in your hand.
all right, cool.
So that is what hosting's job is, to locate this, and then your program puts whatever handler it wants on there. And this would be, add MVC, or this is, the hello world
The
example.
hello world example.
And then that's all there is to it. That's hosting's job. If you are hosting in IIS or on HTTP sys, the same DLL is going through that code path. So IIS gives control to hosting, which locates the startup class in the same way. So whether you're self-hosted or IIS hosted, the execution path is as similar as possible.
Okay, let's switch back to the slides and talk just briefly about Kestrel, and then in the context of potentially other places that we could host this stuff.
Sure.
Well, Kestrel is just something that you kind of slapped together that suddenly people started using.
Well, it's been kicking around for a little bit.
Did you expect it to be anything more than like a kind of here, this is a little thing I built? Did you intend to go and build a managed web server that people would really start using?
Both. It started off as a exercise in getting code that was sort of running the same everywhere, and also it's something that, and it wasn't just me. Lots of people have been like asking for this and pushing for it, and Fowler has been on the Twitters, asking people, where is the managed HTTP server for .NET?
Right.
Java's got Jetty. These other things have like purely managed HTTP servers. What does the community think of that? Who wants to start running one? And so there were some people that were working on that already. This one is coming together. It's based on libof and
libof, libuv,
yes.
libuv. That's the one that Node uses.
Yep. So it's using the libuv evented socket API libraries, and so that's how it's talking to the internet. Other than that, it is basically doing the HTTP framing. So to be an HTTP server, you have to understand the request and you have to serialize the response. Other than going through all of the things to make it production-ready and trustworthy computing, and that huge bar, Microsoft sets a huge bar for what it considers to be production server. Other than that, HTTP itself is a fairly basic protocol. Once you get the framing and the bodies out of the way, all you have to do is transceive things. At that point, you have a managed code HTTP server. You can use it from a host process on Windows. And on Windows, you can choose between HTTP sys and Kestrel. And if you are going cross-platform, you can take your server with you. You obviously don't have IS available, but you can run a process. And once you're in that process, you can boot whichever web server you want to.
How complicated is Kestrel? Like, how much code are we talking about here? Like, does it make it easier to get it past trustworthy computing because there's not a lot of code?
Trustworthy computing, they have extremely specific and very sophisticated things they look for. OFN attacks, bad data, protocol vulnerabilities, everything that you can think of. So being simple helps. But being simple isn't enough. There's a lot of things that I couldn't even begin to enter into.
So it's going through that process?
Yes, and it will need to be through that process before it's called anything close to production ready.
And arguably, do you think it'll make it through that process and it'll be something that people could have as an option?
Oh yeah, someday. Yeah, someday, certainly. Yes.
So then when someone is putting a Node application live in production, they're going to run Node.exe, but they're not going to take that port and put it out into the real world. They're going to front it with something.
Oh yeah. You'll definitely think twice before making Node your front-end server. You will, as often as not, and I don't know what the percentages are, but I think it's at least half of the instances will have Nginx or some sort of HTTP front server, often configured to do the static files, to take that load off of the Node process itself, but also because it can be considered in some ways a more robust server for some of the attacks that you can do on an HTTP sort of like socket.
So the kind of stuff like people ask themselves, like, what exactly does IIS do? It does the static file, it does the different routing from requests from different kinds of. It's a component container, lifecycle management, all that kind of stuff. In the Unix world, sometimes you'll take 2 or 3 different utilities that will do that kind of work. So then, would you anticipate when someone says something like, some of these simple tweeted questions, how do I run ASP.NET applications on Apache? That's going to be a more complicated question about like, how do I have Apache as my front web server doing the static files with then brokered calls over to Kestrel, some future version of Kestrel. We're going to have to come up with a prescription for that.
Oh yeah, and probably really good examples and articles. Assuming that they reach the point where they're production ready, and you kind of have that experience like you alluded to with a different technology. If you search for how do I put Nginx in front of Node, you find a lot of articles, and then you find you basically pick the one that makes the most sense to you and seems like the stablest source, and then follow them like a script.
Yeah, I think people have been a little spoiled because things like IIS can be put right on the front end, or things like Apache can be put right up there. But now you've got Nginx and other firewalls and other things like Redis and Mongo and all these different things. And some people put them out there on the open internet, and some people don't.
Well, and the fact of the matter is that when you're talking about cloud hosting, even if you do run a process that is its own web server, you are virtually never the front server that's on the edge of the internet.
That's true.
You're almost always behind at least a network appliance and often a routing layer.
Yeah, which protects you from a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, a whole category of attacks, yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to be on the open internet.
No, at least not without the right tools.
Yeah. Cool. Well, we have been learning all about ASP.NET internals from Louis Desjardins. You can check him out at where'slou.com, as well as follow him on Twitter. And we will be back talking to Rowan Miller and talking about the Entity Framework 7. And we are back. Last but not least, Entity Framework.
Hopefully
data.
not least. Yeah.
So no, absolutely not least, because none of it, you can't do anything without data.
That's true. Yep.
See? So you're really first.
Yep, absolutely.
We're here with Rowan Miller, and we're here on the Microsoft Virtual Academy. We're going to get the scoop on what's going on with Entity Framework 7.
Absolutely.
So who are you?
So I'm Rowan Miller. I work on the Entity Framework team here at Microsoft. I'm a program manager, which means I fill in the gaps for anything that needs doing, as most people who are here today. Focused mainly on Entity Framework, but have a bit to do with everything around the shop. You know, we all work as part of the ASP.NET team as well here. Prior to Microsoft, I worked doing application integration in the enterprise before coming here. And if you want to catch me, I blog often at rowmiller.com.
Yeah. All right. Cool. And that's still me.
Yep, nothing's changed.
Nothing's
I
changed.
assume
I'm
since
still
an
the
hour
guy
ago.
who's got his own slide for no reason at all.
Very good.
All right. Cool. So EF.
Yeah.
EF7.
So kind of got 3 sections to the talk today. We're going to do a few slides just to talk about what EF7 is all about. Then we're going to do one set of demos, which just looks at basic data access using Entity Framework 7. It's kind of the don't freak out, the world hasn't changed demo. And then after that, we'll dig in and have some demos of new features and cool stuff you can do with EF7.
Okay.
Sound good?
Cool.
So EF7, kind of the tagline we use for it is new platforms and new data stores, which sounds great, but I'll spend a little bit of time in a couple of slides talking about what that actually means. So in terms of new platforms, EF has always worked when you target the full .NET framework, WPF, WinForms, ASP.NET vCurrent, etc. Starting in EF7, we're going to be targeting Windows Phone, Windows Store. So this is primarily about local data access. Obviously, on devices, SQLite is the go-to database there. So that would kind of be our default story on Phone and Store. But the full provider model's there. So if we want to target something else on Phone and Store, that would be possible too. In addition, obviously, ASP.NET 5, which is why I'm here today. That includes full .NET Framework and targeting the new core CLR. And then, of course, as we're going cross-platform, we're also going to be able to use EF in your Mac and Linux applications as well.
Presumably to talk to both SQLite and SQL Server proper?
Yeah, absolutely. And then obviously on Mac and Linux, kind of the default environment is looking at something like PostgreSQL. So we'll be looking at providers for that as well. So I should mention, this is the core of Entity Framework, supports all these different platforms. But what specific providers are available will depend on what APIs are available on those platforms. Obviously, a lot of providers have some native dependencies, for example, SQL Server, so that may not be available on all platforms. But the core of EF and everything that's kind of baked in will work across this full set of platforms. So then the other half of the equation is new data stores. So historically, EF was all about targeting relational databases. But in EF7, we're opening that up to work with non-relational databases as well. Now, when most people hear this, they kind of freak out and think, oh no, another high-level framework that works great in demos, but falls apart as soon as I try and do anything.
That is kind of what they think.
Yeah, so EF7, we're definitely not building some kind of magical abstraction. The goal is not that you can write some code and have it run on a key value store and a relational database and a document database. The idea is we take the services that make sense on almost all databases, like the unit of work pattern, link queries, change tracking, mapping to POCO types, that kind of stuff. That's kind of baked into the core of EF. And then as you target a specific database, we'll pull in extra extensions that give you the additional capabilities of that. So for example, targeting a relational database, I get the ability to set up cascade delete and things like that. If I target Azure Table Storage, I can set up my row and partition key for the model. And obviously, if I target a relational database, I get additional transaction APIs for working with DB transaction, things like that. Some examples of providers we're working on, obviously SQL Server, that's our bread and butter relational data store. I mentioned SQLite because that's really important for phone, store, device. Azure Table Storage and Redis were just some proof of concept ones we did. And then we're also working on an in-memory database, which is useful when you want a unit test. I should also add to the list, we've done a little bit of work with other people outside of our team on providers for DocumentDB and also for MongoDB as well. So we're kind of exploring, playing around with a whole bunch of different ideas. Now, not all of these are going to ship at our initial release. This is the list that our team is working on, but we've kind of at this stage put Azure Table Storage and Redis to one side while we focus on shoring up SQL Server as our top priority. So you don't expect all this stuff to be RTM quality at the same time. Okay, so that's where we're headed with EF7. Let's talk about how we're going to achieve it. So EF7 is a lightweight and extensible version of EF. We'll dig into what this means. This is somewhat akin, I think the ASP.NET lightweight and extensible aren't the words we use, but we use modular.
Well, does it imply that EF6 is not lightweight or extensible?
Yes, I think it does. Bits of EF6 are extensible. So if you look at things like command interception, which was something we introduced in EF6, we have a common extensible component that we go through whenever we talk to the database. But 98% of the EF code base was written a long time ago. It wasn't factored well, and it doesn't lend itself to being extensible. But also doesn't really lend itself to being lightweight. You get all of EF in memory at the same time.
So it seems like EF7 is to 6 as ASP.NET 5 is to 4. Like you've broken it all apart, make it as lean and mean as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
And
So
modular.
the title I had for this next slide is EF7 is part V7 because, as we're going to see in a minute, it very much is a continuation of Entity Framework, but it's also part V1 because in some cases we're kind of doing away with some of the baggage from our past releases and building things the way we would like them to be built.
I see. So like ASP.NET 5, it's an appropriate reboot with concept compatibility, but also
Absolutely.
in some places all new stuff.
Yeah, and that, I think concept compatible is very important. I mean, it sounds like a cheesy marketing line, but it's something we care passionately about.
As long as it's true,
Yeah, and
then
it
it's
is.
not a cheesy marketing line.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned, EF6.x code base, we just had a lot of baggage in there. It wasn't well factored, so we had to look at a bit of a reboot. And as you mentioned, ASP.NET 5 coming out was a really good time to do it, as we're already rebooting other parts of the stack as well. So concept compatible in the sense, same top level experience, so you still get DB context, you still get DB set, but under the covers are built over a much more lightweight and extensible core, which is similar to everything we've talked about today for ASP.NET 5.
Okay, but I know how to do DB context and DB set, and I know how to do code first,
Absolutely.
and I can take existing databases and make code first models, so it'll feel comfortable.
Yes, absolutely. We want you to start and very much feel like you're working with Entity Framework.
Okay, cool.
We're not pulling everything forwards. EF has brought a lot of baggage with it. There's a lot of stuff you could do, but almost nobody ever did. Some examples were just very complex mapping scenarios that were possible. You could mix table per hierarchy and table per type and table per concrete type, inheritance mapping, all into the one inheritance hierarchy. And this was just stuff people very rarely did, and it made the whole code base very complicated. We'll see an example in code in a minute. We also had the ability to a feature called MEST, or multiple entity sets per type, which is supported in the core of EF and relates to reusing the same CLR type to map to different instances of a table. Hasn't been supported ever in the DB context API, and so you had to drop down to object context, and we've just found nobody ever complained about the fact it was missing from DB context because nobody uses it.
And what was it called?
Called MEST, multiple entity sets, but exactly.
Yeah, that's a
You've
good
never
reason
heard
to
of
get rid of it.
Yeah. I should also note, obviously we're shedding a bit of baggage. That gives us a bit of room to pull in some new features people have been asking for. So stuff like batching updates. When you call save changes, we don't do one round trip to the database for every row that you're inserting or adding now. And we'll look at a few other ones as well when we're going into demos. Now, the one somewhat controversial point we have is that in EF7 we've made the call to just bring forward code-based modeling. Now, when we first started talking about this, we called this, we're only bringing code first forwards, which of course everyone thinks, well, I write my classes and I generate my database and freak out because I work in an enterprise where I have existing databases.
Exactly.
Code-based modeling is about having a model expressed in code rather than XML. You can create your model and have a database generated for you and then update it with migrations, or you can start with an existing database and have it generated into a model which you can then tweak to match how you want your domain classes to.
What does this mean for people who have, quote unquote, invested in large designer-made models? Where does the intellectual property lie?
So that's actually a really good question. There's two data points I would put on here. One is that right now, EF7, we're not selling it as a replacement for EF6. EF7, it's kind of part V1. We're going to keep investing in EF6 for a while. I know Microsoft says that a lot, but you can go and see that that's reality now. We've been working on EF7 for about a year, and you can see we've done incremental updates. We've done EF6.1, 6.1.1, 6.1.2. That was all done at the same time we were working on the EF7 code base. So we're actually adding features, fixing things, taking community contributions. So you can stay on EF6 and still be supported for a while. Obviously, it's not going to be forever, but
well, it's like web forms. People keep asking about what web forms means in the context of ASP.NET 5. We're still putting cool stuff into web forms. We just added async and async model binding.
Exactly.
We've added new stuff to web forms going forward. So, it's a fork.
yeah, it is. Yeah, and it's going to take a bit of time for EF7 to have all of the rich capabilities that 6 had. Some of them are going to look a bit different. So for some people upgrading, we wouldn't recommend that you go and take an existing big EF6 app and try and upgrade it to EF7. Definitely not now. Probably not in 6 months. Maybe in 12 months. Be the time to start thinking about that. All right. So here was an example. Folks can say, well, you were doing a lot of good stuff in EF6. It was a bit slow. Could you improve the performance? But does it really justify a rewrite? So I wanted to look, obviously at the heart of an ORM is saying, well, I've got this ELR class. I want to go and find out what table it maps to. So you would think the core of an object relational mapper would be optimized for finding out what table a class maps to. So here's the code from EF6. As you can see, it's not exactly intuitive. A whole bunch of stuff going on there. Aside from this being horrible to work out how to write, it's also very slow because our stack has to do this over and over again. If we contrast that with EF7, it's very simple. We're basically saying, pull up the metadata you have for the entity type. I want to get the relational parts of the metadata you have and just show me the table it maps to. Now, to be fair, a CLI class can map to multiple different tables. We could have some properties in one table, some in another. So,
But when I see a before, this is a before and after?
Yes.
Like when I see a before and after like this, you know, what are you supposed to, I'm not sure what I'm emotionally supposed to do with this slide.
You're
Like
supposed to
on the
say-
left, I'm like, well, what were you thinking?
yeah.
But on the right, I'm thinking, is it really that easy? Like that can't be right.
So if you operate in a domain where you know that your class is mapped to one table, which is 99, probably 90-something% of applications out there, then the code is really this simple. This is literally
Okay.
taken from an application I wrote.
But oftentimes I'll have like a view model where I'm trying to get a model out of the database where a couple of tables are going to come out and I want to join them together into
Absolutely.
either a view model or what's close to a view model, a data transfer object that's well on its way to becoming a view model.
Yeah, so the way this API works here, things are basically stored as annotations within the metadata. So we have a core which doesn't really know anything about tables or columns because those don't apply on all data stores. And this is some sugar APIs, extension methods basically, over the top of that metadata saying, give me the relational metadata and then give me the table from that. Now, obviously, if I was mapping to multiple tables, then the API gets a little bit more complicated. There'd probably be a Boolean flag. I can test whether it maps to multiple tables or not. But
I see.
this code on the left is actually from one of the most popular, I just copied it from one of the most popular posts I've done on my blog, because people want to know how to do this stuff, and obviously it's extremely unintuitive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With all due respect.
Yes. Yeah, well, you don't have to respect me, because
Okay.
nobody on our
Yeah,
team
I don't know how. I mean, the third line kind of makes sense, but the rest of it, I don't think I could do.
Yeah, I think I get lost halfway through the first line, so
Well, you wrote it.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep. No. All right, so that's enough talking about it. Let's
see
drop
some
out to
code.
some stuff. So, like I said, this first demo, I'm going to look at what does normal data access look like with EF7.
Sure.
And kind of subtitle this the Don't Freak Out demo, because stuff looks pretty similar. So here I have a simple ASP.NET 5 application. It's an MVC app. It's basically empty. I've got a bunch of boilerplate code to have MVC working, and I've started padding out a model. In here, as part of the default project templates, I have Entity Framework installed.
Okay.
So you'll see here I have Entity Framework.SQL Server NuGet package. This is one important thing to point out. Historically, if you installed the Entity Framework package, that was kind of Entity Framework plus everything to make SQL Server work, because
Right.
we're Microsoft and we ship SQL Server. Things are a bit better factored now, so the core is completely data store agnostic. You would typically install a package for the provider you want to use. So you'd install Entity Framework.SQL Server, .SQLite, .Azure Table Storage.
I see. And then so you have the Entity Framework, the core, and then the plugin.
Exactly, yeah. And then here's another plugin too. So obviously when you installed the Entity Framework package, you also got the migrations commands. Now you get those by installing Entity Framework.commands.
Oh, so those are separate. So migrations are
Exactly.
optional.
Yeah, and I don't have to deploy them, right? I might just use them locally, but I don't need to deploy the package with my PowerShell commands in it.
How would you express that, given what we've learned about ASP.NET 5?
So this would be a dev time dependency, or whatever we're calling that feature now.
Ah, okay.
I don't necessarily have to go and deploy all this stuff to my production server.
You would exclude it from being published.
Exactly.
Okay.
And like we said, this is kind of a little bit under the covers. If you just create a new ASP.NET 5 from the project template, then you get all this stuff pre-installed and you're ready to go. All right, so I've kind of written some boilerplate code to get us started. I have a simple POCO class here called Bike. This is a cycle sales company. They sell bicycles. They keep a database with some inventory and product catalog, etc. I've started a cycle sales context here. You'll notice this looks very much like EF6. We inherit from DB context. This class represents our session with a database.
Yep.
We expose a DB set for each type in our model, allows us to query and save instances of the types. First thing I'm going to look at is something that is a little bit different. We made it easier to do code-based configuration. So in EF6, you would have this separate DB configuration object, and there was some stuff you could set, some stuff you couldn't set, and there was one of them globally for all your contexts. We now have an onConfiguring method that you can override. This is somewhat akin to the onModel creating method we have when you want to configure the model. This helps you configure the context.
Does on-model creating still exist?
Yes, it does. We'll actually see that a little bit later. So I get this options thing come in, and what I get on here is really some extension methods. So I've got use SQL Server as one of those extension methods, and that's available because I have the SQL Server package installed. If I only had SQLite installed, I would just say use SQLite instead.
Is this similar to the kind of the similar model to the way ASP.NET says use this or use that?
Yeah, this is similar to kind of code you'd write in startup.cs, where different things light up when you have packages referenced.
Okay.
We're going to say use SQL Server. Now, obviously, in my context code isn't necessarily the best place to put my connection string, so we're going to look at where we can move this to later. But for the moment, I'm just going to pull in a SQL connection string from a code snippet. I'm cheating. So we're targeting SQL Express. I'm targeting a database on there called Cycle Sales, and I've just switched on integrated authentication for that. So this is essentially all I need to do to get my model up and running. Now, one thing we have changed in EF7 is that we don't do any magic database creation. You might remember from EF6, you could like write a model and press F5, and it would magically create a database for you somewhere.
Which worked most of the time, but then if you deleted the database, sometimes you got yourself into weird situations.
Yeah. And if you were a first-time user coming to it and you pressed F5, you're like, well, that's great, it worked, but where the heck's my database?
Yep.
All those kind of things. So we're trying to make things much more explicit. We also found with that, we kind of lead people off down a path that looked all pretty and nice, and then they would want to change their model, and it's like, oh, well, sorry, you actually wanted the path back down there. So you've got to go unlearn some of the stuff you learned and then head back off down a different path.
Okay.
So all that to set up that essentially migrations are part of the default experience now. So I want to create a database based on my model. So I'm going to load up Package Manager console. Now, everything I'm doing here is just from a command line. I just like having my command line in my IDE, so I happen to be using Package Manager console here. But
before, people were typing things like enable migration and add migration, and it had to happen in Package Manager console.
Yep. So outside of ASP.NET 5, we still have all those commands available in Package Manager console. Now, it's just because currently in ASP.NET 5, there's no integration between the project system and Package Manager console. But if you're writing a phone app or a store app or WinForms, whatever, you have the same add migration and update database commands you had before.
Okay.
But underneath that, we actually also have a command line, which will work as well. So you can get the extra sugar of Package Manager console if you want. You don't have to. You can just use a command line as well.
And is it me typing KEF?
Yeah, so let's look at that. So because I'm just using this as a command line, it's not really getting any context about my projects or whatever. So I'm going to cd into the actual folder that my project is in on disk. Okay. And then we'll do KEF. And we'll see it's going to print out the list of Entity Framework commands along with a
nice. I haven't seen the ASCII unicorn.
Yeah, it's nice, hey. And remember from the previous sessions, I can't remember who it was, but someone showed this. If we go look in project JSON, I'm getting EF here because it's listed under the command section in my project JSON.
Ah.
And it's basically forwarding on to the entity framework.commands package that I have installed.
And we can make that could be DB or whatever.
Yeah, you can rename it if you
want. Foo.
Yeah.
Got it.
Now we've also tweaked things a little bit for the K version of these. They're a little bit more K-ish to kind of align with the rest of the commands. So I do KEF, I want to work with migrations. So I type migration, type add because I want to add a new migration. Okay. And I get to give this thing a name. So I'm just going to call it initial schema, but I could type anything in here.
Will there be tooling to do this?
Not yet.
Have you thought about if there should be?
We have. Actually, when we initially did migrations, we kind of started with the command line experience and assumed we were going to do tooling. And then everyone seemed to be really happy with the command line experience, so we never got around to doing the tooling. We hear every now and then from somebody who wants it, but for the most part, people seem to be really happy with the command line experience. That said, I think we might still end up doing it. It would be nice to have a little window in VS that says, oh, I noticed you've got a pending migration.
Sure.
Click this button to
let's see what it looks like.
So we'll go ahead and scaffold out. And I use the word scaffold intentionally. This code is designed to be scaffolded code that you would own and edit. We don't always get migrations right. It's kind of EF taking a guess at what you want to do. So you'll notice the migrations folder just popped up.
This is very similar to the way it was before.
Exactly, yeah. You'll notice in ASP.NET we don't nest designer files just yet, so I'm seeing them both show up, but one would traditionally be nested underneath the other one. And I see exactly what I'm used to from past versions of EF is a nice little API that says go create this table with these columns. This isn't tied to my model, so I could add in extra columns.
But you have not made the database yet.
Not yet, so I could edit this if I wanted to.
Okay.
I don't want to. It looks pretty good to me. To actually make the database, I use KEF migration apply, which will take any pending migrations, in this case just one, and apply them to the database. Now, I should point out in this workflow, I'm kind of doing the create my model, generate a database for me. EF7 totally supports the other model as well. I have a database, create my model for me.
If you typed KEF migration and hit enter, would it give you the subcommands?
I actually don't know if it will yet.
It should.
I'm not sure if it will, for sure. I'm not sure what it does.
Because it reminds me of, add, apply, list, script. Okay, so it's like Azure, VM list, and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's comfortable.
With an ASCII unicorn.
I have to say I'm impressed, and thank you for carrying
Shout out
that.
to Bryce Lamson who built that for us.
Carrying that forward, Bryce.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a database here now. Everything we're used to, there's a migration history table. This records which migrations are applied to the database. And obviously we have a bike table that matches our CLR class. Okay, now obviously ASP.NET 5 is all about dependency injection, and everything should be registered in my dependency injection container. So let's go startup.cs. In here we'll see in the default project template there's a bit of code already scaffolded out to kind of wire up everything entity framework. So we have some sugar methods on here which allow me to add a DB context. So I'm going to add in an instance of cycle sales context. This is basically registering my context in DI so that any of my components, like controllers or anything else, depend on this. They can have it injected as a dependency.
Okay, so and I don't do that via an interface. I would just simply have like a property called cycle sales context.
Well, this is a class. Oh yeah, typically a constructor parameter. Which
Okay,
is
so I can do a constructor parameter, or I can do a property and say activate.
Exactly. Yep. Absolutely. And this is effectively just sugar. We'll get to config in a little bit, and there's some extra stuff you can do with this method, but it's essentially registering a scoped instance of this. So within the request, there'll be one instance of the cycle sales context shared across all the components just for the scope of the request.
Okay, so every request gets their own context.
Yeah, which is the pattern we highly recommend you do with Entity Framework.
And this is nice because this is by default.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. In fact, if you create the default project template with ASP.NET Identity, then you'll get a line like this for the ASP.NET Identity context.
Nice.
This means you don't have to worry about managing the lifetime of your context. Just ask for it in the constructor and you'll get it. All right, so we have an EF model. It's registered, but we don't really have any way to test it yet. So let's drop back out to our command line. And I'm just going to use scaffolding. So kgen controller. So I'm going to scaffold out a controller. I want bike to be the model class. And my DB context is cycle sales context. So this would be the same as right-clicking on the controllers folder and saying add controller. But a nice command line way of doing it. OK, so we've done that. Let's go open up the code it's scaffolded. So we'll see bike controllers now here.
Very similar as before.
Yep, absolutely. So a few things to tidy up here. At the moment, I'm creating an instance of the context within the controller, but that's not very DI friendly. So let's get rid of that, and we'll do exactly what we talked about. We'll create a constructor. We'll take in an instance of the context, which DI will give to us. And we'll just register that. And that'll be the instance of the context we use. Yeah.
Okay.
And then one other update I want to show you, just something that's a bit nicer now. If I scroll down, I'll see this line of code here. This was, EF didn't really support an attach as modified pattern in the past. So you'd have to do this weird thing where you go through the change tracker, you look up the entry for the bike, and you set a state to modified. This is pretty ugly. So let's,
Why is that squiggled?
because our scaffolding's not up to date with our runtime. So
Oh,
it
okay.
should be this, which was,
Do that again?
so just take out the change tracker.
I see.
We originally had entry hanging off the change tracker, but that's not where it was in EF6. So this seemed like one of those API ones. We'd probably move it to change tracker now, but that's where it has been in the past, so let's just leave it there.
Okay. So you basically say we modified this entry.
Yep, but let's delete all that code and do something better. So we'll go bikes. Just call update. Now it looks way better, right? Go and update this bike.
And how does it figure out from that instance?
By default, it just attaches this thing as modified. So it's going to do an update for all the properties. And this is the easiest pattern to do in MVC.
And it knows because of the bike's ID.
No, I'm telling it it's existing. So if it had an ID of 0, then if I wanted to do that where I look at the ID and work it out, then I would call add if it had an ID of 0, or update, which is attached as modified, if it didn't. But remember here we're in a method called edit, so it's editing an existing bike. So I'm happy just to assume.
Forgive my ignorance, but
Go for it.
That's very clean, and that's like the simplest. Like that's very easy to teach. But when you say bikes.update and you pass in a bike, it knows that is the bike, a specific bike, because of its primary key.
Yes, so it's going to issue an update statement for that. Now, so I would say this bike has an ID of 4, say, so it's going to do an update bike set blah equals
Where,
blah,
okay.
where ID equals 4.
All right, cool.
Now, there's obviously better patterns you could do here. You could query and change, so we only update the columns that are actually updated. We could do something like e-tags.
Yeah, it could
and
be
stuff
more
like that.
sophisticated.
Yeah, but
It's going to do a complete all fields update.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, good for basic CRUD, and certainly good for learning.
Yeah, absolutely, and good for scaffolder templates. It's pretty easy, and I can add in extra logic if I want. So now that we've got this written, let's just run and make sure it actually works.
Yeah, before, like everyone does examples of get, but getting edit and new, clean and simple and right is so important.
So while we're on that topic, before we go look at it, this API is not in this build. I think it just got checked in yesterday, but we are going to have an API.
I like that you just like changed direction completely.
Yeah.
That's good.
We'll see it working.
No, I like it. Please do.
So we're going to have something like this, attach graph. So update, add, etc. work really well when I have one object, but they don't work super great when I have like one root of an object that has a whole other.
Then you're all in trouble.
I'm attaching an order. It has order lines and products and a whole bunch of other
Yeah,
stuff.
or if you have like some kind of enum that's a lookup table, and
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So attach graph is kind of exactly what we just talked about. So I give it a root, and it's going to go and look at everything that it can reach from that object based on the metadata it has. And it's going to go through, and this overload is going to see if it has a primary key set. So if they're integer primary keys, if the ID is anything other than 0, it will attach it. And if the ID is 0, it will mark it as added. So it's like a very simplistic way.
and it's going to do this without calling a bunch of SQL commands?
Exactly. It'll just kind of...
It's all in memory.
This is kind of what a lot of people wrote the hard way by default. And then the other option I have, if my logic's a bit more complicated than that, I can register a fancy little lambda here and say, and this gives me the state entry for the thing that it's about to attach. So I could set the state, I can tell it which properties are modified, I can tell it to skip this object, like don't attach this at all. So this is good if I want to get a bit more advanced.
Interestingly, why is it saying that that's not available on ASP.NET 5?
Oh, it's not available anywhere at the moment. That's interesting. It says it's available for core. It's not, because it doesn't even exist in this build.
Because you just made it up.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, cool.
All right. So when people ask about detached entity scenarios, that's kind of typically what they're asking about. Like, I have a graph, I want to attach it. It was very hard in 6. We now have the building blocks to make it easier in 7.
Nice.
And we have more stuff planned after that. That's just how far we've got so far.
All right. You were still saying something about, at the very beginning, not creating a database by default and how that was freaking people out.
Yes.
You showed it to migrations. Everything you showed so far looks very similar to what we have today.
Yeah, so all we've really done, you could do migrations from the start if you wanted to, or you could, that very first time you ran, you would get that special, like we special case F5 for the first time and we'll bootstrap a bunch of stuff. And then unfortunately later that means when we enable migrations, there's a whole bunch of flaky, scary code that runs to work out that probably want to make it look like you used migrations to create it. So we basically just tore that bit of the product out because it's confusing and it's full of bugs. It's very hard to get stable and working. So the default experience obviously now is to use migrations to create your database.
Got it.
It also nicely differentiates the I'm targeting an existing database or I'm creating a database from the model. Creating the database from the model is now explicit. So if you're expecting to write a model and target an existing database, if you accidentally pointed it to the wrong database name or something, EF would be like, oh, that doesn't exist, let me create it for you.
Yeah, and it would be
Obviously
chaos.
Super confusing. So,
Yeah.
All right, so we had our simple form scaffolded out. Obviously, this is very early builder scaffolding. It doesn't. So we'll create, I don't know, bike BB100. That could be big bike, and then we'll create a small bike as well. This one can be a bit cheaper, $99. All right, so everything's working. We have basic data access up and running, and like you said, there's a few differences, but for the most part, it looks and feels very much like EF6.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to pop back to slides for a second, just to flash up our new topic, which is going to dig into some stuff that's actually new in EF7.
There we go.
Now I've hopefully allayed most of everybody's fears. Let's look at some cool new stuff we were able to do.
Let's freak you out now that we've made you feel comfortable.
Well, hopefully what I'm going to demo will actually just make people happy. So
All right.
obviously migrations is a bit of a learning curve there. So if I come to EF and I just write a context, then I might not know that migrations is the thing I want. So one of the cool things we did, and this is exclusively for ASP.NET 5, is we introduced some help pages that when I'm developing locally will actually help me learn about migrations. So, and obviously these are optional things, you don't have to use them, but they just kind of ease the learning curve a bit. So I've introduced a model change. This obviously requires a change in the database as well. I don't have a features column in my table yet. But before we create a migration, let's swap back to IE, and I'll just refresh here. Now this is going to result in an exception in the database because there is no features column. But you notice I'm getting an error page with a bit more context on it that says, hey, this is a DB context. You have migrations enabled, and there's some pending changes you haven't scaffolded to a migration yet.
So how did you do this? This is a piece of middleware?
This is a piece of middleware, and it also uses logging. So logging's great for writing out text information to a thing, but we also have structured logging now, so we can actually pass state into the logging. So whenever a database exception occurs within EF, it actually writes out structured logging to say, this is the exception, this is the context it occurred on, this is the exception type we got. And so this piece of middleware listens to that and says, oh, well, that context has migrations enabled. I think I can give you a bit more context to help you solve this problem.
And this doesn't go into production. Why? Like,
It could. It
Right.
could if you really wanted it to.
I don't.
No, obviously. So
How do I keep that out of production?
along with the standard error page, which gives you a whole bunch of context on
Right.
errors, we go to startup.cs. You see they're wrapped in this if block that says, if I'm in development, then go ahead, enable browser link, the standard error page, which gives me stat traces and things like that, and also the database error page, which helps me out with migrations.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Now, should add, these two things are separate pieces of middleware at the moment. We are looking at integrating the database error page as kind of a plug-in for the error page, but it works.
That's still pretty cool.
So let's do what it said. Let's bring back up Package Manager console.
And again, just to be clear, I want to understand, you're doing this in the Package Manager console because you like doing it from here.
Yeah, I could
You
just,
don't have to do this from here.
I could do it
People
from
should,
standard command.
people should remember that.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
I
cool. It would be interesting, I'm thinking, if you could right-click on that inside of bike.cs, make the gesture in the CS file rather than over in the, like the initial obvious thing to do is to stick it on a right-click somewhere in Solution Explorer. But it seems more like a control dot or a smart tag.
Yeah. Well, we have this new light bulbs feature, right, where things kind of context stuff can pop up.
Yeah,
like this.
exactly.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, so we added a migration. Now we would.
Even better, I'm sorry,
for
I
it.
just had a total brainwave. We can plug in browser link stuff. You could have your error inside of IE there,
Yeah.
have the light bulb light up in the browser,
Yeah.
and then push the
Well,
stuff back with browser link.
Hold that thought for a second. So.
Don't tell me you already did it.
No, not quite. Well,
Okay.
this might be.
Because that was going to totally, I would fall out right here.
So I added a migration. It's sitting here in my project. I should apply it now because there's things here ready for me to tweak.
Sure.
But let's forget to apply it, even though
Okay.
it told me to here.
Yeah.
Let's just refresh this page. And so it's going to tell me, you got the same exception, but this time it's smarter.
No.
It knows it's here, so I can just say, well, go and
No.
apply it.
How did you do that?
And then I refresh the page. Middleware. Got to be
you do
careful
that?
because we really don't want to deploy this to production.
No, but that was cool.
Yeah. So we
I
could actually-
totally just made that up.
Yeah. So we could do the same thing with add2. We just haven't yet because we have this whole just edit the file
No, but
system.
still,
and the page
that was
recompile.
cool.
Yeah. And now I can just press F5 from the browser and everything's, it all works.
No, I totally just made, that's awesome. Okay, that was cool. All right, you win.
All right. That's the database error page.
Yes, good night, everybody.
Yeah. Thanks for watching.
That was cool.
Sorry for quick coding.
No,
Add
that
in
was
the background
impressive.
while you're
Yeah. What else can you do for me?
Yeah. All right. Batching. Let's take a quick look at that. So
Yeah.
we have price service here. This is just a simple little service class I wrote. It takes an instance of our context. Nothing particularly interesting there. It has this method. Basically, update the prices. I might say I want to double all my prices, so I pass in a multiplier of 2. It loads all of the data from the database, sets the retail price to 2 times whatever it was, and then calls save.
And it just knows that you changed them all. Change tracking.
Yes. Yeah. So this is typical EF6 behavior.
I know, it's always impressive, though.
Yeah. Now, obviously, this only works because I'm doing it on an instance of the context. If I detach this thing and send it to the browser, and then it comes back later.
Right.
I have to do more work.
And I'm still, when I see stuff like this, and I'd like to hear what you have to say, I would still be afraid of whatever SQL this generates.
Yeah. Let me just code that up quickly. Right. No. So I will say what this doesn't generate, which would be awesome if we could do this in the future. It would be great to write some kind of link statement that says, instead of pulling the data back into memory, updating it, and then saving it,
Yep.
let's just write a link thing that says update bikes where set.
Exactly.
And it can push it
That
in
would
a
be
single
really
statement.
cool.
That would be
Yes.
cool. We don't do that yet. All right. Let's just expose an action on our controller so that we can actually call this service. So I'm just going to use a code snippet. So I'm introducing an action that just says, go and double all the prices. Why not? All right, let's just F5 on this one. We'll do the whole recompile in the background thing.
Okay. And when do the prices get doubled?
Okay, so I'm going to call the action now. So double prices. Now, when my action is completed, it does a redirect back to this page.
Sure.
So if we look in on here, we can see everything just doubled. It used to be
course.
$199, it's now $398.
Yeah,
It used
sure.
to be $99, it's now $198. All right, so the interesting thing, I've got SQL Server Profiler running here. Historically, if I had 2 bikes in the database, that would have been 2 round trips to the database to update for each one. If I had 100, it would have been 100 round trips.
Right.
Now we batch everything up into a single command. So
And how did you know to do that?
we basically run some heuristics to work out what we can batch together, if that makes sense. Obviously, in this case, it's pretty simple. We're doing update statements. It's pretty safe to send all this stuff in one batch. It gets much more complicated when we have relationships and orders matter.
Sure.
And maybe we've got an identity column and we need to pull back the results.
And you could do this for millions of rows?
Well, there's actually some limits on SQL
You've
Server.
run out of @p number.
Well, we probably won't run out of those, but there are limits to how many, like
Yeah.
how big this command can be. So we're intelligent in our SQL Server provider. We know what the limits of SQL Server are, and we try to be intelligent about what we do.
Cool.
All right, so we've got two update statements going on here together, which
Right.
is great. You also mentioned what does the SQL look like. So an EF6 never generated a query like this. This is kind of something I might actually write by hand. It's obviously very simple.
Other than the square brackets, it's quite tidy.
Yeah, I guess you probably wouldn't, Alias. We could look at removing that too.
No, it's just,
Yep.
you know, the question is when you have something generating something,
Yeah.
does it need to generate idiomatic something, or does it need to generate as close to idiomatic as would be performant?
Exactly, yeah. It's actually interesting. In EF6, we did some updates to the SQL generation that were purely cosmetic. They had no benefit for improvement.
Really, just to make people feel better.
Yeah, on the simple stuff, you don't want to see select star from, select star from. Now, SQL Server is smart enough to know that that's the same thing, but people freak out when they see it the same. All right. Testing was always difficult with EF. We made it easier in EF 6.1, I think. We kind of opened up DBSet. It was no longer sealed. You could just mock DBSet directly, but
Yeah, every time someone sees something sealed or internal, they get upset,
Yeah, so-
as rightfully so.
interestingly, everything in our code base is public at the moment. We're working out ways to differentiate. So we think we're going to use namespaces to differentiate. Like everything's public, but this is something you probably don't want to mess around with unless
So
you really
dot
know what
internal as a namespace.
Something like
yeah,
that, yeah.
Don't touch.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we're going to try and test the bike service. Now, at the moment, cycle sales context, we kind of hard-coded a whole bunch of stuff in that class to say this connects to this SQL Server instance, this database name, etc. So we're going to look at changing that. So we'll go to the context, just close down a couple of these things. All right, so we want to get rid of this code here and move it somewhere else.
Right.
So I'm going to introduce a constructor. And this thing is going to bring in DB context options, which is basically the settings. And you'll look down here when you see on configuring, this is the thing we're configuring down here.
Right.
But instead, we're going to pass it in from external. And I can also kind of strongly type these to say that these are the options for this particular type of context.
If that context had options that were specific to itself?
Exactly, yeah. This is handy with DI because I don't want to register like 6 different DB context options if I have 6 different context types.
Okay.
I want to register them explicitly for this context.
I think that you want to get rid of that.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Let's just format things a bit too. All right, so now we're going to get rid of this code. I'm just going to copy a little bit of it into the clipboard, and then we'll just delete the rest of it, like so. And then we're going to go to startup.cs because this is where I configure how it's going to work for my MVC application when it's running.
Right.
So let's go up to this bit here. And this, I mentioned this method here can do some extra stuff, so I can basically paste the same code here and say, for this context, when you create an instance of it, pass in these settings.
Okay, and then that could presumably come from an INI file or a JSON file or
Exactly.
anywhere else in in the configuration subsystem.
So at the moment in EF7, there's the ability to get rid of the connection string from here and pull that from the config file. If we just look at config.json. So you can see here this, I just left this here as an example. My app's not actually using it at the moment, but it's saying this is the connection string for this context for entity framework.
And don't you say like get value entity framework dot cycle sales context dot connection
You
string?
can do that, or by convention, EF will match these particular ones.
So it'll just pick it up automatically?
Yeah, the way it actually works, if you call the parameterless overload of this,
Yeah.
then use SQL Server is actually the thing that says, well, you're using me, you haven't specified anything, so let me look in config and see if.
And do you get a really cool error message with a blue button that says fix it?
you don't.
No, okay. I'm just saying. Now that you've opened the door,
know,
I expect
could
no.
do that,
I
I
expect
guess.
no less.
All right, so we're set up for MVC. Let's go look at a unit test quickly. So obviously for a unit test, I want to be hitting my actual database with my local data that I've been messing around with.
Right.
So we're going to kind of look at this in 2 steps. First up, I'm just going to uncomment this test.
And whose unit testing framework are you using here?
I'm using XUnit.
XUnit. Okay. Because they've updated for .NET, ASP.NET.
Yeah, actually, if you look in here, I have xunit.krunner. So this is allowing me to.
Oh, let me see your project, Jason, because we were talking about testing earlier.
Sorry, let me close that.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Commands test.
Yeah, so I obviously have
Sure.
this pulls in XUnit, which gives me
Yeah,
all
yeah,
the XUnit
that's
stuff
great.
too. And from the command, I'm going to use VS, but from the command, I could run ktest from here.
Absolutely lovely.
Okay, so at the moment, this thing, I've just set it up. It still uses SQL Server. It connects to SQL Express, but it's going to use a different database instance called test database.
Although I did notice in your project.json you had entity framework in memory also.
Now we're going to look at that in a second. Spoiling it.
Sorry.
It's a teaser. So the way the test works, it creates an instance of the context. It basically resets the database, deletes it, and recreates it. This is basically designed for unit testing, where I don't want to mess around with migrations and stuff. Like, just create the database that matches my model for me. Add some stuff, save it. Then I have my actual test where I update the prices.
Right.
And then I query back for the data in a fresh context to make sure that stuff actually happened. Arguably not the best way to write this test, but it works. All right. So for our test explorer, I'll just run this test so everyone believes
And
it.
this is interesting, and if I understand correctly, because the project JSON has a command called test. That's how this got plugged in here, right?
I'm actually not sure if it's that or it's components in the xunit.krunner thing.
Some kind of magic, though.
Yeah, stuff happens.
I just think it's really nice, though, that you're in the Visual Studio Test Explorer.
Exactly.
The XUnit people don't have to write yet another GUI
Exactly.
for their tests. Everybody wins.
Yep. Okay, and if we go quickly look at our SQL Express instance and refresh here, you see there's a test database, and that was great. I could hook my test up to a different instance. Now, like you said, hitting an actual database is not necessarily ideal for our unit tests. So let's flick over. We'll delete the use SQL Server and replace it with a use in-memory store. And this is available because, like you said, in my project JSON, I have the entity framework.inmemory package installed. Now, because I've created an instance of my options, and I pass that same instance of the options to the 3 different instances of the context I use, so here, here, and then again at the bottom, it's going to use the same in-memory store for all 3 of those contexts, if that makes sense. So they're accessing the same instance of the in-memory store, but I could write another unit test and say use in-memory, and actually use a different instance of the in-memory store. So my tests are isolated.
Show me where it got set up again.
So I'm setting it up here.
In this one fact.
Yes. Now, obviously, I might want to share my in-memory store between tests.
I
Could
see.
if I wanted to.
Better to do it.
I want it scoped to my
No, that's
tests.
a valid point.
Yeah. But the nice thing here is I don't have to muck around with mocking anything. I also don't have to worry about how I hook things up. It's just kind of there. Now, obviously, if you had a complicated model, you might have to do a bit of config to say, when targeting in memory, you might have to do some extra stuff to set it up. Obviously, like, identity is not going to work.
Sure.
Do it this way. But, all right. So let's just run our test again.
So there you're really testing your model.
Yeah, I'm testing. Hopefully what I'm trying to test is both my model and the logic within my service that's using my model. Now, obviously, an in-memory store is never going to behave exactly the same as a relational database. In fact, no 2 relational databases behave exactly the same, so you still need to do functional testing. But this is kind of a cheap, easy way to write unit tests. Some people will argue, too, that using EF in the unit test is probably a bit too heavy as well, and that's fine. You don't have to, but this is easy.
Right, but if you have a bunch of logic in a controller around EF, and it pulls a bunch of things out of EF, thinks about it, puts stuff back in, brings it back out, then EF is part of the test.
Yep.
And in-memory way is a nice way to mock it out without mocking it out.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, are you going to mock out all the EF stuff?
Yeah,
or
which
you
is
just
difficult.
Which is difficult, or just have an in-memory database.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. We've got a couple of minutes left. Yeah, I'm going to quickly show you this one. So,
Well, and also I want to hear how people can keep up on this, because are they going to get dailies, or where are they going to be watching? Because this is coming in, fast, and there's docs are being written as the code's being written.
absolutely, yeah. So actually, I'm just going to mention the last demo. I won't actually go into it. What I was going to show, we'll spend a couple of minutes talking about that. I was going to show that you can now introduce properties effectively into your model without actually having them in your CLR class. So this is helpful if I want to introduce, say, a last updated property, which is part of my auditing information. And I want to be able to kind of reference that when I'm working with my context. So I might want to set it and save changes. But I don't want to actually expose it in my CLR class because it's not really part of my domain model. We've introduced the concept of shadow state so that I can add properties to my model, but that extra metadata is kind of stored in the change tracker, and it's not actually polluting, if you will, my CLR class.
What's an example of an obvious use for shadow?
So the demo I'm doing, the demo takes a few minutes, so we won't dig into it, but auditing information was the example I used. So I only care about setting the last updated and who updated stuff during save changes within the context. So that doesn't need to go and pollute my domain model, because I never show it in the UI. I never want to change it outside of the context of actually saving the changes.
You don't want to carry it around in every single model.
Exactly, yeah.
I see.
Yeah. But the nice thing is, by coding it as shadow state, I can still reason about it in a kind of strongly typed-ish way. without having to drop down below EF and manipulate SQL commands before they hit the database.
Is that up on your blog as an example?
Yeah, so actually let's swap back to PowerPoint. And I've got some links here. So the bottom link here is the demo code that I just showed. So there's an example of it there. Yeah, if you went to my GitHub account too, for all the demos I've done recently, there's source code for all of those up there too. So you'd see examples of that and various other features as well. In terms of keeping up with this, if you just want to know more about EF7 and what EF7 is all about, the aka.ms/about EF7 is the place to go. That'll take you to a page on our GitHub site that has kind of EF7 in 100 words or less, and then links to relevant blog posts about some hot topics like what does it mean to only support code-based modeling? So we kind of dig into that in some detail. What does it mean to be part v7 and part v1? And we dig into that in some detail. All the ones where if you want to get passionate, go and read the blog comments on those. And then if you want to just follow along with what our team is doing, our GitHub repository is ASP.NET/Entity Framework. People are sometimes concerned about that or confused about the ASP.NET thing. And EF is not specific to ASP.NET, but we work very closely with ASP.NET because we just have the same development style. We like to be fairly lightweight. We like to be open source and very transparent and all those things. So our team just naturally fits with ASP.NET. So
And who's your boss?
Scott Hunter, who
There you go.
straight from the horse's mouth. So yeah. So that would be the right place to go to. I don't have a link on the screen too, but if you want to kind of follow along with interesting stuff from our team, then our Twitter alias is EF Magic Unicorns.
As well it should be.
Exactly.
Very cool. All right, well, this has been a lovely day here at the Microsoft Virtual Academy. Make sure, if you've only seen this one, you've missed a whole day of amazing content. Go back, watch it again, show your friends, show your mom. Everyone's going to love all of this stuff. My dad is watching, so I feel great. Thank you from everyone here. And make sure, answer the poll down here at the bottom of the screen. That's what the YouTube stars do.
All that
Make sure
way.
to answer the poll. And we will see you again very, very soon. Thank you.